Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the Majors 24. We're in the top split of 18 splits overall here. We are coming to you live from the virtual Circuit de la Sarthe. We took a bit of a break here. We are going to get back after it. We've gone through the nighttime hours. It is once again bright, sunshiny, a beautiful day here in the north of France. And we are ready to go here to bring to you the final 6 hours of the Majors 24 Le Mans. My name is Tim. Joining me here in just a little bit, it's going to be Khaled on both the communications as well as the production side of things. He's the one bringing you these images as we get a fantastic view of the virtual crowd here, regathering coming into the circuit as we pan onto the start-finish line here at Le Mans. Thank you so much for joining us, and we are excited to bring you the finish of what's been a really good race so far. Couple quick things here. Weather, bright sunshine, no rain in the forecast. What you're seeing is just a beautiful summer day, Sunday morning, headed into the afternoon hours. We have about 6 hours remaining in this race, like we said a second ago. Bringing you the final 6 hours of this race, and we're excited to do it. Quick rundown of where we stand at the moment. In the GTP and the overall race leader, car number 68, the Logitech GD Jupiter team, with Sean Campbell currently at the helm. There's a good look at him right there on your screen. We are about 6 laps into the fuel run here. So these guys have been on track for just a little bit. We're going to see them on track for a good long while there. We can see the the 032 of Austin Bernier there directly behind him. We do have a race on our hands here. We are about an hour removed from the most recent safety car. That is always an option to have that safety car come back out here in these final 6 hours. So that is something we'll be keeping an eye on. But as we're looking at live images of the on-track action, that is the battle for the overall race lead at which you were looking at the moment between Campbell and Bernier there. So here we sit 18 hours into this race, 6 hours to go, and our leaders are half a second from each other. You can't ask for much more than that here in this incredible event. Switching gears here real quick to the LMP2 category, the Delatraz Automotive by PC Design team, currently leading that category, Thomas Imborg at the helm of that particular machine. They're about 2/3 of the way through their fuel run. Good look at our category leader there in that number 8 LMP2 Dallara P217. He is leading well. He's currently boasting about a 14-second lead, so the battle for position not quite as intense as that of our overall leader. We'll cut back to that here in just a quick second, but checking in with our GT3 category, car number 50, the SDR Sim Racing entry. This car, one of the of our 3 leaders, the biggest mover in the race, up from P9 in class at the start of the race, now to the lead, and we have Marco Saavedra at the helm, and he currently has a he currently has about a 5-second lead. We actually have our second class car in category in the pit lane there. So these GT3 machines, as we were getting ready to come on air, we were under the impression they would be pitting for too much longer. So, and we can kind of start to see that domino begin to fall already, as a good look at the number 50 machine there being driven, like I said, by Marcos Saavedra. If we could cut back to the overall battle for the lead, the 68 machine has been leading for a good little bit here. We've been kind of monitoring the status of this race here before we came on air. And a couple of big stories in the overnight hours coming from the GT3 category. A couple of our front runners, the Grid and Go teams and the Nexus teams, both ran into troubles and have unfortunately had to retire from the race. Both of these teams were leading that category early on. Outside of those two, though, our leaders, as they have been running, pretty much not a lot of drop off there. We've had a couple of minor incidents here and there. Again, the safety car about an hour ago. But the overall leader's pretty much the same as when we left you about 12 hours ago now. So fun to see these guys still pounding away, still hammering at it. And again, I made reference to it earlier, just how long this race is. If we're looking at it in terms of breaking it down into 4 quarters, we've just started that 4th quarter. So as long as these guys have been pounding around, we still have a full quarter ahead of us, and we're excited to bring that to you. As we work through the closing stages of this race, we still have a lot of strategy to play. We still have a lot of things to shake out to see if there's going to be any kind of update to the standings. The safety car could come out at any given time. Drivers could make mistakes. There's plenty of things that could happen. And if you are one of these drivers right now, obviously in these top two, you're positioned well at this point in time. If you are outside of really that top 5, this is the point of the race where you want to start thinking about maybe trying to do a strategy play to get yourself moving up the order a little bit. Really, within the last 3 hours of this race, to realistically get these class wins, you want to be in the it's probably, we'll say, the top 4 in each class conceivably. So these teams working hard, trying to figure out the strategy to get themselves set up in the best position to contend for this win. 6 hours seems like a long ways, but it's going to fly by. If the first 6 hours when we were broadcasting previously are any indication, that time frame absolutely flew by, as we get a really nice over-under shot here of our top 2 overall. You can see the gap there between Campbell and Bernier just holding steady. That's about a half a second gap there, just kind of hanging out nose to tail at the moment. And this is the battle for the overall lead here in class. As we jump into as we start to kind of find our footing here and get back into the rhythm of things, I do want to mention any of our drivers out there that have Discord access that might be watching, feel free to swing by the broadcast booth. We'd love to have a chat with you mid-race, ask you how your race is going. Feel free to swing by, say hi to Khaled and myself and to everybody watching. Also going to be keeping an eye on the chat here on our YouTube channel as well. And so definitely looking forward to seeing some of those comments as they begin to come in. We do have the line timing page available that Khaled just put up there for you. So we'll be monitoring that as well as we begin to, like I said, kind of get back into the rhythm of things here. So I'm wide awake. I'm excited to be here. Khaled's wide awake. He's excited to be here. He'll be jumping on here in comms here in just a little bit. And I hope you are rested as well, or at the very least have a caffeinated beverage or beverage of other type as well to get you through these final 6 hours as we are looking on track. These 2 leaders working their way through the Dunlap chicane, down the curve, down the hill, headed towards Tetra Rouge and the Mulsanne straight awaits. Cutting to the battle in GT3. That's our 3rd place driver in class. As we do have a battle, the Mercedes, they're looking for a way around the McLaren there in front of him. That is going to be Florian, and I'm Duacop. Thanks, Khaled. Appreciate that. I've previously been dealing with this scenario where the names were a little pixelated, so it's kind of difficult for me to make it out. So we're working through that. Khaled, again, going to be helping me out. I'm going to name drop him quite a bit before he'll be in here in a little bit. as I do believe we actually had a change for the overall lead. Yeah, good shot there, Austin Bernier getting, or Augustin Bernier getting through. That would have been on the first chicane of the Mulsanne straight. He was able to get the move done, and that is for the overall race lead. We got a replay for you coming up momentarily. Side by side, he was able to get side by side out of Tetra Rouge and down into, like I said, that first chicane there in the Mulsanne straight. Campbell ran just a little bit wide on the exit there, compromised his exit just a little bit. Bernier able to use the slipstream there, draft side by side with him, got through the GT3 car there, gets to the inside and gets the move done down into the second of the chicanes there on Mulsanne. Campbell slotting in just behind him. Nice move there. I will say this though, I actually have them pulled up on my alternate screen. Bernier not getting away. Campbell's still sticking with him, so we're definitely going to keep an eye on that overall battle there, just to see if any movement takes place here as we go back to this battle for third there in the GT3. And actually now we're switching over to Parker White in the LMP2 machine. I think we did have an overtake here. This is going to be for for second in class, as we have a replay here. Very, very similar move to our overall class lead, and this is again on the first of the straightaways, or I'm sorry, first of the chicanes down Mulsanne. Parker getting the move done there. Again, that is going to be for P2 there in the category, and a bit of a gap has developed from himself and the third place car, the the number 80 machine, I believe it is, that he was able to get over, that he was able to get the move done there, and we will have to monitor that to see if he can make any headway onto the 17-second gap to the LMP2 leader here. We'll keep an eye on that as we progress through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. It is on track time. It is 10:23 a.m. So we are still in those morning hours. We did see on the graph when we came back on screen as we get a good look at LMP2 class leader there. Thomas Imborg riding on with him as we pass the start-finish line to begin another lap here. 10:23 local time, and for the track temperatures, pull that up real quick, 87 degrees. So pretty cool track temp. That is going to continue to rise as the day continues to progress, and we'll see that track temperature kind of begin to creep up as the sun begins to take effect. The whole track at this point is bathed in that bright sunlight. These drivers are still going to be able to pump in some fast times. Grip is going to be plentiful out there as they're going to be able to get those fast times in. They're going to be able to make good use of it. The track, we have now full visibility. The sun is well up into the sky, but the track is still cool enough that we're going to be able to see some pretty quick lap times here for the next little bit. In the next hour or so, I would look for that track temp to start to creep up, and then you're going to see it just continue to rise again, like I said a second ago, throughout the remainder of the afternoon on into the checkered flag. But for now, these drivers enjoying plentiful amounts of grip as they circulate through this 8-mile Circuit de la Sarthe racing course. As we get a good look at the fourth place car of Thomas Delcourt of the Miato racing team. Mifano, my apologies, thank you. With Riccardo Grappi in the Vestasport red entry directly behind him. You can see his onboard there in your lower right hand screen. That is a bit of a battle. We'll call it about 0.3 of a second gap between those two. So it's always fascinating to me as we come back on air, who's where, what's going on in terms of the battles on track. Here we are 18 hours into this race, and we still have battles aplenty going on all across this racetrack as we do have at least one pit ticker in the pits here. We'll have to see if we can get a view from that, but this just shows to me just how we alluded to it earlier, and that is our race leader Augustin Bernier coming in, which is going to give the lead back to Campbell in that 68 machine. He will re-inherit the lead, as we're going to see more and more of that GTP field coming in. It looks like there's a couple more takers that you're going to see coming in there at the top of your screen there at the moment. These are going to be regularly scheduled green flag pit stops here at the 5-hour 47-minute mark. And if they haven't already, these teams are definitely going to be back timing the pit stops here to the end of the race. Now, some teams we saw in other splits, they actually started that right out of the gate. They were pitting within 20-30 minutes of the race starting, which is well before full fuel load. So we're definitely in the territory now where these teams are definitely starting to back time it. They're going to be watching those fuel numbers very carefully, especially if a safety car comes out. We're going to have to keep a sharp eye on that part of it. We're going to keep an eye on these strategies as they continue to develop. Even though we're 18 hours into this race, we still have almost 6 hours remaining. We're not in territory where we've kind of made our bed and we have to lie in it at this point yet. There are still different variables that can and likely will come into play as we see our LMP2 leader is in. We are, which is also kind of right on schedule. We were about 2/3 of the LMP2 run when we came on board or came back on the air. And that was already about 15 minutes ago. And so right on cue, they are here. And then the GT3 machines, they were kind of pitting right as we came on air. So that cycle, I believe, has more or less concluded. So those GT3 cars are going to be on track for a good little bit before we see them into the pit lane, as we are looking once again at that battle for second place in the GT3 class. Just a lot of fun to watch these guys as they pound around this circuit. Trying to get he got a good run out of that last chicane there. Did Florian there in the 113. Close enough to take a peek, but he's just content to sit right there for now, it looks like. And this is the Mulsanne corner. And one thing that you can see here is just how many marbles have been built up offline here. You caught a glimpse of it as we watched these two cars come out of the Mulsanne corner. That really dark strip of rubber that's been laid down, that's from all 54 of these cars in across these three classes. Building that rubber down for the last 18 hours is Ethan Critchley there in the second place, defending from Florian there. And you can see right here, you can see kind of that shiny racetrack from all the road that's been laid down. And you can see offline all of those marbles, those little rubber pellets that are getting thrown off of the tires. That is, we're at the stage of the race now where you're going to have that pretty much anytime you go offline. And what that's going to mean for battles for position like what we're seeing here, the overtaking driver is going to have to be very careful, as we see our race leader, Sean Campbell. He's in the pits now as well, able to stay out one lap longer than Bernier in the other entry that they were fighting for position. There's a good look at Bernier there. This is going to be headed up towards Indianapolis, I believe, as we're going to get a driver change here in the 68. Nicholas Bowe jumping in that car, Campbell hopping out. So driver change for our overall leader. We're going to have to wait and see what the blend looks like here in the middle of this cycle. Bernier did get in the lead, or did take the lead, excuse me, before this cycle of stops began. He has been in the car. He's doing another stint, whereas Nicholas Bowe, he's going to be trying to fill the car out. So I would imagine that that gap is probably going to grow at the very least in the beginning while Bo gets the car underneath him. But this is going to be close on pit entry. In fact, I think the 68 is already on the track, headed up into that Dunlap chicane, as Bernier is just now there. So that's about a 2-second gap by my guesstimation there. They're not quite in shot. Our timing and scoring is showing looks like 3.9, so a little bit more of a gap. Now Bernier is going to be able to run him down a little bit. Bo going to be on cold tires, going to be fighting that condition for the next lap and a half. That gap is going to come down at the very least initially, and I wouldn't be surprised if Bernier is able to run him down altogether. Again, he's been in the car, he knows what the track conditions are. Bo trying to get some heat into the tires there, as we are now down on the Mulsanne straight, and you can see both cars are in shot now with each other, in particular on that bottom screen that you're looking at there. And that gap has come down to about 3.2 seconds, so he's picked up about 7/10 there. We will look at this battle with keen interest. This is for the overall race when you can see both cars in shot right there. Good comparison of the sector times. Bo doing a really nice job there on cold tires to maintain that gap, and then Bernier will be in hot pursuit there as the ever-present traffic coming into play yet again. Our race leader coming up onto that battle for second in the GT3 class that we were looking at earlier. Really good example of just the difference of speeds here. We documented it plenty in our initial hour of the opening 6 hours. We were able to see it, but a good example of it right there. New Zealand Virtual Sim Racing. Hello, good morning, good afternoon. Thanks for joining. Glad you're here. Hope you guys are enjoying the race, enjoying the stream. If you are in this split, drop us a line, tell us how your race is going. Thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate that. As we continue to watch Nicholas Bo here, really doing a great job, just getting up to speed quickly. I really expected that gap to shrink quite a bit, but he's done a really nice job maintaining, not only getting up to speed, but maintaining on those cold tires, as I believe we have an incident here, that 17 machine in the LMP2 category. Taking a look in replay, that is going to be Matthias Buerches at the helm. Buches, Khaled in my ear, give me the correct pronunciation there. Back end steps out on him a little bit, and you can see those marbles I was talking about a minute ago. Back end steps out a little bit, and that very well could be a byproduct of those marbles. Once you get out there, once you get those on your tires, you have no grip whatsoever. But no harm, no foul. We're going to see those all race long. It's impossible to get through a race of this length without making a mistake at some point along the way. Maybe not impossible, but very, very difficult. So no harm, no foul there. Just a quick little spin, and he's off and running. As we're checking in now with Oliver Furnell in the 420 machine, that Offices Simulators entry. This is, he's currently running 8th in class. This is a battle for position with the 07 car. These guys, of course, having a nice race themselves, and as we see in replay, it looks as though we're going to have an overtake here actually in the replay, which I would anticipate that's coming up here shortly. This is out of Tetra Rouge coming down the Mulsanne straight as we jump back to live images. These guys fighting hard, and again, I mentioned we in the early part of the race, you just kind of hold station, take advantage of opportunities as they come along. We're starting to get down to the tail end of this race, even though there is still 6 hours to go. We're going to begin to see the aggression begin to pop up and rise, and guys maybe making moves that they wouldn't have necessarily made in the early hours of this race. As we get a really nice double box here of the battle in the LMP2 category, and this battle for second place in the GT3 really seems to be heating up. Florian's right on the gearbox of that McLaren directly in front of him. These guys have been nose to tail ever since we came on air once again. And a couple of instances I thought Florian might pop out and take a quick peek, if anything, just get some air into the nose of that car. Just get some cool air flowing into that engine, the Mercedes being a front engine car. But he's holding station, and these guys are literally nose to tail the front end of that Mercedes, all over the gearbox of that McLaren. Not an easy thing to do from Florian's perspective either, to be right there at that point. You really can't see in front of you because your screen is filled up with nothing but the tail end and rear wing of that McLaren in front of him. So doing a really nice job to be right on top of him, but still not making any contact into the braking zone and just maintaining that gap, putting absolute maximum pressure on that McLaren. And let's give him credit as well to not make any mistakes being put under this pressure. This isn't for 10th or anything like that. So this is for second in class. So we're at the sharp end of the field in the class here with this battle, as you see GTP traffic working their way around them. Fourth place, not that far away either. That is going to be the Vesta Sport. That is that third car in shot. So second, third, and fourth all in shot right there as we check in with Josh Thompson, currently running in that fourth place machine. That car looking pretty clean, considering that we are 18 and change hours into this race. Doing a great job there in the fourth place. And let's take a minute to just appreciate what all of these drivers are doing. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the class leaders and about the podiums and those top spots in the running here across all three classes, and justifiably so. But again, this is a 24-hour race, so anybody who's still in the running at this point, that in and of itself is such an incredible accomplishment, something that is very difficult to do. We're talking about keeping your car on track, not making those really, really crazy mistakes or being involved in incidents or things of that nature for, at this point, 18 hours, and that's across multiple drivers in your team. At this point in time, you're tired, you're pretty worn out, you haven't gotten a lot of sleep. So really, all of these drivers that we're going to be seeing throughout the remaining 6 hours of this race really deserve a lot of credit for what's going on here, for what they're pulling off, for what they're accomplishing here. To give a little bit of perspective, from a personal note, while we were offline, I run the IndyCar series, and I did the Gateway race, and I got caught up in somebody else's incident within 20 laps. No fault of my own, but it ended my race. So not only is it a testament to what these drivers have done, what they're continuing to do, but also just the respect that we're seeing with these drivers around each other as well, because you really are putting your hands in the fate of your competitors, especially as you're working your way through the traffic between the classes. So just want to make sure that we give a caveat that there's so many cars on track. I don't know if we're going to get everybody on screen, but we definitely want to acknowledge just the accomplishment that every single one of these drivers, not just here in this split, but really in all the splits, every single one of the drivers that participated, that are still running at this point in time, that in of itself is an accomplishment that cannot be overstated. So definitely want to take a second to give everybody here just the kudos they deserve here. As we have on screen now the 7th place car, the number 79 Manthey Racing Red Machine, currently being driven by Yasmal Yunus, I believe is the pronunciation there. As we are working our way down This is one of the back ends of the straightaway, I believe. Oh, no, that's headed into Mulsanne Corner. My apologies. Doing a great job. I do believe this car was near the top end of the field at one point in time during this race, so we will definitely keep an eye on this car here. They have some speed. I know that they were near the front end of the field, so just a couple of things that may or may not have happened to these guys, probably in relation to safety cars. Now, I love the picture there, the big yawn. I have a hunch there's a lot of that going on among these drivers here, as again, we can't overstate just how long this race is and how much of a mental toll it does take on you. And there's a bit of a physical toll as well. We were talking about it at length in the second split broadcast I was able to be a part of. Shout out to Mike Taylor and Dakota down there, currently broadcasting that one. But Mike and I were talking about there is a bit of a physical aspect to it, even though it is a virtual sim race. You are still going through the motions of actually driving these race cars with your wheel, with your pedals. Force feedback. Some of these guys have motion rings. You're going to feel the effects of that if you do it long enough. So the yawn picture definitely feels appropriate there. So appreciate the sense of humor that Tim's given us there. As we switch gears now over to Ethan Critchley, this was a part of that. He was the lead car in that battle for third place. It's been broken up just a little bit. I have a hunch it may have been just because of what you're seeing right there on your screen with the GTP traffic making its way through, because you're able to see him get right back on the tail of that McLaren there. As we do take a quick peek at Jack Nowat in that 27 car, who was working his way through that battle. Just trying to give everybody who's on track here just a little bit of screen time. It's very well deserved at this point. As I was just going to say, on my screen, Khaled Oliver Fernell here in the 420, all over the gearbox of the, I'm not sure who that is in front of him, but we have a bit of a three-way battle going on here. This is in the LMP2 category. Three of those cars nose to tail here, working their way through Arnage. That is the slowest corner of the racetrack here at Le Mans. Feeding up into the incredible corner complex that is the Porsche curves. You're going to see the entry to the first of those right here. It is a very, very fast right, left, right complex. There's the first of the left-handers, second of the left-handers, and then another right-hander having to slow the car down just a little bit. This is a great battle going on here among these three cars here. This is going to be for 6th, 7th, and 8th in that LMP2 category. A lot of fun to watch these cars navigate through those Porsche curves. That's one of my favorite parts of this racetrack here. And from the top, Khaled, on that top one there, if we could just stay on board here, we'll run through a full lap here at Le Mans, just to kind of refresh your memory, since we haven't had a chance to do that quite yet here. Since we come back on the air, we're coming up through the Dunlap chicane. You're climbing up the hill. There's the famous bridge. Then you're going to drop away. You're going to have a bit of a kink of a right-hand turn, and then left-hander. You can see another right-hander. This is building up to go through Tetra Rouge, which is the right-hander that is coming up right now, and then in turn feeding onto that Mulsanne straight. This is the part of the racetrack that when races are not going on, it is a public road. It is open to regular cars, so you can go drive that right now since there's no race going on. Mike in Split 2 in our first broadcast here brought up a Google Maps image, and you can kind of see the public road versus the dedicated racetrack. The first chicane that they're navigating through right now, that is blocked off to the public. That is intended only for use on race day, race weekends. Both of these chicanes were installed I'd have to look it up, but I believe they were installed in the 80s or 90s to help slow these cars down as the speeds just were getting out of hand. We needed, for safety purposes, we needed to get them slowed up a little bit headed into the upcoming Mulsanne corner. We're currently working our way through the second of those chicanes, and to me, that was always the trickier of the two. The first one's fairly straightforward, but that second chicane always seems to be a little bit tricky. The newly named Daytona chicane, in honor of the Daytona International Speedway. They in turn have named the bus stop on the back straightaway the Le Mans chicane. As we're coming down into a pretty tricky braking zone for Mulsanne corner, the second slowest corner on the racetrack here. Very interesting braking zone there. There's a slight kink to the right where if you're on the brakes already, you got to bleed off just a bit to get the car to turn in. And then you have that hard right-hander feeding down yet another long back straightaway. This is going to be heading into the Indianapolis Corner Complex. So named after the famous Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is a slightly banked left-hand turn that we're coming up to right now. Headed down into our slowest corner of the racetrack, Arnage. Very, very flat, very, very easy to lose the car here on exit. As you can see, the wall juts out very quickly at you. We see a lot of incidents at this particular quarter, and then we're working our way back up. It's a fairly short straightaway in terms by Le Mans standards, but you're still getting all the way back up to top gear. And then we're going to be heading into the Porsche curves. We saw it earlier, but here's a great onboard of it. There's your left. Your right. You're gonna see a double left-hander there. Feed it all the way out to the wall, just like so. There's your second right-hander into a sweeping right-hander. Got to slow it down for the upcoming left-hand corner there. Don't want to carry too far out right there. You will get to slow down if you go too far out to the right hand. We're going to see the pit lane entry coming up here on your right-hand side right there into the first of the two Ford chicanes, two very unique profile chicanes. In a second. The second of those take a lot of curb, but not too much. You don't want to swing the car off through those cavernous grandstands back across the start-finish line, and that is a lap around Le Mans. You just went 8 miles in about 3 minutes. A lot of fun, fantastic racetrack. It's a great place to just come and kind of hot lap if you're ever bored, blowing off a little bit of steam after a rough day or whatever. Even better when you get to compete in the races that do take place there. iRacing does use this track quite a bit, but there's just something special about this track in this 24-hour format. That's what it was designed and built for, and that's what we're doing right here. So taking a quick look at Paul Lang in the number 31. He's currently running P6 overall. This is in the GTP category. That is for position, that machine you see behind him. So these guys are battling. So our field is fairly well spread out at this point in time, but at the same time, it kind of seems to be, a couple cars here, a couple cars there. We're still seeing plenty of cars within touching distance of each other in terms of head-to-head on-track battles. So again, it just speaks to the caliber of these drivers that we're not just all spread out, that we're not just single file. The fact that we do have so many battles that are happening at the moment on track, again, just a testament to just how close these cars are in terms of performance, how close these drivers are in terms of performance, and just doing a great job putting on a tremendous show for you. Just having a lot of fun bringing this to you. Hope you're enjoying it so far as well. I did mention when we were doing that onboard lap breakdown, the Ford chicanes, there are two of them headed up to the end of the lap. Very different profiles from each other, as we'll come back to that in a second because we have an update on our battle for second in the GT3 class. Josh Thompson has given way to Florian there in the Mercedes. These two were having... Or wait, no, I'm so sorry. That is not who we were. That is not. Yeah, so Josh Thompson caught Florian for third place. My apologies there. Saw a white car, got all excited there for a second. So Thompson's caught up to Florian. Florian's kind of dropped off a little bit, and now we're about to see this new battle here rejoined. As that could be just burning up the tires a little bit too much. That could be just simply driver fatigue. That could be fuel load burning off. It could be a strategy play too. It could just be just backing off a little bit, trying to put the pressure on that second place car. It didn't work, so we're just backing off to give ourselves a little bit of room. And as we see a little bit of traffic coming into play there, Florian flashing those lights, letting that GTP driver know that he's clear. Or maybe he's upset with him. I prefer to think that he just let him know that he's clear at that point. That was a pretty straightforward pass by that GTP car there. And we can see on the bottom screen there, from Thompson's point of view, not quite close enough to make a move, but definitely close enough to make Florian think about what's going on and having to check his mirrors as he's going into these corners, navigating through this racetrack here. While we while we continue to watch this battle, going back to those Ford chicanes, there's two of them there, very different from each other. One of many nuances. I was touching on it earlier. There is the first one, you can carry a lot of speed through it and basically take all of the curbing. The second one, a lot more tight in nature, and the curbing there is much more pronounced. So you got to be a little more careful there. You kind of saw there on our onboard, the car kind of get a little bit upset as they went over the curbs there. So just wanted to point that out, just something to keep an eye on. We do see incidents take place there at that second of the Ford chicanes, so just throwing that out there, just so something that we can be aware of as this race continues to progress, as Thompson is just eking out that that lead, eating into it just a little bit, ever so slightly. The big tell for me that we want to keep an eye on is, what does the gap look like out of those slow corners? To me, that's going to be kind of the telltale factor here, is the drive out of those slow corners. We do see the gap always close up in the braking zone. That is a fairly standard practice across the board in all disciplines of racing. But how is Thompson able to get the power down on those exits? What can Florian do to get the as he slides, and Thompson's going to go through here? Big power slide by Florian there in the 03 car. Great save, great job to catch it, but that was a handful of opposite lock and heart jumping into your throat moment. Thompson is going to go through there. Nice save to really good job to keep his car on the racetrack in that moment. We're going to get a replay of this here, and you can kind of see the back end just didn't quite grip up coming out of the Porsche curves leading up to the Ford chicanes, and Thompson right there to pounce. That's going to put him in that's going to gain him that position. Now, I want to see if Florian's going to be able to stay with him, or if we're going to see a gap develop. This is, again, just because the move has been made. Look at the opposite lock there from the onboard, just like I was saying. Oh my goodness, what a moment, what a save. And we can't overstate what he just did. Keep in mind, we're at a portion of the racetrack. He's doing north of 100 miles an hour right there. So the finesse it takes when the back end steps out like that at that point in time, you have to know when to back off that opposite lock, because sooner or later those tires are going to grip up, they're going to catch, and whatever direction your wheels are pointed, that's the direction that you're going in. And at that stage or at that point of the racetrack, you got concrete walls on either side. So great car control by Florian in that moment. Unfortunately for him, he did lose the spot, but did a great job to keep the car on track. As we are looking at Samuel Villa here in the absolute, I can't make out the second word. My screen is Asaleth, Khaled in my ear there, providing that. This is a battle for position as he works his way around the Get you a car number here in a second. The Door Esports, great shot there coming out of the forest down into that would have been headed towards Indianapolis, I believe, and then Arnage later on up the road. Currently working through the Dunlap corners there as we check in with Blake Reynolds for the first time here in the 32 car. He is currently running, I believe I'm seeing P13, trying to get P12 there. Again, battles all over this racetrack. Everywhere we look, there's a new one that we're seeing for the first time. So it's just, if you're a racing fan, you absolutely love what you're seeing. The guy's putting on a tremendous show here. This is the top split out of 18 splits in total. So we're looking at the very tippy top of the best of the best out of everybody who's signed up here for the major series. It's an absolute honor to be a part of it and bring it to you. I'm not sure if it was mentioned earlier, but we are going to go ahead and say 998 teams showed up on their registration page when the green flag flew to start this race. At one point, there were over 1,000 teams registered. This is the biggest 24-hour race in the major series history. And like I said before, absolute honor to be a part of it. So thank you so much for having us and putting up with my rambling. I hope you guys are enjoying it. As on our bottom screen there, Frank Smithson, the 908 machine, the effects entry, has some company behind him. This is going to be again just kind of stalking, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. A lot of these cars in the trailing cars, the hunters, if you will, just kind of sitting there, just kind of stalking it, even this late into the race, playing it smart, showing the patience, and just kind of being there, filling up those mirrors, making the driver ahead of them think. Just, again, the mental, the physical toll that we're seeing at this point in time. Mistakes are going to happen. If you can bait the driver in front of you into making one of those mistakes, that's a nice, easy way to grab a position or two. As we look at these guys, we're going to way down the back straightaway here. That GTP car is going to be working to get its way through as they head up into Indianapolis, then down to Arnage. GTP will make a move to get one of them. He's going to have to wait until we get back on the straightaway to get by Smiths himself, but you'll see that pass take place momentarily as we crash in the background on our bottom screen. That appeared to be a GTP car. In the background, we're getting a look at it right there. Yeah, it's the BMW of Alessandro CD in the number 95 car. He is back up to speed, so hopefully, I think we'll get a look at it here. Looks like he may have locked the rears up under braking and just kept it out of the wall. That is down in Arnage. I mentioned earlier that wall comes out real close to the racetrack. It's real easy to have an issue there. That is a very flat portion of the racetrack. There's no banking, no camber to help you out on that corner. And in that instance, it looks like he just locked up the rears under braking. Really nice job to keep it out of the fence there. Back up to speed as we look at the effects simulations entry, getting the job done on one of his competitors. That battle is for position. Getting another spot. This was the three-way battle that we had our eye on. So Fernell stalking his prey there for a little while. Got the move done. We'll see if a gap develops there. It already looks as though he's starting to pull away a little bit. That's going to elevate him up to 5th place in class. And you can see now the 02 coming under fire. Or no, that's GTP traffic, my apologies. But that 44 machine not that far behind him as well. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this battle as it continues to develop. The basic Ollie paint scheme, really cool to have those guys here with us in the major series. And as we get a look at our GT3 leader in Marcos Saavedra, just quietly going about his work. We did highlight him when we first came on the air. Good look at the gaps there, the ebb and flow of the race. But again, yeah, just quietly putting in the laps, just in a really good spot here. Nobody really around him. He's got an 8-second gap to second place. And again, just pounding out those laps. And that can be difficult as well. Like if you have other cars around you, you're fully engaged in that battle. You're trying to figure out a way around them. You have things to do to keep your mind occupied. Even though we are at speed and even though you are just pounding out those laps, when you're by yourself like this, it can be difficult at times to remain engaged. So that fatigue, we're going to be talking about it throughout the remainder of this broadcast as Savader's coming into the pits. We'll definitely monitor this to see if a driver change takes place, getting it down to that 60 kilometer an hour speed limit, which feels so slow when you've been out there pounding around at speeds in excess of 170, 180 for these GT3 cars. Marco's getting it down into the pits, car on the air jacks, as we see more takers for the GT3 field. That's going to be Tim Matske in the 78 car. I believe he's going to inherit the lead of the class as this the latest cycle of green flag stops begins, and it's actually going to be Florian who's taking the lead. My apologies there, Cal giving me that information. It's going to be Florian who is taking the lead in class, not the other car there. Good look at him, as this he was involved in a really tight battle. He's kind of broken away from that. Some of that could be the cycle that's ongoing at the moment as well, but again, I've said it before. I'm going to say it a few more times. The fact that we have so many on-track battles after 18 plus hours of racing is just absolutely phenomenal to me. As we did have a driver change in that number 50 machine, Federico Godoy was climbing aboard there, and we had a driver change in our LMP2 leader as well. Connor Jupp now behind the wheel of that number 8 machine. I'm carrying word that he does have a black flag that was given by Race Control. So that is not a system generated black flag. That is a Race Control decision. So that is telling me that there was a protest that was filed somewhere along the way that was investigated. Likely took place before we came on the air, just given how these races typically go. A lot of protests we do have live admins. It'll give us our first opportunity to say that. Live admins across all 18 of these splits, and so a lot of protests coming in. So sometimes they are delayed in getting getting passed on to these race teams, but that black flag coming down for our leader in class. Now, looking at the gaps, he does have a 17-second gap. So he's to come through. If the penalty is just a drive-through, he is going to be able to come out probably in second place, and then we're going to get a chance to see, okay, what can this car do? That 17-second gap has been holding pretty steady pretty much ever since we came on air. So 17 to 18 seconds in that range. So he's either holding back or just pacing himself, or these two cars are even on pace, and we might be in for a treat here by virtue of this penalty. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that battle in the LMP2 category for the race win. Connor Jupp, I imagine, going to be serving this penalty. We'll probably see him peel off here to the pit shortly as we're coming out of the Porsche curves. We're going to see that pit lane entry up ahead on driver's right, and he does indeed make that turn to come to the pit lane. The pit lane entry itself, pretty tricky. There's a small little chicane there that's real close to being able to fully straight line, but you got to put just enough steering inputs that you got to slow it down as he jumps on that limiter. Again, 60 kilometers an hour speed limit here in the pit lane. And he's coming to his box here, so this might be a stop and hold, Khaled. And while while Jupp serves that penalty, where that's going to give us a chance to take a good look at Parker White once again. He is going to be your new leader here in the LMP2 category. Working his way down that Dunlop curve into Tetra Rouge one more time and back out onto the insanely long Mulsanne straight once more. And we have LMP2 traffic into the pit lane. We are able to race headed into the pit lane all the way up to when that pit limiter engages. You don't have to be on the pit limiter until you see that tire barrier there in the background. That is the line where you have to be on the binders. So you are free to race all the way up until that moment. And we did see in some of the other splits where we had passes being made literally in the pit lane. It was absolutely fascinating to watch. These are, as far as I can tell, these are regularly scheduled green flag stops as we see these two drivers coming in for their regularly scheduled service. As the A car continues to sit, coming back out on track there. So that, I'm going to guess that was a stop and hold for probably 60 seconds is about where we were time-wise. So unfortunately for Jupp, and that's number 18, costly penalty for them. We're going to see where they slot back in. We're going to see if they're able to make their way through. Just another wrinkle here in what is going to be a very interesting finish to this 24 hours of Le Mans, as we get a couple of shots there of the virtual crowd enjoying an absolutely beautiful day and an absolutely stunner of a race. Jupp there back out on track. He'll be eager to make up for lost time. So we'll definitely continue to follow up with that story, give him a few laps to kind of see where we're at here in relation to those cars ahead of him, see what kind of a battle we're in for. And speaking of battles, we have traffic, we have LMP2 head-to-head battles. We got a little bit of it all for you. This race has an ebb and flow to it, as all multi-class racing does. For so long, you'll be by yourself, and then all of a sudden, you're in the middle of this huge traffic jam. Now, here at Le Mans, with so many long straightaways, you are able to clear the majority of the traffic. I don't want to say easily, because there's no such thing as an easy pass, even in these multi-class events. But you're able to make the move without being held up too much. There are a few places on the track, though, where if you're going to get stuck behind a slower class car, there's just really not much of a way through. In particular, the Porsche curves from the LMP2 to the GT3 category is a really good example of that. As we see Frank Smits here in the 908, currently P5. This is in the LMP2 category, and he has the 28 car for company not that far behind him. And again, this is a battle for position. We're not seeing a lot of interclass cars putting their competitors a lap down here. It's very very much a very even strength field. And as we're getting a double box view here of Nicholas Bowe, we talked about him when he first got in the car. He has continued to hold the lead, and he's actually built on that lead. That gap is hovering between the 5.7 and the 6 second flat mark. So doing a great job, not only getting out ahead of Bernier there in the 032. At the time he jumped in the car, he was able to not only maintain the lead on cold tires while getting acclimated to the racetrack. He's since built on that lead. He's going to be about 6, 7, maybe 8 laps into his run at this point, so that lead is not ballooned out by any means. He's just slowly, steadily built the gap up, as we see Sam Shepard in the 28 car in the top portion of your screen coming into the pit lane. We're in the heart of another green flag pit cycle here, this time for the LMP2 categories. You're going to see these cars trickling in, able to stay out a lap longer than some of the other takers. So that's worth noting. That very well could come into play later on. As we jump back to Frank Smith, we had him here with us a little earlier. He's going to be up to P3 in the category by virtue of these pit stops. He has not stopped yet, so he's able to go even further. And so he's probably going to have to come in this time around. But doing a nice job there. We are on the Mulsanne straight with him as we continue to work through this race. We're already an hour into the the closing 6-hour portion of our broadcast here. It's flying by still, even this late into it. The first 6 hours absolutely flew by. It was an absolute blast getting to hang out with these amazing broadcast team that the majors has put together, and it's flown by here in this first hour as well. I mentioned traffic earlier. We're in a bit of a traffic jam here. That Ethan Pritchie behind our guy Florian again. That battle seems to be heating up yet again and once more. And this right here is a perfect example of what multi-class racing is all about. These two GT3 drivers battling each other pretty hard. The roles are a bit reversed now as Critchley there is behind Florian now, whereas he was leading earlier. But you were battling your cars in class, and then you had at one point when we first brought them on screen, you had both the GT3 or GTP, excuse me, and the LMP2s going by you at the same time. So you really have your hands full when that happens, and it's going to happen multiple times. Not only throughout the race so far, but we're going to see just more of the same as this race continues to progress. So always got to be aware of your surroundings here in this multi-class racing format. If you are that slower class car, the best thing you can do is just to be predictable, hold the racing line as we see them getting split by these LMP2 and GTP machines. And that was a fantastic shot coming right into your living room. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Those two GT3 drivers doing a great job just maintaining their line. Never fun to be 3 wide, but that was an amazing shot to see right there. And that's a perfect example of what I was just talking about, of maintaining that predictability, maintaining your line, holding the racing line when you're going into corners, allowing those faster class cars to have a reliable target to avoid when they're making those moves. And that's just a great job by these drivers, and they're trying to fight each other for position as well. So you're going to have your hands full. You want to go multi-class racing, you're going to have your hands full, but I can tell you from experience, it is a lot of fun to be a part of. It definitely keeps things interesting, not only from a driver's standpoint, but being able to watch as well. And these guys, really good fight here between these guys too. It's been in a bit of an ebb and flow, but they've been joined at the hip pretty much ever since we came back on air. They were broken up in a pit cycle there for a little bit, but two very, very evenly matched cars, two drivers that are just going strength to strength. Very, like I said, very evenly matched. The only difference in this instance is Critchley may not have gotten everything out of the pit stop he possibly could have, which is why these roles are reversed at this point in time. But these two drivers absolutely engaging in a really good battle with each other. Been a lot of fun to watch so far. So while we continue to watch this on-track battle, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, courtesy of our Whiplash Sim Cams. You stick around and keep enjoying the sights and sounds. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back right after this. And welcome back to the Majors 24. We're looking at probably what's been our best battle on track here for the last little bit. That's going to be Florian in the number 83 machine and the McLaren in front of him. These two drivers have been swapping positions back and forth a little bit, really, for the better part of the hour that we have been back on the air with you. So, in fact, that's about the biggest gap that we've seen between these two drivers here when they've been together on track. Put on a fantastic show. Khaled and I were just talking during the break. The battles on track have been absolutely a blast, and he's doing a fantastic job bringing them to you. Hope you've been enjoying it as well. Do want to point out we did have we were referencing the penalty to the number 8 car in the LMP2 category. We did go ahead and post the protest page that is on the Major Series, so we can always go and check that out and take a look and see what's going on there as we are riding with Connor Jupp. He's made his way back up to 3rd, so we're still on the podium here. The problem is he is unfortunately 42 seconds off the leader and about 21 seconds behind second place. Also have some sparks coming out from underneath that car, so I'm not sure if we've had an off track somewhere or if that's just a tire pressure thing or just a graphics glitch. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But I believe he's going to be under fire. Yeah, that is 4th position. That was close, too. That is 4th position between himself and the 069, who does go through. So that car with the sparks might have some damage. This is in replay. It may have been a slowdown as well. Khaled's telling me in the ear. If you go off track, especially out of Tetra Rouge onto Mulsanne, that is a very common place to get a slowdown penalty, so he may have been serving that. So interesting development there. He was able to work his way back by the 69 or the 069 machine, moving over into the preferred line once that GTP traffic has worked its way through, working our way through the Mulsanne corner. We have Mulsanne straight, Mulsanne corner, 2 distinct portions of the racetrack. Definitely want to make sure we don't get those confused, as the 069 has a really good run out of that Mulsanne corner, literally pushing the 8, who's going to go hyper defensive there on the inside. I don't think you fit a piece of paper between those two cars right now. Working our way up to Indianapolis, 069 backs off a little bit to give him space to make the corner. We have a GT3 car there that they're also going to have to navigate around. Really tough to get a move done into Arnage here between the GT3 and the LMP2. With the performance difference, the GT3 actually has a little bit better braking than the LMP2. The LMP2 does not have anti-lock brakes. These GT3 cars do. And we'll probably see it at some point, but out of the corners, those the LMP2 machines, excuse me, they do bog down just a little bit. So it does take them a minute or two or a moment or two to get spooled up and get that powertrain in there. So, makes it very interesting when you try to, or when you're trying to make the move on those GT3 cars. At times, it's flat out frustrating as we transition over to our overall leader, Nicholas Bowe, still leading from that 68 machine, but the 032, you can see right there in shot, not that far behind. So this battle is going to be heating up again for too terribly much longer. That gap at one point in time was almost 6 seconds, and so I believe it's still Bernier in that car. I don't know if these guys have stopped yet or not. I know the 68 did not too terribly long ago, but that gap is coming down, and this is the battle for your overall race lead. Seeing our track map there on the right-hand side for the first time, getting a real good look at the Circuit de la Sarthe here at Le Mans, and you can just see how much of that track is just straight line pure speed, which was very much by design when this track was first created. All the way back in the first race here was held in 1923, and it was designed specifically to test both speed and endurance. And because human nature is innately competitive, one car went out there, then another car went out there, and then all of a sudden we had a 24-hour race. And it has just begun, it just began to take on its own identity and has just continuously evolved into the great event that we have today as we take a good look at the number 44 machine currently being driven by Ricardo Ferreira. We have a replay here. This is a battle for position down into the Dunlop corner. Really nice race in here between these two. It's tight, but it's respectful. Ricardo's going to get the run coming through Tetra Rouge and onto Mulsanne Straight. That was nice driving by both gentlemen right there, and not really getting away either. The 0-2 still right there with them. This is a battle for, as I said before, this is a battle for 6th and 7th here in class. On a personal note, that number 44 machine, that is the driver or the car number for one of my teammates. And our cars are a variation of purple gold with some steel in there. So when I saw that 44 with the purple and silver, I had to do a double take for just a quick second, just to make sure that it was not one of my teammates sneaking into this race and not telling me about it. But it is not one of my teammates. It is Mr. Ferreira, who is not getting away from that 0-2 machine as we jump into the split screen there. That 0-2 being driven by Valen Wiserica. So I'm sure I butchered that, so my apologies. But this is a great battle, so we're going to stick with it for a minute, working our way through Arnage here. So as part of the racetrack, we are going to be headed up to Porsche Curse. Now, I mentioned performance difference between LMP2 GT3. We're about to see that take place here because these LMP2 drivers are going to catch those GT3s about the time they get into Porsche Curves. You can try to make the move through here. Not the most advisable move in the world, but we have seen it done here, and it looks as though Ferreira is going to take discretion as the better part of Valor, try to set something up. Maybe headed into the 4 chicanes. What that is going to allow the 0-2 to do is creep right up on him, and we can see he got a good run out of the Porsche Curves, but they kind of go side by side for a second. Into the 4 chicane we go. Ferreira's able to get through the 0-2. Also was clear, I believe. Yes, he is. But that is a bit of strategy on the fly, because look at the gap that was able to develop just by virtue of Ferreira able to get through in the 0-2, kind of being stuck there, not fully clear going into the chicanes, slowed him up a little bit. Going to be interesting to see if he's able to claw that gap back, and if so, how quickly can that happen. As we check in one more time on this fantastic battle for 2nd and 3rd here in the GT3 category. These guys are just not, they're like magnets. They just cannot get away from each other, and we're loving every second of it. Just top-notch driving by both of these guys here. We're going to be checking in with this battle quite a bit, I'm going to imagine, because it doesn't appear to be going away anytime soon. Florian Durkop there in the 113, chasing down the 2nd place car in category, and you can see a little bit of traffic coming through there. And again, 3rd place, they're not too terribly far off. I do believe that 3rd GT3 that you saw in shot there, that is going to be a battle for position, I believe, based off of the gaps that I'm seeing here in timing and scoring. As we have a change of position, 0-2 got by the 44. We were just checking in with this battle earlier. He was hung up a little bit coming out of the 4 chicanes. Now he's through with the 44, taking a peek. We're headed down to the 2nd of the chicanes on Mulsanne. We'll stay with this fight for now until we get through Mulsanne corner, but then maybe see if we can get a replay to see how Valen got around Ferreira here. Headed down in headed down into Mulsanne here. We're going to hit that braking zone. There is going to be traffic ahead, traffic behind them as well, which I'm sure is probably what played a role in allowing that 0-2 to slip by the 44. And here is our aforementioned replay. We're well on the straightaway and just a nice move into the first chicane there. As I'm hearing, we have an incident on the track. That's Blake Reynolds on screen there. Is he our victim here? This is coming out of Indianapolis up to Arnage, and I think I know what's about to happen. Yep, just outbraked himself ever so slightly. But again, another one of those. That's one of those no harm, no foul. He is dropping a lot of debris onto the racetrack, though. That's going to affect the drivers behind him. But I mentioned it before, Arnage, a very, very easy corner to have an issue. It is so flat, and you can see other drivers coming through. You can see some of that debris picked up by Reynolds as he got back on track. This is our battle for the lead, which is also heating up as well. We mentioned earlier, Nicholas got out to a pretty good lead as we go back to the double box there. Bernier still on board that 032 machine, working our way through Porsche curves, and he's just edging ever closer. Got a really nice run through there. Maybe looking to set something up here coming to the chicanes. I don't think we're going to see a move at that point in time, though. I think we're going to just be a little bit patient here and see if we can maybe force a mistake or something like that. Still a long way to go. Both of these drivers have the pace on each other. Bernier probably has the advantage at this point. He's going to know that, having run him down from about 5.5, 6 seconds back. If we stay on that onboard, we're going to get a really good shot going up the hill to the Dunlop chicane, clearing some of that GT traffic, and you can see just how much we are climbing. And then we're going to see a real steep drop as we go underneath the bridge, starting right here as the track just drops away from you. And we have both GT3 traffic and LMP2 traffic up ahead. Looking for an opportunity to maybe make a move, but Beau was able to clear the traffic. Bernier got stuck behind it a little bit, and that is going to affect his run all the way down this Mulsanne straight into the first chicane there. You can see that gap just building ever so slightly, and then as we get into the braking zone, we'll see if he can close it back up again, talking about Bernier right here. And to me, it's just it's so fascinating to watch the ebb and flow from these onboards that we see from Bernier specifically as he's getting held up again by GT traffic. Maybe a little nudge there, maybe a bit of a touch on that McLaren there. But you can see it doesn't take much. You get stuck behind some of the slower traffic, and there's a good representation of it on the top of your screen. Beau able to pull out another gap. We're looking at a couple of seconds now, just because Bernier got tied up behind slower traffic for just 2 quarters, but it came in an unfortunate time for him where he had to fight that all the way down this long Mulsanne straight. He will clear the LMP2 going into Mulsanne corner as we continue to stay. As we now go full screen to Nicholas, there's a good shot at that little right-hand kink headed into that tight corner there. And a good look at the gaps right there. Just exactly what I was talking about how that, about how just getting hung up just that tiny little bit is going to translate, and all that work that Bernier did, he's going to have to do it all over again to get caught back up. And that is just the ebb and flow of multi-class racing. You go into it expecting it to happen. It's so frustrating when it does, when you're that driver that fought really hard to close that gap down. And this is a fun little graphic that Kala just put up. The strategy and the stint length give us a really good idea of where we're at here in terms of the stint length. There you can see the number of is that laps, or I believe that's going to be minutes. So time frame. So So we can see how long it's been since these guys last pitted. That's going to give us some idea of when they're going to be due in. The GTP cars, they can go 45 to 50 minutes on a full tank of fuel. The GT3s just under an hour, and then the LMP2s have the shortest stint. Theirs is right around 35 to 40 minutes, depending on how much fuel save you're doing. But a really good visual representation of where we're at in terms of the stints as we get a good look at Marcus Hamilton here in the number 33 car. Somebody has a meatball out there. We're going to get you that here in just a second. That's going to be Alessandro Cidi, the 96. The entire front end of that car is gone. He is moving at a fairly good clip, so engine seems to be intact, but he's going to have zero downforce going through these corners here. We're looking to see what happened to this machine. And I'm being told he does have a meatball, so he's going to have to come in and get that fixed coming out of the Dunlop corner. And, yep, a little loose going in. He corrected, tires bit, and off he went. So I was kind of talking about that a while ago when we were talking about Florian's 4-tire skid, about that opposite lock that he put in, and he was able to back off of it before the tires bit. That, unfortunately, for the 96 machine did not take place. And I'm almost wondering if it may have been a cold tire situation. I don't know, maybe he was coming out of the pits. But either way, it's unfortunate for him. He's going to have to go back and get that repaired. I'm going to assume just about everybody's used a fast repair at this point in time. I don't have a way of being able to see if he has used that or not. If I do get that information, I will absolutely pass that on. But that is going to be a bit of a lengthy repair for that car, unfortunately. Switching gears, we're looking at the number 11 of Ricardo Groppi in the Vesta Sports Red machine here. Currently P5 in class. He's going to inherit a position or two by virtue of the misfortune of a few of his competitors. That car behind him is 4 position as well, as we're headed down the Mulsanne Straits. Once again, I believe this is the first time that we've seen Ricardo since we've come back on the air. Nice looking race car. One thing we were talking about with Mike Taylor down in Split 2 yesterday. An overlooked part of this series are the liveries of these race cars, and it's a lot of fun to see the creativity that these teams come up with when it comes to getting these cars looking good, looking race ready. This one definitely no exception. I'm very much liking the red and blue accents on there, as that gap to the car behind is shrinking a little bit. That is going to be the number 22 car. Got a good run out of Mulsanne corner using the slipstream to close that gap down. I would look to see if we're going to be making a move here in the next few laps. As we're headed down into Indianapolis. Indianapolis, I think, is probably my favorite corner of the racetrack. I couldn't really tell you why. Porsche curves are fantastic, don't get me wrong. But you can carry so much speed into Indianapolis. It's one of those corners where you carry a lot more speed than you think you can. And when you get it right, it's pretty fun to go through. The 22 with a really good run out of Arnage as we head up into Porsche curves. We'll see if he can kind of keep creeping up on here. This battle's really been heating up since we first jumped on board with the 11 car. It's kind of shrunk visually even since then, since we've been watching this battle. Not really an overtaking opportunity upcoming for intra-class battles, really, until we get to the top of the hill. The 22 with a quick flash to the lights as they clear the GT3 traffic coming through those 4 chicanes. That second one I was talking about there, you can kind of see a visual representation of just how much curbing we got to take to navigate it. as we are going through the start-finish straight to begin yet another lap. Gap built back up a little bit by virtue of that traffic. As you see Alessandro Yelli in that 22, he's going to be the one who's been stalking that 11 car that we've been watching for the last little bit. And then on the bottom, Florian, that gap, about as big as it's been all day since we've come back online here. There was some traffic that worked their way through, so I would anticipate that gap to close back up like it has been all along. And then on the top, Alessandro Lelli in the number 22. Building up a bit of a gap, or going down that straightaway. We'll see if he can close things back up here as we get down towards the back half of the lap. There is some traffic ahead, so perhaps another opportunity to get things closed down, maybe even make a move. We'll just keep an eye on that. We'll see if we stay with this battle here as it progresses. Lelli there with a flash of the lights as they clear the LMP2 traffic. On the top of your screen, we're headed down into Mulsanne Corner, and on the bottom portion of your screen, we are still on the Mulsanne Straight, so it's good representation. These cars were side by side at the start-finish line, so you can just see how much more speed these GTP cars carry compared to the GT3 machines. It's always fun to me to see the difference in speed between these classes, and again, just how you navigate it. And when we say slower class cars, keep in mind these GT3 cars, they are no slouches in terms of the performance. It's just these GTP machines are purpose-built race cars, whereas the GT3 begin their lives as production show cars you can go to a dealership and buy. But they are tuned up. They are. We do have BOP for this particular race as well, and they are fantastic machines in their own right when it comes down to which car you're going to pick when you decide you want to run one of these races. A lot of it does come down to driver preference. It is worth noting the GT3 field is traditionally the biggest class in pretty much all sports car racing. So a lot of love for the class in particular. As Lelli comes to the pits, we've been watching this battle here developing, so we're going to get a bit of a break from it. The number 22 making a green flag pit stop. This is a scheduled stop, so that is going to allow that 11 car to have a bit of a breather. The pressure is going to ease off a little bit, but not too much, because you want to take advantage of not having to defend the entire time, and maybe pump in a couple of fast laps to potentially build that gap back up when you come in to make your pit stop. As we get a good look at Samuel Shepard in the number 28 LMP2 machine. This is the battle for 9th place, or excuse me, it's going to be the battle for 8th place. My apologies. As Shepard is stalking the 508 machine directly in front of him there. First time we've seen these two cars on screen as well here in the broadcast today. GTP coming through yet again. You can never get away from the traffic here at this stage of the race. These cars are going to be pretty well spread out all over the track. Shepard, his race story, again, very quiet. That team doing a really good job, though, still hanging around in the top 10. Still trying to make up positions. As we have a battle for the GT3 lead starting to heat up. The 50 machine has the 5-0, not 1-5, 5-0 machine has been holding the lead in that category, but that Vesta Sport Mercedes has now gotten to within half a second of it. That's Josh Thompson. He was behind the battle between Florian and that McLaren at one point in time, but he was able to make his way through both of those cars. He has since driven away, and now he's up here contending for the lead. So Thompson having a really nice drive here on this stint. Now, when you have been running down that leader and you think, okay, I got the pace, this weird phenomenon happens that when you get right up on him, all of a sudden, you can't get by him. So the old adage of catching is one thing, passing is quite another is going to be on full display here. Thompson here just kind of stalking our leader here at this point, despite having run down that 50 machine. Coming out of the Mulsanne corner. At this point in time, you're just trying to focus on getting your corners right, maybe trying to get a run, maybe applying the pressure here to that car in front of you. You want to be patient here. Again, this is for the class lead, so you do want to be patient. You want to be mindful. You want to be as respectful as you can be of that leader as well. But at the same time, you want to try to get by because, as you see in shot there, third place is not that far behind. And the longer you spend, you obviously have the pace because you've run this car down, and the longer you spend behind that car, the more that gap is going to shrink down, and if it continues that way, we will have a three-way battle for the lead here as we check back in with Ethan Critchley and Florian in their battle here. This is for third in class. So that third car in our previous shot was not for position, so let me correct myself there. This is in fact the battle for third as we continue to just watch this battle as it develops. Both of these drivers not getting away from each other. They've swapped on track positions, and when Critchley was the trailing car, he did not let Florian get away. Now that Florian's the trailing car, he's not letting Ethan get away. So this battle with the ebb and flow definitely been a lot of fun to keep an eye on. One developing story though is that that fifth place car kind of creeping into it. He's just kind of holding steady, just watching this, ready to pick up the pieces should something happen. There he is with our friend Matsky there, with who's looking a little tired, and as well he should. We've been working hard for 19 and a half hours now. We're down to the final 4.5 hours of this race, and just want to draw your attention to the track map there as this battle actually is heating up quite a bit. That track map there, the field pretty well spread out across the board here. So we have been under green for quite a while now, pushing 2.5 hours. So a long green flag run here. As we deviate from that battle to take a look at Gabriel Yakov in the 43 car, that Mercedes. Purple and white, always a fun color combo there as well. I'm very partial to purple and teal. That's my team's colors, so anything purple on it's going to get my attention. Very partial to that color. Doing a great job here. Running in the, what is that, the 7th position? Is that what I'm reading? Am I reading that correctly? 11th, my apologies. Just outside the top 10. So we'll want to keep an eye on that. They're going to want to be moving up if possible as we begin to get down towards the tail end of this race. Yeah, I mentioned a second ago, we're down to 4.5 hours remaining. It's gone by fast as we have a replay here. The 11 car just missing the chicane there. He's going to get a slowdown for that. Have to give back a little bit of time. That's going to allow him to fall into the clutches of that machine behind him. It's also going to allow the number 22 to scoot away just a little bit. These two were fighting. They're having a really good battle for position before the pit stop sequence began. And that battle is going to be rejoined here now that the pit cycle has been completed. And speaking of pit stops, our leader, Nicholas Bowe, is in. This is the overall race leader. He looks as though he's going to be staying in to do another stint out on track here. We'll have to see how he blends in with the 032. As we have a replay down on the bottom of our screen, that is Pedro. Oh, this is, my apologies, this is live. So this is the 032. Bernier was in that car. We've had a driver change. Pedro Valencia now at the helm of that car. And this is actually going to be the blend. So Valencia stopped 1 lap sooner. And Nicholas Bowe coming out of the pits, he's going to have a healthy lead. This wasn't even close in terms of any kind of overlap here. Bowe's going to hang on to that lead. He is going to be on cold tires, so we're going to have to be careful there. But he's already working his way through Tetra Rouge, and Valencia just now clearing the Dunlap curves. So that's going to equate to about, without looking at timing and scoring, that's going to be about a 6-second gap, just looking at where they're at relative to each other. So things looking pretty good right now for the 68. That gap's beginning to grow a little bit. He did have quite a gap built up at one point in time. And we're starting to see that play out once again. Still a long way to go, though. So 4.5 hours. We're in the fourth quarter, but we're in the early stages of the fourth quarter. So it's still really anybody's race. If you're in really the top 3 to 5 in your class, you still have a shot at this thing. A safety car can change anything. There's a couple of strategy options that may be viable, may be available to you. You may want to start to slip into the fuel save mode. I think we do have some teams that have been doing that all along, just based off of the overlap there. Some teams coming in a little bit earlier, some teams coming in a little bit later. So that final strategy play has yet to be seen. But as it stands right now, Bowe looking really good in that 68 machine, currently leading overall here at Le Mans. And as we jump back with Tim Matzke, that, I'm not going to lie, that picture cracks me up every time I see it. It makes me chuckle. Really, for the first time, there's a bit of a, I'm not seeing the McLaren of Critchley there with in shot. So I'm wondering if we had a pit stop there, perhaps. But Matzke is now stalking Florian there in the in that Mercedes. We've been watching these three battle it out quite a bit over the last little bit, and deservedly so. It's been a great fight. As oh no, Critchley went off track. That's why he's not in the picture. This is going to be at the Dunlap chicane. So I'm not sure if it's a scenario where he pitted and then he came out on cold tires, or if he just didn't get it right. If I had to guess, I do think it was off to the pits because he was so far off the actual racing surface. There's an access road that comes out of the pits, and he was on that access road. So if I had to hazard a guess, and Cal's confirming it for me now, actually, he was coming out of the pits, cold tires. I think we're getting a replay of it right now. Yeah, here we go. Just tries to light him up, and very difficult to handle on those cold tires. And oh, that's a significant impact. Let's hope he doesn't have any suspension damage there. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if he comes back in, or if he's able to stay out on track. That's not a insignificant impact. So if we're watching, I'm not sure. This is going to be live. So the steering looks okay there, and so hopefully he's not too terribly damaged. Even if the steering's okay, there's going to be some aero damage from a impact of that significance. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, see if he can get back up there with these guys here that we're looking at on screen yet again. Matzke really stalking Florian at this point in time. And again, you're still wanting to be very strategic. Like we have the tactical side of things where you want to get by the guy, you want to get that position done, but there is still a strategic element even this far into the race, because even this far into the race, we still have a long way to go. We still have over 4 hours left in this race as we work our way through Porsche curves. And to put that into perspective, iRacing has a real popular Nürburgring Endurance Series. Excuse me, those races are 4 hours in length. We still have more time left in this race than one of those entire 4-hour races. So still a long way to go, even though it feels like we've been racing for forever at this point. So you still, even now, you still want to be patient. You want to be very judicious when you decide to make that pass. Have that tempered aggression and make sure your risks are still calculated even now. As we have another round of GT3 pit stops beginning as we begin to cycle through here. Looking at the 211, Roberto Rebecchi currently at the helm there. This looks like it's just standard service as we see a couple more drivers coming in. Again, we're going to have that trickle in effect given how spread out the field is now at this point in time. Looking to see what, if any, driver changes have taken place as well. Just checking in there as we take a good look at the 79 car. Yishao Yumas currently at the wheel. Looks like he's gonna... Nope, I was gonna say, looks like he's gonna stay in, but as soon as I say that, the name swaps. Alex Bennett hopping in that Mercedes. He'll be jumping in here, and we'll see him rejoin shortly. Our LMP2 leaders in Parker White in the 117. Routine service here is what it looks like, and also it looks like he's going to be staying in for another stint as well. And Dylan Bitzman, number 10 GTP car, we're transitioning to him on track battle. Currently running 8th, and that GTP car behind him, that is for position. That's going to be Kyle Griffiths in the 0-1 machine. These guys are going to be duking it out on track. We are... I believe we just came out of the Mulsanne corner and we're headed up to Indianapolis is where we're at on track. Oh, nope, we're headed into the Porsche curves, my mistake. So when we bounce around like this, sometimes it takes a second to see exactly where we're at. So the track is so big, it takes a minute to get the landmarks sorted. All the trees start to look the same after a little while. So, yeah, this battle here, first time we're seeing it on screen. But, again, everywhere we look, there's something going on. Even though the field's really spread out, there's not a lot of cars that are running on their own. Plenty of battles to be found, and we're doing our best to find them, bring them to you, and enjoying every second of these guys going all out here on the virtual Circuit de la Sarthe. 8 miles in duration, 24 hours in length. As we see Justin Dive Bomber Barrera. So my question here is, the handsome fella that we're seeing in the photo, is that actually what Justin looks like? If so, I think I can say without hesitation that's going to be the best looking driver in the field. So we'll have to follow up on that. I also love the self-awareness of the Dive Bomber acronym. Love the sense of humor there. Definitely got a chuckle out of that. Currently running P10, I believe, in that 17 machine as we transition over to the 909 again. Wanted to give everybody here in this race a chance to get on screen. It is definitely deserving. Anybody who's still in the race at this point in time has been putting the work in, definitely deserve a little bit of screen time here. As the 908 coming out of the pits, we talked about cold tires a little bit here and there. Want to take a second to elaborate on it right now. You're going to see a perfect example of this. the GTP cars especially, very, very difficult to handle on cold tires. It takes them a full lap and a half, almost 2 full laps to get these cars back, or these tires, into a window where you actually feel comfortable leaning on them for the grip and pushing at full song. So you can see through the first section of the racetrack here, Oscar Tringale not able to clear that GT3 car. That is not because he is having issues or anything like that. It's because those tires are in fact so cold. The GT3 machine's able to get their tires up to temp a little bit faster due to the onboard systems that these GTPs just don't have, and that's a perfect representation about how much of a struggle it is right out of the pits, especially here at Le Mans, because you have an immediate traction event literally right out of pit exit. You're going into the Dunlap chicane, and you got to have grip right away. So easy to lose the car on that very first corner right out of the pits. All these drivers doing a fantastic job. I can't tell you how many times I have lost it coming out of the pits in that chicane, as we have a replay here. This is going to be Kyle Griffiths. That's going to be for position. This is the first chicane of the Mulsanne Straight. Nice move there. Able to get a run out of Tetra Rouge down Mulsanne and got the move done there in the first chicane as we go live to the 0-1 machine. Currently working our way just outside of Porsche curves, headed up to the pit lane entry and the Ford chicanes. You can see that pit lane entry there off in the distance. Great overhead shot. You can see just how much tighter the second of the chicanes is compared to the first. There's a great representation of it there. You can also see just how dark this racetrack has become due to the just the rubber that's being laid down as these drivers continue to work around and coming up into that Dunlop chicane. This is where, coming out of the pits, very easy to lose the car. Great shot of the speed differential between the two classes there. As checking in with the chat, Aaron, thanks for joining. We do have the timing up there for you. Hope you saw that and hope you are able to access it and enjoy it. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate everybody who's watching. And we'll mention it again. Please feel free to jump in the chat. We love the engagement. Any drivers that want to jump in for an interview, come join us, hang out for a little bit. We'd love to have you as well. As we have, is this for position, Khaled? I believe it is. Yeah, the 0-1 getting another one, kind of on the march now. That's the second one in the last couple of laps. So that car, freshly out of the pits, using those new tires to full advantage. Currently up to P7 overall in the race, and he will be looking to run down the Vesta Sports red team, not that far up the road from the gap that I'm seeing here, as we jump on Callum Lux in the 00. He's going to be in a battle with Jonathan Corrella in the 27 machine. A little bit of a connectivity issue there. So Khaled, yeah, confirm that with me. A little bit of a blinking action going on. That'll happen when the connection's not super great. We'll want to keep an eye on that, because iRacing will cut you out of the session if that connectivity issue persists. So definitely something we want to keep our eye on. That is something, hopefully it stabilizes for his sake, so we don't lose him here, as we have yet another battle. This is the 31 in the GT3 category, losing out to the number 10 car there. that is the battle for ninth place. We have 3 cars in shot. I believe all 3 are for position. The 0-1 there leading that charge. Checking in our GT3 category here. This is... Can't quite make out that car number. My apologies. My screen's very pixelated at the moment. The 47 car. Thank you, Khaled. 47 car. This is... Am I reading that correctly? P6 in class? Is that what I'm seeing here? P8. Again, for some reason, my screen just got super pixelated. So... depending on Khaled here quite heavily. You're going to hear from him here in a little bit, in all likelihood. So he's doing a great job behind the scenes. He's the one that's finding all these battles for you. So massive shout out to him and to all of our broadcasters here. The top 4 splits are being broadcasted. It's all in-house. We're all members of the Majors series. And so definitely go check out all 4 of those broadcasts. You can get those on the Majors YouTube channel, and we're all having a lot of fun bringing this to you. I have another battle in the GT3 category here. This is the Vermilion Esports team, and this is the battle for 6th right here. Yeah, so that's between the 79 and the 40. I'm having a hard time seeing it. I'm so sorry, guys. The 42 car, I believe. Good battle here, developing, and again, it's one of those scenarios where you're just kind of just hanging out there, just filling that guy in front of you, filling his mirrors, making him think about what you might be doing, just letting him know you're there. Not necessarily trying to make a move or anything like that, although as I say that, he does peek to the outside as we're headed into the second chicane here on the Mulsanne Straight.
Hey, Timmy Calip.
And we are being joined here by Trevor Gogola. Trevor, how are we doing, pal? Thanks for joining. How are you?
Good. For the time being, I'll be the extra commentator bouncing around between splits. I wanted to spend 5 minutes with y'all and just check in on how the top split's going today.
Your timing is impeccable. I did just give a shout out to everybody here talking about how all 4 splits were being broadcast. No, we're having a lot of fun down here. As you can see, I don't know if you have our actual stream pulled up at the moment, but we have battles everywhere. Like, there's been no shortage of on-track action. A lot of cars nose to tail. We got 2 of them in the GT3 category currently on screen. But we've had, it's been like this ever since we came on air. So I'm having a blast. I think Khaled's having a blast. He's doing a fantastic job finding these battles for us. How about you, my friend? You having fun?
Absolutely, bouncing around trying to keep up with 4 races has been quite fun. But checking in here, it's it's interesting. You see across the splits that a lot of the same teams with their various cars are holding on to the lead. It looks like you can tell which teams are the ones spending a lot of time making sure they're practicing, making sure they're getting their strategies lined up, and making sure they're keeping their nose clean.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier about just how clean the racing has been by and large. We've had no major incidents since we've come back on the air in terms of car-to-car contact. We've had a couple of single car incidents where guys have lost it on their own, but in terms of the actual racing, it's been very clean, which when we're at when we're 18 hours into a 24-hour race, that in and of itself is pretty fantastic. You're tired. Your mental stamina is really being affected. Your patience is probably being affected as well. But the on-track action here, it's been fast, it's been furious, it's been phenomenal, and it has been really clean. And to your point, it's very clear these drivers put in the work, put in the time. They know these tracks. They know this track. They know their cars, and that is very evident with the conduct that we're seeing here in terms of etiquette between these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's genuinely an incredible event every year. I've never had, whether I've been racing in it or doing more of this, more of the background stuff for my team here in the past, and now commentating this one due to life commitments. It's just genuinely a great time. You just never see this kind of thing throughout various leagues as strongly as the majors has done. The unbiased stewarding system where you don't have the league admin making the final decisions, let's say, on every single stewarding call. It just helps keep it pretty balanced here.
Absolutely. And I'm kind of in the same boat you are. I'm not racing this year. We thought about putting a team together, but it was just too late to really get anything going. But I did get to spend some time in Split 2 on our opening 6 hours. I spent the first 4 hours of the race there, hanging out with Mike Taylor, and we were both just amazed at how fast that time flew by. And it came down to on-track product. It was not disappointing early on, and it's definitely not disappointing now.
Understood. Well, yeah, I mean, it's genuinely just it's a tough race. It's always been a tough race. Nowhere near the Nürburgring 24-hour that I just ran with the iRacing official. As we see the 44 car jumping out right from P5 to take over. It looks like P4 if I'm calculating correctly. Yeah, taking over P5. But yeah, genuinely a wonderful event every year. And you all here alone through the end here? What's our schedule looking like for y'all?
So Khaled is behind the scenes. He's going to jump in and do a little bit of commentary here towards the end of it. He's if you don't want me to give this away, Khaled, tell me to shut up in my ear. But he has family members who are still asleep, so we're trying to keep the noise down to allow them to get some rest here, which is perfectly fine. He's going to join me here in a little bit on the comms, but for now it has just been me. But that's okay. I can talk about race cars all day long. So I'm good with it, but always love having you stop by. I did see you were going to be bouncing around between the splits, so definitely appreciate you hopping in here. Yeah, let me ask you this. You did mention the Nürburgring, the 24. Very different animal from what we have here. Which of those two do you like better? Or is it kind of like, you love all your children the same, they just each have their own quirks, or do you have a preference?
No, the Nürburgring is the redheaded stepchild to my endurance racing career. I do not enjoy that track at all. It is the bane of my existence. I don't believe I've ever had a race at the Nürburgring that didn't end in at least one or two repairs. I've won splits in various endurance races at Le Mans, at the, multiple wins at the Daytona 24. This is just my type of racing. Although I enjoy driving the TCR around the Nürburgring quite a bit, it's just not where my skill set is. There's not enough runoff, let's say.
And when you do compete here at Le Mans, here at Daytona, what's your car preference?
Yeah, so, we were a GTE team for many, many years through the past. And then when that got phased out there at the end of 22, 23, we really gravitated toward the LMP2. Believe it or not, trying to decide from going to GT3 or LMP2, the LMP2 drove way more similar to how the GTEs were driving the early 2020s of iRacing. The aero on the GTEs is just so much stronger than it is on the GT3s. I'm terrified to take a GT3 through the corner here, through any corner at speed with the low aero you got to run at Le Mans.
Yeah, and with all the updates that have gone into the LMP2, it's definitely lost some of its teeth for sure. We did. I ran this car at the Watkins Glen event last weekend for the Major Series, and that to me, one of the few tracks where it still feels like an LMP2 when you drive it. We were talking about it earlier, where it just seems to kind of bog down off the corner. It just takes you forever to navigate the traffic here. I do think we do have an updated LMP2 coming down the pipe here in the next year and a half, but I that's my personal favorite car on the entire service. It's been a blast to drive in years gone by. Still fun, but it's definitely lost some of its teeth for sure. As we're looking at,
sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say for sure the LMP2 has been my favorite car for the last 4 years or so. It's genuinely one of the most well simulated cars I feel like on this service. It has a balance of the fast, like, high downforce aero, but it takes advantage of the tire model quite well. And I know a lot of drivers have said that it's one of the most realistic, but also just fun to drive cars on the service.
Absolutely. It's one of those cars you can really take to just about any road course and have a good time with it. And I actually don't even own any of the GTP cars. I've never even felt the need to buy them just because I'm content with the LMP2. So looking at Parker White here, we were on board with him for a little while. Right now we're on these SATA cams, and I do appreciate these. These are a lot of fun. They're kind of underutilized, so thank you, Khaled, for bringing this up, because this lets you see so much going on. You get to see the suspension working. You get to see the different lines that are being taken. You can see the speed differences between the classes. Really kind of an underutilized camera option, so anytime we get to see these pop up, always a lot of fun. Quick update from Race Control. Car number 96 did receive a drive-through penalty. This was for potential avoidable contact. They were found to be at fault for an incident that took place a little while back. So just quick housekeeping on that. They have already served that penalty and are back out on track. There is the 96 right here. This was the car that had its front end completely shorn off a little while ago, Trevor. There was an incident where they had an off track and a bit of an incident there. I don't believe that's what incurred the penalty, but definitely having a rough hour or so between the crash and now the penalty, but they're still out there, still pounding around. I think we're getting another replay of it right here. This was the incident. Yeah, so not taking a penalty for that for sure. But that was the crash that set them back a little bit, and now the penalty on top of it. Unfortunately, probably going to be out of the running for the win here, but you never know. Again, we just crossed over the 4-hour mark just a few seconds ago. And this kind of is a good segue into those teams and drivers that, again, no disrespect here, but they're kind of out of it for the win, but they're still going to be pounding around this racetrack, still getting everything they can, still wanting to finish the race. Trevor, I did talk at some length earlier just about how impressive it is just to get a finish here. You said it yourself, not even aware that we had that conversation, but you said it yourself that it is such a tough race just to finish. They talk about the spirit of Le Mans, the real world event. I think we do capture that really well here in the virtual world as well. Can you speak to that for a minute as well, just kind of what your take on that would be?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's genuinely an incredible feat just to finish some of these races, because you look at it like just with that one little jackknife incident here where you tear the front off of the car. It's not something that you expect or hope to happen, but that's 20 hours into this race. You think about how many times you're passing that exact corner over and over and over again with no issue, and you just have a slight bit more gas pedal, a slightly bit more brake pressure going into the corner, and your whole race is over. I know, like, you're worried about fuel saving strategy. You're worried about staying low on the incident points with going off track. But at the end of the day, one slight wheel in the grass or somebody doing something that you didn't expect, or something stupid here will just completely ruin your race. And that's it. That's the end of your 24-hour race that you'd spent your whole week preparing for. Could just end in an instant just purely because you dropped a tire in the grass at the wrong time.
Yeah, and And while we do have the fast repairs, and while you can get those repairs done even without the fast repair, the system is generally very forgiving in terms of letting you get the cars repaired. At that point, any chance you had for a good finish goes out the window. But I know for me, when I'm in the driver's seat, I'm incredibly competitive. I'm not a fast driver by any means. I know kind of where I'm at in terms of my abilities, and I still want to finish that race, even if I know I'm not in the running for it, because you dedicate so much, because you have a team of people behind you in endurance races like this. You kind of feel like you owe it to them to finish this thing out, and it's tough. Like you gotta, as cliche as it sounds, when that happens, you do have to brush it off quickly and get back into it because your team is going to need you. Chances are that driver's going to be back in the car again before this race is over. So there's a mental toughness that doesn't get talked about enough. Even in the virtual world, yes, this is virtual racing, but the competition is real. The dedication that goes into it, the emotion that goes into it, is real as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I love it so much. I love this sport so much. I love both the virtual and the real world event. I can't wait to watch the actual real world event here in a few weeks. But in some instances, it's coming up. It's coming up real soon. I will say in some instances, though, I think the virtual racing is better than the real world stuff, quite frankly. These drivers, they've been putting on just a fantastic show. We're riding with Robin Schwenke here. So as soon as I say that, we change again. Sorry to kind of throw you off there, guys. Callum Lux, we've been looking at him for a little while here. That's going to be P12 in the GTP category. Very clean looking race car here. I very much enjoy the creativity. We were talking about that a little while ago. I very much enjoy the creativity that these liveries that these teams come up with. So yeah, it's just a lot of fun to talk about here. Trevor, you've been bouncing around the other splits. What's a big takeaway that you have maybe from some of the other splits that our viewers might want to know about from the fans or the teams they may be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, and I'll have you check your DMs as I run through this. But I'll say this: the biggest part of the major series is having all these splits where they aren't necessarily run by iRating. They are built up from a qualifying session before the week, and that's just resulted in pure pure competitive racing throughout every single split. I mean, everyone's well within this 10 5-second gap for the lead in almost every split. It feels like everyone's racing as clean as possible. We're seeing very very few just boneheaded incidents where somebody's doing something outrageous. It's genuinely one of the cleanest top 4 splits I've seen here in many years at the Majors 24, and I think that's a testament to the reputation that Majors has built up here.
Gotcha. Thanks for the heads up on that DM there. I did respond to that. Yeah, it's and like I said on the first broadcast, I got to spend most of that in Split 2, and the racing was absolutely phenomenal. And with the splits, and that's a great rundown of how the splits are determined. And everybody's so focused on top splits. Top splits where it's at. Top splits where it's at. Right. We have 18. We have 18 splits here. So if you did not make that top split, that is nothing to hang your head about, because over close to 1,000 teams took the green flag, and there were only 54 of those teams in this top split. So you're at the very, very tippy top here if you're in this split. So there's no shame at all in not making it, and it's certainly not any kind of diss or disrespect or anything like that on those drivers that weren't quite fast enough to make it here. If I was running this race, I'd probably be in a split like 15 or 16, in all honesty here.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's not a lack of quality across any of these splits here whatsoever. I mean, the Discord is all talking about split number 10, which has been literally rain the entire time, and so that would be that would just be miserable. But in the spirit of Le Mans, those drivers down there, they're soldiering on, and that is again the spirit of what this event is all about. You keep pounding no matter what gets thrown at you, and just keep working, keep running, and see what happens. And you never know. More often than not, you get rewarded with a good finish for it.
Yeah, as somebody that is also never the, how you'd say, top split enjoyer, as myself, as a driver, I'd say my commentary generally flows a little better than my driving here and there, especially at these wee hours of the time. I'm looking at 5:13 a.m. where I'm at today. It's just fun all around. Like this is a celebration of the private league racing in iRacing. This is a celebration of the community stepping in to take something that was, for all intents and purposes, for opinions here and there, taken away from us as iRacers for a bit. But Major stepping in and really hosting an event that I think many would agree is the de facto official 24 Hours of Le Mans in iRacing here, as they do have that global endurance series that they have every year in August, but it just feels right now, the week before Le Mans, running the Majors 24, it feels right.
That it does, and the de facto official is the exact terminology that I use to describe this event to my friends who are not a part of the sim racing community. If you talk to me for more than 5 minutes, you're going to learn a few things about me. One of them being I'm a huge motorsports fan and I'm an avid sim racer, probably much to their annoyance because I generally tend to not shut up about it. But even when I start to describe just how cool this event is, even they will be like, "Oh wow, that's okay. That's really neat." And when Mike opened up this event a few years ago to the iRacing community as a whole, I believe we had around 300 teams that first year, and it's just grown so much ever since then. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and huge credit to Mike and Garen and everybody on the competition committee for putting this thing together. You mentioned it's the wee hours of the morning. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I did get a little bit of rest, but I guarantee you the guys in the competition committee, Race Control with Chris Sawalich and his team, they have not gotten any rest at all. They've been busy from the drop of the green flag and before. So just it's an event that continues to grow year on year. I couldn't believe that at one point we had over 1,000 teams that were registered. That is so cool. That is so many people, and the Major Series does just a fantastic job of running this race, running the Major Endurance Championship and the main series. So if those of you out there watching aren't a part of the Major Series, aren't a part of our Endurance Championship, want to see what it's all about, definitely go check it out. It's at majorseries.com. We're always looking for people to join us. One of the most unique leagues in the entire service, and if you're enjoying what you're seeing here and want more of that, come hang out with us. It's a great community, and we'd love to have you. So these images that we're seeing here, I think Cal stepped away here, kind of just put us on the scenic route. These are just great shots. Just watching what we're seeing here on screen, Taylor. What do you think is the best battle on track right now in terms of like the class overall lead, and how do you see this race playing out? I know you're kind of just jumped in a little bit ago, but just from your little bit of time that you've been able to kind of evaluate what's happening, what's your takeaway at the moment?
Yeah, I've been keeping up for the last 6 or so hours here, just on the various monitors that have taken over my entire basement. But genuinely, I'm curious on how the 68 car pitting, for P1 overall, with the P2 car being about a minute 21 behind. They're doing a driver change in Logitech G. Curious to see how this is gonna, factor out on the pit strategy here. It looks like Sean has gotten into the car now, and how the tire warm up's gonna go, and how Blue Mercure is gonna catch up here.
It's interesting that Campbell's back in there. He was the driver when we first came on air. Bo did a double stint in that car, and so Campbell looks like he's going to be jumping back in. as we begin to back time this race, I don't think we're quite in a territory yet where the drivers who are getting in now will finish. I think we're going to have one more driver change before this thing finishes out.
Yeah, at a minimum.
Yeah, but it does look as though Campbell is going to maintain that lead. Pedro Valencia in that 0:32. He is just now coming
like
to
about
the
15 seconds.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, about a 15-second lead as the countdown. There it goes. SDK has caught up. But yeah, you're right. It's going to be, as I step away for about 60 seconds here, it's going to be a very good, run to the finish here. It looks like we're going to have maybe an incident from Robin staying out of the wall. At the end of the day, I'd rather take that off track than take a nose right to the wall.
Well, normally when you see the car take off like that, that car's headed straight for the wall. So great job by Schwenke there to not put it in the Armco. The gravel trap doing its job as well. That's real heart and throat moments. I've been there more times than I care to admit. when the car all of a sudden veers off like that, you're thinking a lot of words that you probably can't say here on the broadcast because it's family programming, and then you just kind of have that sense of relief when you realize, okay, I'm going to be okay here. Good battle here between Weitzel and Griffiths. Griffiths, we've talked about him a little bit here before you joined us here, Taylor. It's having a good run. He was up there as high as 5th at one point, I believe. So probably dropped back a couple of spots here due to pit stops and so forth. But this has been a recurring theme across this race, really across all three classes. We're not seeing a lot of cars that are just running completely all by themselves. We're seeing a lot of cars that are nose to tail, kind of like what we're seeing, if not closer. So we've been treated to just a huge number of on-track battles here in the top split here. And again, I've said it multiple times. I'd be curious to get your thoughts on it. When you are in Griffith's position, you want to think strategically even now, still with 3 hours to go, but you're also wanting to think tactically. If you are the trailing car here, how hard are you pushing with 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go? What's your mindset if you're in Griffith's spot? As we see him taking a peek here, he's got to run, actually, so hold that thought for a second. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. As he goes through here on Mulsanne, I mean, I'm starting to, at this point of the race, depending on the safety car situation, you're going to be counting back how many pit stops I need to make, what I'm looking at for fuel strategy, who my driver changes are going to be, and who my quicker drivers are, and just working my way backwards to see if it makes sense to just get in line, save a little bit of gas here if the car ahead of me is a little quicker, or if getting by and starting to build a gap is really what I need to be doing.
It did kind of look like Weitzel let him through, like he kind of eased off just a little bit, didn't contest that too terribly much. So, and again, at what point would you recommend Trevor throwing just the strategy part of it out the window in terms of time left? Because even now, we still have a very long way to go as we have, this is Callum Lux, the 00. We've been on board with him a few times now, no rear wing, so some kind of an incident happened to him.
Yeah, no fun at all there. With the strategy out the window, I mean, it's genuinely like the last two stints. Once you're within that that I can't save an extra pit stop window is really where the strategy says he tries to hang on and get back to the pits. You see these drivers going so hard when their rear wing falls off still, just trying to get back to the pits as quickly as possible. And, one more incident's going to add another 5 minutes to that repair. So, but yeah, I mean, I'll throw the strategy out the window as we see the incident here, just sliding off into the gravel there at Indy, if I'm looking correctly on the replay. Mulsanne chicane 1. Wow, that looked a lot like Indy from that corner. And the whole car is jackknifing out to the right. I mean, that's going to be suspension damage, minimum 11-minute repair normally in iRacing for that. But yeah, I'll cut out the strategy once I am in the window of I can't save another pit stop. If I'm at 2 hour, if I'm at, let's say I got, in the GT3s, you got about an hour, maybe 56 minutes of a stint. If I pit with an hour 45 left, it's full bore. There's no more thinking about fuel saving. This is burn every bit of these tires out, burn every bit of this fuel run out. Get as much out of this as you can.
Full send mode. So we're not quite there yet. But again, as we begin to back time this event, that is something that these drivers or teams are going to be thinking about in the back of their minds. I'm sure at this point they have a plan. They know who they want to have in the car to finish this race out. We're going to see a lot of the fast drivers hop in. And a quick update on the track itself. When we came on air here with 6 hours to go, our track temperature was at 87 degrees. That has since ballooned up to 106. So I did mention it at the very top of the broadcast. We were still in that kind of sweet spot where we had full visibility, but a very cool racetrack. So we were getting a lot of fast times. We are not there anymore. This track, it's going to lose grip as we work towards the finish of this race. It's going to get greasy, and that offline is going to get more and more treacherous as this race continues to unfold. And that may be what we're seeing with some of these cars starting to slip and slide a little bit as we continue to ride with Callum. He may have just been caught out by that as well. Once the track change starts, it tends to get kind of drastic, and it hits you pretty quickly, and it can catch drivers out, unfortunately. And I think Callum may have been a victim of that here in this instance, as you see he's making his way into the pits. We're also going to find out if he has a fast repair available. We'll stay right here with him just to see. And given the fact that we are not seeing an immediate reappearance of that rear wing, unfortunately, he is going to have to take a repair. Trevor, thanks so much for joining us. He did have to drop. I think he went into another split due to responsibilities. A lot of us are going to be kind of bouncing around here a little bit, so he may jump back in later. He may not. We don't know, but we appreciate him swinging by. Always fun to have people jump in. I'll say it one more time. Anybody in the chat, if you have access to the Majors Discord, please feel free to jump in, have a chat with us, stop in, say hello. We'd love to have you. Any of the drivers here that may be watching as well, feel free to swing by. And Trevor, you are there. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I heard you disconnected for a second.
Yeah, speaking of getting access, I dropped stuff in the broadcast back chat, and apparently over exceeded my limit on tagging folks in the message I was sending. So I got put in a 60-second timeout there.
Okay. That's why I was getting a DM about that. Awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard the chime up. Like, I guess he's gone, but he's back now. So awesome. Looking at Parker White here, our LMP2 leader, that is a very clean looking race car. He has a fairly healthy gap. Looking at the relative here, you can see right at 5 seconds to the immediate car behind him, as we have this relative pulled up here. First time I've actually seen this, Callan. Nice little wrinkle there from you. Trevor, he's listening. I gave him a big shout out in the early part, but we're going to do it again. These overlays that we're seeing here, these fantastic images, these overlays being used by all of the broadcasts here, and I can say for a fact that Khaled has put in a ton of work behind the scenes, working incredibly hard. Throughout the week, every time I was checking Discord, it seemed like he was in the broadcast channel just tinkering, just working, and the finished product is absolutely fantastic. It's just a great job. So he's really kind of an unsung hero of this event, and one of many who have worked really, really hard behind the scenes here to put this thing on. So
absolutely,
just want to make sure he gets his due credit for sure.
As a viewer, as a fan, as a commentating team here, and as a driver, like genuinely, some of the best overlays in terms of league specific overlays that have been built here. Being able to see the stint lengths, being able to see the the yellow flags popping up across the board, the meatball flags popping up as well, slowdowns, etc. It's just in the track map. It's so clean. You're not cutting out any of the action. Being able to upload the driver photos here right from the Majors website is just so nice to have. Honestly, like it's one of those things that just adds to the the prestige of this event, honestly, and why this is genuinely the one of the biggest iRacing private events out there.
Absolutely. So not just the quality of what we're seeing here, but also the communications, the race control. It's like you said, it's for a. So many people think sim racing, they think Mario Kart, and they don't realize just how much time and effort that these teams are putting into the into this event, into this race. As I am getting word, I've mentioned a couple times here that anybody who wants to come join us for a chat, please feel free to do so. It looks as though someone's taken us up on that offer. Nicholas Gessner is going to be joining us here. Looks like we're going to be getting him here in the broadcast booth here in just a quick second. So we'll be queuing him up here momentarily.
He'll be out of the number 10 mono.
He's currently driving the number 10 mono, like you just said, Trevor. Thanks for clarifying that. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get Nicholas ready to go, get him in here. So we will have one of our drivers joining us. I'm Tim, that's Trevor. We're going to step aside for just a quick second, and we'll be right back, and we'll have one of our drivers joining us. Stick around. Welcome back to Le Mans. We are currently 3.5 hours away from the finish. And joining us now in the broadcast booth, Nicholas Gessner, driver of the number 10 Mono Competition GTP machine, currently P8 on track. Nicholas, thanks so much for joining us, having a chat with us. How are you doing? How are things going for you?
Yeah, hello guys, pleasure to be here. I think we are doing quite fine considering this is our first big endurance event in GTP, as the team we are right now. Yeah, I think we've made good progress over the race and looking forward to the next 3.5 hours.
For sure. Well, Trevor here in the booth as well, and I'll even ask here, how long you been doing the the more esports level sim racing here? Is this your first team, or do you have a bit of a past in it?
No, I've been actively in teams from like 2021 onwards. Mono really wants to take it a bit more serious than previous teams I was a part of. And yeah, so far it's a really great experience. Also thanks to our sponsors, especially tssimshop.com or .de and Sensor Tactics. And yeah, our team management as well is doing a really fantastic job with the organization and everything. So shout out to them as well.
For sure. And how many cars across the splits did you all bring today?
We have 2 GTPs in top split and then 1 LMP2 in split 2. Last time I checked, they were actually leading there as well.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing here. I came from split 2 recently, and we'll have you raise your volume here a little, Nicholas. It sounds like everybody like you a little louder. But yeah, it's it's genuinely a celebration of sim racing privately here at the Majors 24. Now, we've had some discussions with the other drivers here in other splits on where the level of competition is here in the Majors 24 compared to a top iRacing split. Do you enjoy this more of like the private event with a little more of the live stewarding and such, or are you a bigger fan of the iRacing officials?
I mean, it's a completely different experience to have a live race control and broadcast as well, compared to the regular official racing. But to be honest, I prefer it. Like, this is what we have now. Race control, broadcast. Like, it's really, really fantastic what you guys are doing.
It feels like there's just more control over the situation. We're not just focusing on the standard iRacing, registration pool and penalty system here. And what's been the highlight of your race so far? Has there been any accidents that y'all have dodged late in the night that we missed, or any sort of big strategy calls you've made throughout the safety cars and in the rain? Or there hasn't been any rain in the split, to be honest. I've been bouncing around between them all.
We don't have the pleasure of driving in the rain, unfortunately. I think the race overall is just one big highlight. The competition, the organization over the past weeks with the practice sessions and the pre-queue. It's just one big highlight.
Absolutely, and go ahead.
For me personally, I think my highlight so far was getting up at 1:45 in the morning for a night constant.
It's crazy that we do the oh boy it's 3 a.m. As sim racers here. We've all talked about the how healthy it is for all of us to be up and down here throughout the night and breaking up our sleep schedule. And there's just a lot more prep that goes into it than I feel like most people think, where you're planning your whole life around just what your stint schedule is going to look like over the next weekend. Sometimes it's scheduling a half day off work so you can get a quick nap in before, or figuring stuff out with some of us with the kids and how we're going to split up duties here and move the baby monitor up and down. But it takes it to an absolutely different level with this, where we aren't dealing with mechanical failures. We're dealing with internet going up and down, always needing somebody to be willing to hop in. I know my last Le Mans from a couple years ago, it was a Majors 24 actually, from 2024. I was racing and my teammate was on a hotspot internet for some reason, and he had lost connection down Mulsanne, and we were leading our split in GTE or GT3 at the time. And when we hopped in, it was I had to hop in for like a 4-hour stint through the night by myself with no one else having internet until I was able to hop out. It can just get absolutely brutal sometimes.
Yeah, but that's what we are in for, no? Like, that's what the fun is all about.
Absolutely, and he paid me back, about 6 months later in the next endurance race. Now, you're driving GTP today in the top split. Is that your preferred class normally?
Yeah, like, most of the time I drive GTP. Like, once a year I actively jump into GT3s for the Nordschleife 24 hours. But otherwise it's mostly prototypes, yeah.
Absolutely, and I'm an LMP true enjoyer myself, so I enjoy the higher downforce, the ability to pass through traffic and such. Now, if you had to pick one of the bigger endurance races throughout the year, whether it's majors or iRacing official or just in real life, what would be your number one choice?
I mean, it has to be the majors, no? Like, Le Mans is just one of the best tracks in the world, the history, the cars driving there as well, and just the overall experience, the top speed, the high speed cornering. It's just fantastic. I don't think it can get much better than this year, can it?
No, not at all. It's been it's been a great event so far here, and even this year in real life, it's gonna be fantastic. And I feel that with the cars, it feels like Le Mans and WEC in general are in a really good spot with the just types of classes they have running. It feels like they got the formula down with the multi-class racing to allow for some of the best action and the best viewing with how Le Mans is.
Can you say that again?
Oh, I was gonna say, like, with the classes at Le Mans, like you're saying, the cars being driven, genuinely some of the most fun cars to watch, the most fun speed differentials in traffic. When you're getting close up to open wheel speeds with the GTPs, and then going into the tighter corners with the GT3s, it's the perfect balance of flow.
Yeah, it's nice, the multi-class experience, but to be honest, I do miss GTE, because
Same.
These cars were just whole different beasts, and to be honest, you see GT3s pretty much everywhere nowadays, so you do get tired of them sometimes.
I agree completely, and that's one of the reasons that I've actually moved into the LMP2. We are a GTE team for my first 6 years on iRacing, and that RSR is a beautiful, beautiful beast. The Corvette GTE as well. I love those cars more than anything. The aero they had, it just felt like they were a more raw GT car. It was more of a race car than a production car that they slapped some aero on. I live personally out here in the United States in Michigan, just outside of the Pratt Miller Motorsports shop that makes the Corvette GT3s now and was making the GTEs. And rolling into their shop and just seeing the amount of effort they put in compared to the more mass-produced GT3s is just absolutely crazy. The aero on them holds on closer to a prototype almost. It felt like the same uniqueness that old DTM had, where we had the GTEs here at Le Mans.
Yeah, exactly.
What was your favorite GTE back in the day?
The M8, to be honest, because it was just something special. The shape, the size.
The size, indeed. It was a big boy.
Yeah. Compared to all the mid-engine sports cars, it was just something special.
Absolutely. Now, I know Tim had some questions about what your food intake looks like here throughout the endurance event here. I'll let him hop in while I get a little break.
Yeah, first and foremost, we got to ask you, what was your breakfast? How did you get fueled up before the race started? Because I know that's incredibly important to maintaining the stamina throughout these 24 hours. So, Nicholas, if you can just let us know, what was it that you had for breakfast? I'm sure it was a breakfast of champions.
Well, my breakfast was at 1:45 this morning, right after I got up. I grabbed a nicely cold can of Monster from the fridge.
I knew it. I knew it was a breakfast of champions. So there we go. But in all seriousness, how do you keep the energy levels up? I know we got the monsters. I personally was drinking a caffeinated soda to kind of help me wake back up here. How do you maintain those energy levels? Like in all seriousness, we're having fun, but like, how do you maintain your energy, maintain your focus throughout this incredibly long race?
I mean, mainly by keep working on the strategy. Like we have to run the calculations all the time. We have to analyze the average fuel, how the cars behave, depending on the conditions. Like you don't really get a break even if you're not driving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more there. The first 24-hour I did, I think I slept maybe 1 hour the entire time, and even then it wasn't great sleep just because in the back of my mind, as soon as I stepped away, it's like, okay, where are we at? What's going on? Like I couldn't get it out of my mind. I had a really hard time shutting that off. So right there with you in terms of kind of where we're at. Now let me ask, have you been able to get any rest here? And when are you due back in the car?
So basically I had like 2.5 hours of sleep overall. I was done with my first triple stint at like 10:30, I believe. And then I was planned for 2:30 in the morning for my nightly quad stint.
You did,
Okay.
so you ran a quad overnight. That's about 2 hour 40 minutes or so in the GTP, if I remember correctly. Maybe 2 hour 50.
Like, I mean, we are 3 drivers on the car, so in order for everyone to get a decent amount of sleep, we had to run quad stints during the night.
Yeah,
But yeah,
that
it's
makes
manageable.
sense.
It's manageable.
Yeah, and that's something that I know when the Garage 56 NASCAR entry joined Le Mans, they were talking about how they were going to split up stints. Everyone is going to run doubles, and they got coached out of that because specifically overnight, you need to run a longer stint overnight if possible, so you can allow one of the drivers to get a good chunk of rest. I mean, when I was in my early 20s, I was always the one that stayed up for the entire race, would run my stints and, have all the energy in the world. And although I can do fine on 2 or 3 hours of sleep, I do need to have some these days to be able to hop back in the car. It's not something that you can function on when you get a little bit older. When it comes to the lack of sleep and the deliriousness that'll start to come up with it.
It's a young man's game for sure. Now, Trevor, I don't want to cut you off at all, but Nicholas, what was it specifically about this race that kind of drew you and your team to come out and come hang out with us here in the Major Series? And then part B of that question would be, do you plan on running any more Majors races? Is that something that you guys are entertaining over at Mono? Or Momo, excuse me.
I mean, why we're doing this here is simply because it's one of the, if not the biggest, privately organized, like special events of the year. You get the opportunity to compete in a top split in a super high SOF against some of the best iRacers in the world, without needing to have 10K in order to get into the top split. And yeah, that's just an opportunity you don't want to miss. Competing overall in MEC, we had multiple cars this year already drive some of the MEC races, and I'm sure we will run some more. So yeah, let's see in the future.
What's the next race on the calendar for y'all?
I'm not invested into that right now because our focus for the next 3 hours and 18 minutes is still on the Major Tour. But yeah, afterwards, surely we can analyze what we can make happen.
Good answer for a tired guy at the end of the race. Well, awesome, man. And if you had to, pick a favorite here as we get towards the end, you've been tracking the race just as much as we have. Who do you think's got the upper hand in the GTP class?
I mean, Albert Robert look to be the fastest car right now. They've been really fast overall. Faster than everyone else, I think. Even Lumakir and Couldn't Go. Although they've been quite close as well at times. Yeah, but I have to go with Orbit Drop Bear and P1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you based on what my analysis has been.
Nicholas, do you have
Awesome,
any? Do you have anybody that you're keeping an eye on in terms of direct competition with you guys? Anybody that you think you'd be able to leapfrog via strategy or outright pace or anything like that?
I mean, we right now are in the fight for P5, actually, as I see right now. P5 is possible, I believe, on our own. Depending on how the safety costs fall, maybe even P4. Yeah, but that's strategy.
Well, awesome, man. Well, hey, thanks so much for joining us. You are more than welcome to stay as long as you want, but I also don't want to keep you away from your team duties or if you need to go get some rest or anything like that. So we will absolutely leave that up to you as far as how long you want to hang out with us. A quick check-in on the race here. This whole interview, we've been showing the number 10 car with Alexander Weitzel at the helm currently. We've been joined by Nicholas Gessner here. Thank you so much for the time. His car right there on top. Currently running P7 overall in the GTP category. On the bottom, we have Thomas Imborg, that number 8 car who was leading the class earlier. Had a penalty and has dropped back, trying to work their way back up through the field. They are side by side with the number 80 machine. A little bit of contact. 80 goes off track just slightly there. And that's going to put Thomas up into P2 on the comeback trail after serving that penalty. Unfortunately, still a good 55.0 seconds behind the leader. We see the 80 machine flash in the headlights there a little bit. I'm sure they didn't appreciate the contact there as Imberg went by. Imberg actually lets him back through. Nice move there. Good bit of sportsmanship. He's going to reset, re-rack, try to get through it again. Yeah, Nicholas, I think you're still with it and here to disconnect. How's the traffic been for you? In terms of this, when you're trying to navigate through the slower class cars.
I mean, it really depends on the sections, doesn't it, where you hit the traffic. Like some of the more difficult places to hit slower cars is Indy, because if you have to go offline, the car tends to get quite nervous under braking, and if you're not careful, you might lock up the tires and just go straight into the tire barriers. Yeah, but Porsche curves as well. Well, there's not really much space to overtake. To be honest, if you hit traffic anywhere, it's gonna be a challenge.
And we have a spin. That's the 17 car. We were having a good chuckle over the name here. That's going to be Justin Barrera. The cat got into the kitty litter a little bit. Nope, not quite. I was trying for it. A little bit of contact from the GT3 cars, and before you joined, Nicholas, I did actually reference that a little bit. These LMP2 machines, they do tend to bog down out of the slower corners, so much so that those GT3 cars actually get a better jump right off the corner. And that's kind of what happened here. I think, the 113. Oh, and the 78 took some damage there. We saw some body work earlier on. I was wondering where that came from. 78 getting into the 113 there. He's going to have, at the very least, aero damage. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if he comes into the pits to fix that. As keeping an eye on that through the Porsche curves. Looks as though he's maintaining relative pace, but we'll definitely want to keep an eye on that, see if he does come into the pits. Nicholas, any close calls similar to what we just saw here while you've been in the car? What's the closest call that you've had here?
I had some connection issues during the night where I probably disappeared for other cars around me and the other cars disappeared for me. But yeah, otherwise, just some hard racing, I think.
And we did see that 78 car come into the pits as we jump back with Thomas Imborg here in the 8 car, the 8 versus the 80. I'm very partial to that 80 number. That is the number I run in the Major Series, so it's a good number to run. So I'm naturally going to gravitate towards anybody who does run that particular number. Robert Bodgay, I believe, is the pronunciation here with the OW or DWR setups machine. That all red car. This is for second place in the category. Him and the A car having a really nice battle here. We did see a good bit of sportsmanship there as well, a little bit of contact. The 8 did give that position back. They've kind of swapped the spots a couple of times here, so always nice to see good on-track etiquette there, good sportsmanship as we continue to work our way through this race. And Nicholas, we're getting down to it. We're only 3 hours and 10 minutes left. From my perspective, obviously, I've only been in the broadcast side of things here for the first 6 hours and these last 6 hours, but it's absolutely flown by for me and for our team here. How, time going by fast for you? Is it kind of dragging? Like where are we at? How are you feeling in terms of how much time has passed here?
I mean, the early parts of the race went by pretty quickly, but to be honest, in my quad stint during the night, the final 2 stints felt quite a lot longer than they actually were. Like, that point when you are super tired and you just want to get out of the car, time just doesn't fly by at all.
Yeah, then why do you always want to get back in? Why does that? Like, I feel like when I was in a night stint like that, and I start to feel the eyes start to get real heavy, that I want, while I'm in the car, I want to lay down, but the next day or the day, probably 2 days after, it's all I want to talk about. It's some of the most fun you've had.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of fun still, even if you rather want to get out of the car at times. But also the challenge, like getting up at 2:30 in the morning to drive a quad stint is it's a challenge. Although many people view this year as just playing video games, it's quite a lot more. It's actually competition for, I think, everyone. Oh God, what happened there?
80 lost control there.
Yeah, this battle has been heating up for several laps now, and get a quick replay here.
Oh.
I kind of feel as though the 80 kind of drew a line in the sand there. That's about the third or fourth time that contact's been made between those two, and that one juking to the left like the 8 car did, I kind of feel like there may have been a bit of a red miss situation there. So that's something Race Control is probably going to take a look at here. Sorry to cut you off, Nicholas. Please go ahead and continue there with your response.
Where was I? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it's a challenge. It's competition for everyone involved here. Like, even in our team, we had people not driving at all, just focusing on strategy and calculating the fuel numbers. It's a challenge for everyone involved, and the effort behind is just really fantastic.
What are some of the tools you all use for that field strategy? Do y'all have anything else outside of like the spreadsheets and iRacing that you're using to do that?
We use certain softwares, and obviously very important is a calculator.
Yeah, I've been there. I've bounced around the different overlays and fuel strategy API results here, and I've been on that front too with the fuel strategy side, and it can be fun. And there's nothing worse than when you type in the fuel strategy, you put in the fuel number, and then they add one extra lap to you based on when the leader crosses the line.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you all generally more conservative with that? Or are you trying to really get it right to the end and run out of gas as you cross the line?
I mean, in iRacing, every little amount of time you stand too long is time you lose, and you have to get back by just driving, working hard, because the other teams don't give you anything, and you don't know when, if there will be another safety car. So you really want to leave nothing to chance.
Yeah, I mean 100%. It's you never want to get stuck in a situation where you could have done more. You could have you're losing by 2 seconds when you had an extra lap or two of gas in the car. Yeah. Well, hey, we'll let you hop then, Nicholas. Get back with your team. Nicholas, we'll let you get back with your team. Any closing remarks before you wrap this up?
First of all, big thanks again to our sponsors, TS Sim Shop and Sensor Tactics. And also shoutouts to Aiden Wilkinson, who's been bugging me for the last 15 minutes to give him a shoutout.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. There's your shout out. Yeah, he said in the chat that feeling when the goat forgets you. We've all been there. We've all been there. Small operator there. Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, and let us know how else we can help.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good remaining race, guys.
Appreciate it. Can't do it without you guys.
Thanks, Nicholas. That was Nicholas Gessner taking some time out of what I am sure is a very busy schedule, kind enough to join us there. Great insight there, Trevor. Great interview. Really enjoy when we get to hear from a driver who is fresh from the racetrack, who was just in the thick of the battle, getting to kind of give their perspective about what's going on out there. You're a driver, I'm a driver. We do have that lens when we're doing the broadcasting here. But we're not out there right now, and it's always refreshing to get to hear that perspective. So that was a great interview, and thanks so much to Nicholas for joining us here. What's your takeaway from that? Just was it kind of what you expected to hear? Were any surprises there? Like just what are your thoughts after Nicholas joining us here?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the wind down period, and Nicholas gave us a lot of insight on how his team kind of plans this out. And one thing that stuck out to me was that I always like to point out to my team that doesn't always get communicated is the overnight stints. When you have a lot of folks in the same time zone, building out those overnight periods where you have longer stints in nighttime just to get through the night. And if you have 3 drivers like the mono number 10 has, if you have 2 drivers each doing a quad stint, that's basically covering 4.5 hours, as we see a little slide from the 11 car. Vestas Sport, my former team, I've run the Spot 24 with them actually one time with one of their way lower level teams than their top split team here today. But to get back on that point, having those longer multi-stint periods overnight is key to being able to succeed as a team here. If you don't have that, you're never gonna have a good close to the actual what would you call it, towards the next day for the race. Because when really, the tiredness isn't a problem as much overnight as it is the next day when you're waking up at 10 in the morning, 9 in the morning, getting ready to do your final stints. That's when you start to feel it. You want your team to be at like the absolute top of their performance, especially if there's a late safety car for those final 2 or 3 hours of the race. When you have that overnight and you have that period to sleep 4.5 or so hours because your 2 teammates are running it, that's great. And one thing that I'll even point out as a team that we'll try to do sometimes, if we have 3 or 4 drivers, we might have 2 drivers go quad stint on, quad stint off, quad stint on, and share the time there. And then one of those drivers the one that just ran the 2 quad stints, will drop off for a period of 6 quad stints after that. And having that rotation of the baton is really the way to maximize your rest so that you can be set for the next day.
and really that battle within the battle is just there's so many different things that are fascinating that have to be picture perfect to go into having success in one of these endurance races, and what you're describing right there, really an overlooked part of it. Like on my team, I just kind of do what I'm told, quite frankly. I don't deal with a lot of how they set up the stints and things like that. It's basically, hey, we're going to do this and then we're off and running. But hearing you break it down like that, it really is, like you said, you're setting yourself up for success. A lot of thought does go into it, and I couldn't help but notice that you're talking about how the fatigue sets in, not so much the overnight hours, but the next day, and you're literally yawning as you talk about that as we're in the next day. So perfectly placed, perfect product placement there for sure. Um, but yeah, in nuance and wrinkles were the theme of our first 6 hour broadcast, and there is so much of that. That's another one of those things that you don't really think about on the surface when you're thinking, yeah, let's go endurance racing, but something that is so crucial, especially because talking about quad stints over the nighttime hours. I said it in the first 6 hour broadcast that we did to start the race off. More often than not, the race is won or lost in those nighttime hours. There's usually going to be some kind of significant event that takes place in the darkness somewhere that few people are seeing, that ends up being what makes all the difference in the overall outcome of the race.
Yeah, everyone says it. It's a cliche at this point in endurance racing, and I think Graham Goodwin has said it best, which is, at the end of the day, surviving the night is the key to endurance racing. If you just make it through beginning to end in the evening, it's what gets you to a point of being able to compete in the morning. You got to stay on the lead lap, stay within the lead battle, hope for a late safety car if you're not up in the front, and that's how you're going to have a chance. If you don't survive the night, you don't win the race. That's just what it comes down to. Spa, Nürburgring, Daytona, even Le Mans here. It is one of the most challenging races to survive the evening with, when you have such a discrepancy in the speed between the cars. And Le Mans is a little wider than a lot of like the Nürburgring or Spa even, where you feel like you might have a little bit more room, but it'll quickly close up going into Arnage or Indy or through the Porsche curves. And that's, you're trying to chase an extra 10th. You see your Delta green, and a GT3 gets in your way and closes the door when you didn't expect it.
It always happens that way. You never you never run that perfect lap when you're all by yourself. It's always when there's traffic up ahead or coming behind you. Yeah, we looking at Sean Campbell here on track. He now boasts a 16-second lead over the 032 team. Those guys did have a side-by-side battle, but we were monitoring that when Campbell got in the car after their last pit stop, and that gap has grown pretty significantly. So again, they seem to have this well in hand at the moment, but again, to your point, safety car, wreck, it can happen at any time. It can all be over in an instant. So that's why we stay to the end. That's why we never count out anything. Do you buy into the lore that Le Mans picks the winner both in the real world and here virtually, or is that something that you kind of disregard, or maybe kind of split the difference between the two? Like, what's your take on that part of it, Trevor?
Oh, I mean, virtually or real life. I mean, you got to look back only a couple years to when Kubica was in the LMP2. I think that was 4 years ago, before they started the 83 hypercar program. And he was in the LMP2, fighting for his first Le Mans win for years. And he had a commanding lead with the WRT team. And all of a sudden comes right through Dunlop, and the car just turns off. Weird electrical gremlin in the final lap with a huge lead. His teammate with a WRT 1-2 and LMP2 was lined up in real life, and Le Mans just said nope. Another one, we go back even further to the Toyota. I don't remember the number exactly, but years back the Toyota just ran into an electrical issue, and the Porsche was able to take over with a very, very few minutes left. You'll see some of the craziest stuff happen in the LMP1 era. where you'd have, you know, cars that would we had an LMP2 leader for a significant amount of the race, you know, about a decade back, until the Porsche was able to overtake, just because every single LMP1 had garage issues. As we peek over to the battle for, looks like P3, if I'm guessing correctly, in LMP2. The 80 car is going to slot behind the 909 here, as Effect Simulations, you know, holds on here for P3, or overtakes for P3, correct?
Correct. That is for position. He was behind the battle between the 8 and the 80, so I think he was able to kind of slot up into those guys while the 8 and the 80 were fighting for position. I'm liking the thumbs up in the picture, by the way. Appreciate these drivers showing us their faces and the avatars, and we've had a cat, we've had a guy yawning, now we have thumbs up, so these drivers get a chance to show off their personalities a little bit here through these thumbnails. Just one of the lighter moments here in the great race, so definitely appreciate that.
You know, as we see Parker White, like a good American, holding his wheel like he's holding a holding a 12-inch bass, you know.
Yeah,
he is presenting that wheel to us like like it's his prized possession.
Well, you said a 12-inch bass. I was thinking like he's holding his firstborn child, just holding on to that, cradling it, just making sure that it is well taken care of and well protected. Those wheels, man, the hardware, that's something we haven't really talked about at all, is the hardware that these drivers use, different brands. It does make a difference in terms of hardware failures and just the quality of the hardware itself. You can drive on super cheap stuff, you can have fun with it, but the hardware does help out in terms of lap times and saving the car. I remember the very first race I ever ran, after I got my direct drive wheel, I had a moment where I was able to feel it through the direct drive wheel, where I wouldn't have felt it on the previous wheelbase that I had. And I thought to myself, this new equipment just saved me in this race, because I would not have felt that, would not have been able to save the car previously. So we don't really talk about that part of it either. It was briefly alluded to when we're talking about internet connections and things of that nature, but that is just as important a part in this as really anything else. Like, there's really no one singular important piece of the puzzle. It all has to come together. It all has to stay intact for that 24-hour period. And that's just one of probably literally dozens of things that just has to go right for you if you're going to have success in a race like this.
100%. As we just saw, Basic Ollie, Oliver Furnell, getting into the car, rolling out in P5 for Effect Simulations, plus BRT here. You know, speaking of, we'll get back to the equipment shortly, but as we see the 420 car, you know, catching back up to the field, I'll always say this: as an LMP2 enjoyer myself, watching Ollie become one of the faces of the community here, and one of the newer streamers in the past couple years that have really picked up the viewership, and I feel with like his This Week in iRacing series and a lot of the stuff he does for the IMSA / endurance racing community is just incredible. I really enjoy his content and his perspective here, and you know, it's been fun watching him make some mistakes. You know, there was the big Road America incident where he saw the red mist and out of frustration ran into the pit entry wall, to where he's come to today, racing in top split in the majors, and you know, having you know, a mighty fine race himself.
Absolutely. I'm not a big watcher of a lot of content, although I do enjoy me some Basic Ollie. He's fun, he's engaging, and I've learned quite a bit as well just from watching him. So a lot of fun to watch, to see that channel take off for him. We had Casey Kerwin in here earlier. He's driving one of the GTP cars, so we have a few big names here in the streaming world joining us, so that's Really, really cool. And when he was in here, Nicholas kind of alluded to it. That is part of the lure of having drivers come out and hang out with us for this event, because some of the bigger names here in the sim streaming world do come out, and they come out and play with us a little bit. We loved it. We love it. We're happy to have them, and it just kind of lures even more drivers out there to come play with us as well. So really cool to see as we get a look at Blake Reynolds here in the 32 machine, currently running 12th in class. Also,
Yeah, I'll
that's
say
going to be
this
12th
to
overall. Go ahead,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
say to
Trevor.
pick up. Yeah, so I'm the one that diverted the equipment conversation, but I mean, perfect point here. And these aren't brand plugs; these are just a bunch of sim racers nerding out about their hobbies at this point. But for instance, I've gone from the typical Logitech G29 here, as we see. I assume this is being a replay by the dive bomber.
Yep,
And his little cat.
there's the cat.
A lovely little pass there for P10, it looks like, to scoot the 17 car into a top 10 position here. But when it comes to the equipment, like I've gone all over the place. I started with the typical G29 that folks have done, did my fair share of mods to it, moved up to a Thrustmaster T500 RS. I might be dating myself a bit there, for anybody that's gone into the old 2010 PS3 era wheels that I had rigged up in the PC. And honestly, fantastic wheel, to be clear. Good 5 Newton meters of force feedback in 2010 was a pretty big deal out of a belt driven wheel. And then moved into the dove into the deep end, went with the VRS DFP. And like you had said, when it comes to although I never felt faster with a different wheelbase, I absolutely felt safer. I could feel just that split second sooner when I was losing the back end of the car. Like I could run the same lap times, but it's all about avoiding the incidents is really where the higher Newton meter wheels came into effect for me. And yeah, but I think we could all agree what's the most important part of your equipment here in sim racing? It's going to be your pedals, especially your brake pedal. Having that load cell brake pedal to have the consistency like these guys that are sitting here day in and day out, practicing over and over again, making sure they're hitting the exact amount of pressure as the tires wear, being able to adjust that muscle memory is a game changer in it, really.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. When I made the switch to load cell pedals, I actually was running. I'm in the Fanatec ecosystem, so I switched to the V3s after having a complete and total pedal failure during, ironically enough, the Majors Series season finale that we ran at Homestead a few years back. Went to drag the brake going into turn 1, and I had nothing, sent me up into the wall. I had been nursing that set of pedals all season long. I'd literally have to hold the brake off so the sensor would kind of release. Otherwise, I was dragging the brake the entire time. I had to hold it in place with my foot. I was trying to nurse it to the end of the season, and then it just let go right there in the middle of the race. So, but those load cell pedals, to your point, made all the difference in the world. I said previously, I am not a fast driver.
I have a consistent passing for P8 here. Yep. With the 909 sliding off track.
Little off-track incident there. We did kind of see him go off, get on board here, and kept it out of the wall.
It looks like cold tires if I've ever seen it.
Yep, absolutely. Kept it out of the wall, but that's the most important thing. So as long as we keep it running, we're okay. We're definitely getting down to the point of the race where you don't want to do that too many times, as we see Goppelt in the 18 car go wide down there at our that's Mosan, excuse me. Or wait, no, that was Arnage, my apologies. Again, that area is so flat, real easy to do, really easy to go off track there as we jump back with Daniel Harris here in the 909, back on track, trying to get heat in those tires after what we're assuming are pit stops. Lucas Kornblum in the 28. He has the 44 machine for company. This is for P6 and P7 in the LMP2 class. These cars still on the lead lap. They are running, doing the math here, they're running about 50 seconds behind the leader at the moment in LMP2. So still on the lead lap though, which is quite the accomplishment here as we are inside the 3 hour mark, gentlemen. It's starting to get real. That clock is just inexorably counting down, and it's still flying by. But it's starting to get real. We're starting to get to that point of the race where all the give has been given and all the take will be taking. So these drivers, the patience is going to run out very quickly here. This race is going to take on a new complexion as this time continues to wind down. As we have a replay, little GTP on GTP contact between the 22 and 11. There's some nice symmetry there.
Oh,
and
that's going to be
that
a
could have
rough
gotten
rejoin there.
Yeah, that could have gotten interesting as more traffic comes through. The guys did a good job to get over to the side as quickly as possible, but definitely a bit of a attention-grabbing moment there if you're the car trying to work your way through the traffic. As we're watching the 96, had some issues earlier in the race, not quite the result they wanted, and that's down in Arnage, losing the back end. It's worth noting, I did check the track temp again about 10 minutes ago, and we're now up to about 108 degrees of track temp. So again, this thing's starting to get greasy. As we have a replay here, bit of a dive bomb there from the 11, Trevor. It's just...
Yeah, I definitely think there was a bit of a lockup. You're right, Khalid. It's it's a tough corner, especially towards the the sleepy hours of the day. That gap was always going to close, in my opinion. There was no world where that was the right move right then and there. That little nose in isn't going to get him a good exit anyway. But I'm not a steward. I will keep an eye out on the steward or on the protest list here to see if anything pops up. But I mean, currently we have just one protest in the past little bit here from the top split. It's been relatively clean across all splits, it looks like, right now.
Which I'm sure the race control / steward room is grateful for. I know that it kind of goes in waves. It comes in hard and fast, but at the moment, those guys getting a much deserved break over there. They've had their hands full. They one team covering 18 splits. That is a lot of protests to work through. So doing a great job over there.
Yeah, as the 11 gets back alongside and now completes the pass, going into the first chicane there. Yeah, I mean, that was a lot cleaner than the first time. Let's just put it that way.
Indeed. So, and it'll be curious to see if the 11 can build a gap here. He goes defensive as we're going down Mulsanne here. The 22 slotting in behind him, trying to get that slipstream into the second chicane here on the Mulsanne straight. Getting a good drive out of this second chicane here, Trevor, for me has always been difficult. I've always felt that was definitely the trickier of the two on this Mulsanne straight.
I agree completely on that. The second chicane, I feel like there might be like a little bit of the camber on the exit specifically. The curb juts out at a weird spot, and it feels like I never have the grip going through the right hander of the second chicane.
22
hanging on for dear life with these yawns.
22 sweeping through 22. There at Mulsanne corner. Yeah, this battle's getting good, fellas. It's been fun to watch. And except for that one lap, it's been pretty clean as well. So credit to both these guys not letting the red mist come through after that contact and the spin between the two of them, although the 11's going to fight just that little bit harder after having that contact, I would imagine, as he goes through yet again down to Indianapolis, up to Arnage, the scene of the crime. And
was that contact?
It was close. If it wasn't, it was really close. I was going to say a bit of a lunge and... but we race on, headed up into Porsche curves, and what that has done is that's allowed Daniel Sommer in the 31 to kind of sneak into this. So we have a three-way battle here in the GTP class for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Working our way through the Porsche curves here. Such an iconic part of this racetrack. So much fun to go through. It'll bite you, but when you hit it correctly, it's you kind of feel it in your soul. It's fantastic. It's just a great set of corners.
Yeah, the Porsche Curves is a legendary spot on this track, and it's where we see a lot of battles begin and end. You know, in the final laps of the race, it is an area where most of these cars you're taking flat out once you get past that first right-hander. You're hanging out for your life. And that wall on the right side is closer than really any wall is on the track for how fast you're going. It is how I have ruined many races, how I have broken enough right front tire suspensions. It is, in my opinion, the scariest part of this track in terms of dangerous incidents happening as well.
It's also a really good indicator of how hard are you pushing, because there is, depending on what car you're in, obviously, but you can just barely brush that curbing, or you can be literally right up against the wall depending on how hard you're pushing. So to me, that's always been a good spot to indicate just how much is left in the tank in terms of pace that driver has at that particular point in time as well.
And that threshold for risk, to be honest, it's just the drive to be, you know, diving in here on the you know, trying to pass somebody in the Porsche Curves even is a good way to, you know, adequate how much they're willing to, you know, be pushing there.
Absolutely.
Noticing here, our leader in the 68 car is about to catch quite the gaggle of traffic with the GT3 cars and some LMP2s here in the next lap. God, I can't get these yawns to go away. We're hanging on here at the 68 though, with a 15-second gap. Still, it seems like that's been pretty consistent with Sean Campbell here out of the U.S. Just, you know, trying to make something happen and you know, not get caught up in this traffic. I'll be genuinely curious looking at the timing throughout the next lap or two, what that gap's going to look like after he gets to this traffic. Because, quite frankly, if you catch the GT traffic on Mulsanne, for instance, right down in here, and you can pass them before the chicanes, it's sometimes more of an advantage than a disadvantage to be catching them, because you can sneak a little bit of that toe. As you can see, he's sliding around the left side here of that LMP2 and that GT3, and will be in the preferred racing line. Like, that didn't only not cost him time, he got a free toe out of that instead of him just being alone there.
Yep, and with that free toe, also just a tiny little bit of fuel save that you're able to do there as well. So every little detail, we talked before about the battle within the battle, and that's just yet another aspect of it. I feel like every time we talk about something, it kind of reveals just another layer of this onion that is the 24 hours. As we are still riding with the 68 here, this is coming out of the second chicane on Mulsanne. Took a lot of curbing there for a guy with a 15. For a guy with a 15-second lead, he looks like he's pounding this thing pretty hard. So that could be a strategy play. It could be they're about to do a driver change, and the driver that they're about to put in doesn't quite have the pace that Campbell does. It could be maybe trying to buy a free pit stop. It could be any number of things. But it does seem like he's pushing this car pretty hard for a guy that has a substantial lead.
Absolutely. I mean, he's very clearly trying to push it. You can see he's just pulled up 4/10 in the last lap, and he's going to catch these GT cars at the perfect time, being able to maximize the toe, sweep through Arnage, and turn over on the left-hand here with Indianapolis. And that was P1 and 2, or P1? Just P1 of the GT3s. The number 1 car. I flipped those around. Yeah, P13 of the GT3 cars of Romain Passucci. It looks like he is, having quite the race today. I know they had an incident a little earlier, but, I love that a lot of these teams are willing to just finish it out no matter what.
One thing I want to point out here too, Trevor, we still have in the GTP class, we still have 11 cars on the lead lap out of our initial 18 car field. That is a phenomenal statistic at this stage of the race, to have that many cars still on the lead lap here. Working our way through the LMP2 category, by contrast, we only have We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we have 10 on the lead lap in the LMP2 category. And we have, looks like 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another 10 in the GT3 category. So remarkable consistency with cars that are on the lead lap here. And again, it just speaks to the caliber of these drivers that we're seeing and just how much preparation and how frankly how good these drivers are for the race to be this competitive 21 hours into it, right? It's pretty cool to watch, honestly.
Yeah, and the P1 and 2 in GT3, if I'm seeing correctly, have just P1, 2, and 3 have made a stop, and the 113 is taking a bit of a lead here. We'll see when he comes in, but yeah, I mean, we're starting to get to the point where you're starting to count backwards. A lot of these GTs can make it a little over 50 minutes. So this 240 is well within, the 3 stint period to the end. 2 more stops. So they'll just have to be careful on the fuel. But if they can line it up and maximize the tire wear, it's going to be a really good end to this race.
Looking at that 113, you see on screen Garrett Barry now at the controls. Our guy Florian was in that car for a good portion of this broadcast, so they did do a driver change somewhere along the way. Still holding a strong lead, 52 seconds here in the lead. So that is likely due to pit stop sequence for sure. So that is kind of an indicator to me that maybe Garrett hasn't stopped yet. So we definitely are going to keep an eye on that and see where the gaps blend out when it comes into play here. But and we do have the pit lane delta on the side there as well. So you can kind of see just another little wrinkle that our guy Khaled put on these overlays. Such a fantastic job. We're getting so much data from this. So thank you, Khaled, talking my ear here. He is going to join us here at some point on the comms. You'll get to hear his smiling, happy voice. He will be joining us here at some point. But he's got his hands full bringing these awesome pictures to you.
Well, I mean, very important to see Manatee racing here. The 47-second pit stop when everybody else had like a 116 to 118 pit stop. What do we think that call is? Is that a short pit stop to try to spread out these stints through the end? Very odd to see it only be 47 seconds here. It's basically a half tank.
Yeah, it could be a short pit situation. I don't see them double stinting tires. Tire changes happen fairly quickly. You're usually waiting on the fuel here, so that would be the only thing I can think of. The other thing to consider too is the driver change. It does add about 9 seconds onto the pit stop to do a driver change, so it's probably a combination of those two. As we're looking here at the 78, Ryan Van de Grip at the wheel here. That's going to be P2, what we were just talking about here. Definitely giving them an advantage for sure, but I mean, to your point, I'm not sure why we wouldn't be doing a full fuel top off here with this much time left in the race, unless they've got the math figured out.
Yeah, I don't know what the math would be to cause that. As we see P2 overall sneak into pit road, and I mean, this is nothing but good news for the 68 that the 032 is pitting now. Unless they're trying to split the end of the race up on stints, it looks like, the 68 may have a lap or two advantage on fuel.
And we've seen this
change for the 032 as well. Looks like we're going to get Augustine Bernier maybe to the end, but probably just a double.
Probably just a double. We have had an on-track issue involving the 42. This is coming into the Ford chicanes, the first one there. I'm going to guess too much curb. And okay, that was odd. He was well off of the apex. He was well onto the straightaway and then just stopped the car. So I wonder, Trevor, if this was a scenario where he was just fighting, and then he just felt something. He's still off the pace here now. That's definitely an interesting.
That looks like all the makings of an equipment failure to me.
That's
Or
what I was
running out of
gonna.
gas.
That's what I was gonna speculate. Is well, the running out of fuel. Yeah, could be fuel. We did just pass the pit lane. Unfortunately, that is going to be a long tow for them being just past the pit lane there. Yeah, definitely an odd scenario there for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be following that on the side here as I close out my last 10 or so minutes here before I have to go get ready for a baseball tournament, which is I'm gonna feel great today. Can't wait to get hit in the face. As we see the 27 sneaking down pit lane from Vesta Sport Green. It is really cool to see Vesta Sport with the red and the green car up here in the top 6 right now towards the end of the race. We should be seeing, if I'm calculating correctly, the 68 car coming around to pit this time. If we want to sneak on over to the overall leader again, just to check in, should be boxing now. I'm curious to see if Sean stays in the car as well in the 68. We'll see coming through the Porsche curves, trying not to rear end the Mercedes there. Do we see him boxing? He should be, right? There he comes. So yeah, 68 coming in. I'm glad to say I'm not tired enough to not be completely unplugged from the race, and it's crazy how these guys take the pit entry. I would never. I'm way too scared of getting that drive-through penalty. But here comes 68. We're going to see if Sean stays in the car and, if we're lucky, be able to see what the pace is of the rest of the team here today. So here comes the 68 into the box, and we're going to keep a close eye out. Is Sean getting out or staying in the car? I mean, he might be staying in and then letting the next driver do a triple. Based on him getting in at an odd time earlier, that would make sense that they're going to try to stretch him out one more stint here.
Try to stretch out that lead as much as they possibly can. Keeping in mind that safety car can come out at any given time. So it looks like you're staying here. We're going to step aside for a quick break. We're going to get a view from the Whiplash sim cams here. So you will be back in just a couple minutes. You are watching the Majors 24.
As we're back from the whiplash break here, we're checking in with the 68, still with a lead. Looks like after that pit stop, it has grown to 17 seconds with Sean still in the car. We'll be genuinely curious to see how that shakes out towards the end, as we still have, a relatively good battle in the top 4 here. But you got me, Tim, and Khaled now back from the at-home quiet time, as he'll be slowly but surely taking over for me on the color commentary side of things with Tim. But genuinely a great time here, as we like to see the battles develop here over the last 2 hours 25 minutes. Really curious what the Manatee Racing Green here, what their strategy is going to be with that short pit stop and how it's shaken out with them taking the lead.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and hello everyone. I've been puppeteering stuff in the background, but it's nice to get the voice up on the broadcast. Much appreciation for you taking the time to fill in the airwaves, as we are now under 2.5 hours to go. Hope you the best with your historic baseball. For the afternoon.
Yeah.
My day's just starting on this end, so.
Yeah, you all missed the plug on the commercial break, but I got a historic baseball tournament yesterday and today, so right in between, I spent my 6 hours with you all. So, genuinely appreciate it, and I'll take this time for a natural exit. But to thank you all, and thank Majors, thank Mike for everything here. Even though this wasn't a weekend I could race, it's just fun to be involved in some way, shape, or form, honestly.
Well, Trevor, we really appreciate you hanging in. It's the first time I've actually gotten to talk to you virtually. So
lots of Discord chat, but no voice.
Yeah, exactly. And we have a safety car. Trevor,
Lord.
I don't know if you want to stick around to see how this plays out or not, but we do have
I'll buckle up.
a safety car.
I got a few minutes.
Your timing is impeccable, my man. Well, this changes everything. That is going to just thicken the plot even more. That big gap that Campbell was working so hard to build is gone. So definitely going to have to do a reset here.
And it's a really the 68 pits now. Right away. I think we're going to get a driver change.
Yep,
Yeah,
this will be for a driver change. This will be for a driver change.
This will be for the final driver change for the final stint, and the 68 is choosing a great time to do this. What I'm concerned about is with P2.
If I may interject,
if they're going to pit right away. Yeah, go ahead.
If I may interject here, you've got 2 cars a lap down, Blake Reynolds and the Solpec Precision and the Mono Competition, and they know the game plan. The leader is behind them, just there at the back of shot. If they exited the pits behind him, they would not get the chance to get their lap back. So they've done what they needed to do. They pitted the moment they had the chance, and managed to get out ahead of the leader.
Amazing.
So, great work from them.
And Nicholas Bayo will be taking over for the 68. But yeah, that's a good call out on the strategy.
Yeah, great catch.
Knowing the full course yellow rules and knowing how it has to shake out in the end, as the 032 does pit as well. And then we'll see the 001 pit with Grid and Go. This is a wrench in the fire, guys. This is an absolute surprise to me as I was trying to go hop in the shower. This will have me locked in going forward for the next 2 hours while you all carry this over the line.
Yeah, and before you joined, Trevor, Nicholas, when he was in the car earlier, the gap did grow there as well over the 032. So both those guys have strong pace. So I do think that we're gonna see quite the race here, because he's coming out of the pits now. In the he'll still maintain the lead, actually. Never mind. So he was in a perfect spot on track for when that came out, and so we're going to begin to see the cube build, and we'll definitely can't wait to see how this shakes out. It's going to be a lot of fun on this restart here.
Absolutely, and it's going to be crazy because, like you said, from the last 20 minutes, it's been so many cars in the lead lap, and as the class shuffle takes place here shortly, I mean, we're going to have 10, 12 cars on the lead lap in GTP. I think 10, maybe 9 in LMP2, and GT3 all but the bottom 3. So the top 10 in GT3 are all going to be nose to tail for the final 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Absolutely. And
we just gotta wait for some pit cycles to sort out, and then we will work on our first class wave
race
by.
control.
Let's listen to some race control direction here.
For trapped cars.
So they're still getting a couple of allowing the pit cycle to finish up, and then we'll be doing class splits and then waiver rounds, kind of what you were just talking about a second ago, Trevor.
Absolutely. And then the safety car will come out officially in
just not your own class.
So the way it works here in the 24, we don't have a dedicated safety car driver.
Oh, no
so
safety car yet.
So the leader is basically the de facto safety car driver. They're basically going at they basically engage the pit road speed limiter, and that's how they'll maintain that constant gap there.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, I got mixed up with another league here. Yeah, I mean, that just makes sense as long as we trust the overall leader. In most splits, that seems to make sense.
And we do, to your point, we do have, like, the MEC, for example, the safety car procedure is very different. It was different in the main majors event at Watkins Glen we had last weekend, so really easy to get them mixed up.
Absolutely. Well, cool, guys. We'll let this safety car wrap. I will wrap up my own comms here. I will be plugged in on the chat and in the various splits here. But at the end of the day, appreciate you all, and enjoy taking this to the end, guys.
Thanks so much, Trevor. Appreciate you joining us for a while. It was great hanging out with you.
You as well, Tim. Nice meeting you, Tim. Nice meeting you, Khalid, and we'll have a fun one. See y'all.
Indeed. Trevor Gogola joining us for a good portion of the race. A lot of insight, had a great interview with Nicholas Gessner there. Massive thanks to him. As we begin the waiver round process, you can see those GT3 cars start to pull out of line. We only have 2 waiver rounds for this one. Those cars are going to be able to rejoin to the back of the queue, getting a lap back. Race control issuing those instructions at the moment. Khaled, first chance I've had to talk to you online. You've been in my ear the whole race. Doing a fantastic job as always. While we have a minute, what are your thoughts about what we've been seeing so far? I know you've been in here the entire time, quietly working behind the scenes, but give me your thoughts about what we're seeing here.
Still maintain race pace until you catch the queue.
Just in the race control, just to cook up the full yellow procedure. The stragglers are still trying to catch the rear of the field. If I can
First
see
thing we will be doing will be the class sort. I've got a couple of GTP cars I've got to catch the field, and then we will start the class sort.
So, yeah, just as expected, we've got the rear of the field, Robin Shanker in the Solpack GTP. You need to catch the field in order to allow for the class separation to occur. But to answer your question, yeah, like you said, I've been...
queue is in the middle of the Mulsanne Straight, right between the 2 chicanes.
Nice. So I've been pleasantly surprised. I think LMP2 probably has been almost in line with their real-life counterparts. Probably the most closest in terms of
quick housekeeping. The pits
action.
will remain open the entire time, although we will be closing pit exit. So if you do pit, you will be trapped behind the queue and have to stay there.
Makes sense. So we did see the incident between, I believe, the Delatraz Automotive car and Thomas Imborg.
GTP class sort.
Let's make sure that...
Leader, just give me a little bit of space. GTP cars, you may move to the left and pass any
Just
other
listening
lower
to
class
race control
cars,
here
just
in
not
the
any
session.
GTP
We're getting
cars.
ready to start the
117
class split. That's kind of why you're seeing the queue get a little jumbled here. We're trying to get all the classes back together in preparation for this restart. Probably, I would say, at least 2 laps away from going back to green. Khaled taking a listen there as well. He needs to hear this so that he can know what images to bring you here. So we're going to let him follow along here for the safety car. And
I've got 2 hours.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got 2 hours to do a race recap if I wanted to. So I'm in no rush. Let race
He's got
control do their job.
He's got his hands full, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna let him do his thing. He talks when he can, but yeah, can't overstate the job he's done so far. And he's been a absolute godsend in my ear. He's fantastic, and we're lucky to have him.
Just keeping the eye here on the
All right, thank you,
LMP2s here.
leader. In 117, the GTP class sort has been completed. We will now move to the LMP2.
While we're under safety car, we do want to pay off. We referenced the 8 and the 80 battle in the LMP2 class. I think Khaled was getting ready to reference that before we started following the safety car instructions. The 80 car did, or I'm sorry, the 8 car, or the 80 car did receive a drive-through penalty, which is a little interesting to hear. That is the decision that was given here from Race Control. So I'm not sure if they served that penalty yet or not. You cannot serve a penalty under yellows, so we'll have to follow that up and see what happens there. But just to pay that off, since the incident did take place while we had those 2 drivers on screen, just paying that off.
We're just going to rock and roll around to the front stretch, and I'll give you some time to warm up your tires. So let's continue the pacing line until the front stretch. Reminder, the pits will remain open, but the exit will close. So if you do decide you want to pit, you'll be trapped at the back of the queue.
Yep. So just making note as well that any advantageous pit stops from some of the GT3s that might have been trapped a lap down, if they had to stay out to get waved by, I don't think that they'll be punished too much if they decide to pit now with the pit exit being closed, seeing as they're probably already at the back of the queue. We can see from the track map, if I bring it up, we see the very tail end of the GT3s, the P12 and P11 cars, if I can cut to them real quick.
Yeah, we started so early, I'll probably turn you all loose right before the Porsche curves for the 80% pace, so stand by for
Getting update from Race Control that we're going to be jumping up to about 80% race pace in preparation for the restarts. That'll allow these guys to get a little bit of heat back in the tires so that we have as little mayhem as possible going into turn 1 here at the restart. And we have more creativity for our driver thumbnails. That is a what is that, Cal? Is that a cockatiel or is that?
I'm gonna assume so. I've seen it loads of
We are
times
still
to
waiting.
not know the name. But hey,
Yeah, I'm not a bird expert, but
it is a bird.
yeah, that is a bird. That is in fact a bird. Yes. I do love the creativity that we're seeing here, letting these drivers show off a little bit of their personality away from the car. So a lot of fun to see those as we go through. This is Vladislav Shopov trying to get caught up to the queue. The safety car queue is currently working its way through Arnage, and this 43 machine is just coming through the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. There's a good view of our new race leader, Nicholas Bowe, new driver in the 68 car. He's headed up towards Indianapolis at the moment, or I'm sorry, the Porsche curves, excuse me. By comparison, Shopov there coming through the Mulsanne corner. He'll be seeing the tail end of this queue momentarily. He'll be able to catch up. Not without too much difficulty. You'll see him back off the speed here in just a minute. And to the point you just made, Khaled, we may see a couple of takers near the back of the line just coming in to top off that fuel. We're in a bit of a no man's land. I don't think we can make it at one more stop based off of where we are right now. But if they top off, they're going to have a shorter pit stop on their final stop of the race. So a bit of a strategy play that might be available to some of those guys at the tail end of the class. The pit road does remain open throughout the safety car period. They will close the exit as the queue goes by, but the pit lane will remain open for cars to come in at any given time. So we may see some takers there.
Absolutely. And it's just like you mentioned, just over 2 hours. So I know GT3 fuel tanks probably are the biggest out of any of the classes.
Since we're so close, I'm going to get us through this Ford chicanes, just so we don't have any incidents there before we do the hot lap.
Yeah. So wise decision there from Race Control. for the field being so compacted to get them to suddenly get up to race pace in probably the most twisty-turny part of the circuit. Wise decision to just delay it until afterwards.
Probably a wise decision at that point in time. Crystal Wallach, our chief steward, is the one to whom we're listening at the moment, providing these instructions within the actual iRacing session here. So we're both in that session, so we can hear him giving these commands. He's done a great job leading the race control team throughout the entirety of this event. So what's going to happen here, Khaled, is once the leaders have cleared the Ford chicanes, they're going to go ahead and bump it up to about 80% race pace for the following lap, and then they'll slow them up, I believe, probably around the time we get to about, we'll call it the Porsche curves, and then we'll have a restart coming to the end of not this lap, but the next lap is kind of what the procedure is going to look like here. So we got a few minutes until we go green here. So while we wait for them to kind of go around and as they begin to pick up a little bit of pace, what are you looking for here on this restart, Khaled? We have a couple different strategy aspects that are at play here, notably the 68 and the 033-2. It'll be really curious to see what these guys can do here. What are you most looking forward to see as we see a car in the pits here?
So, I guess the thing I'm looking forward to the most is how Antonino is going to sort out, because they've pitted now. I'm assuming they had to, because obviously now with pit exit closed.
Pit exit is now closed.
Yeah, there you go.
Pit exit is now closed. Alright, through the Ford chicane. Let's go, leader, 80%. Let's go 80%. Entire field. Please do not spin your car around. I don't want to see your tail lights. Nice and easy. Your tires are cold. The bricks.
Bumping it up to 80% speed here. Race control imploring the drivers to not spin themselves out as we begin to get up to pace here. I almost have done that once. I almost spun out under caution one time. That would have been incredibly embarrassing. I did manage to just catch the car and hope that nobody saw it. So that'd be about the most embarrassing thing you could do in one of these race cars. As we see Antonino, like you said, pit exit is closed while the queue goes through, but they will go ahead and reopen that pit exit as soon as the last of the queue does get through. We also saw a GT3 car coming in there, presumably to top off fuel. That's kind of where we're at here, as we do have the pit exit open now. These cars are going to rejoin. So Antonino's going to have his work cut out for him, though, Khaled. At the very end of this field, he's going to have to cut through all of that traffic just to catch up to his class. So absolutely a strategy play here. We'll have to see how that plays out for
Pit
him.
exit is now open. Pit exit is open.
It's left before we had the pit exit open call, but I think it should be kosher. I think anybody else was passing in the safety car queue when he left, so that should be fine. But yeah, no, answering your earlier question in terms of what I'm expecting. We saw the Logitech car managing to run away over the course of the skids, as we see everyone getting up to speed.
Again, if you did pit and you're at the back of the queue, you will stay at the back of the queue for the restart.
Yeah, makes sense there. So, I don't know. Nicholas seemed to have the better pace compared to whatever Blue Mercury or Esport could throw at them. But yeah, having the track on your lonesome versus someone right in your rearview mirror are two different things. And especially now, Johan, who was who started the race for Grid and Go in the GTP Ferrari, was doing blinding face at the front of the field. So now that he's been given a chance to be right there.
Some housekeeping, just a reminder, close to the Porsche curve, that's where we will slow down. So still maintain 80% race pace.
Just information from race control. We will be maintaining the 80% race pace until we get to the Porsche curves. Then we're going to slow it down in preparation for the restart there. Earlier direction, you probably heard Khaled say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That was as a result of earlier direction from race control, where if you pitted, you do not get to rejoin the back of your class. We were just talking about that here on the broadcast right before that instruction was given. So confirming that with race control, those GTP drivers that pitted will have to cut through all the traffic to get caught back up to their class. So to your point, Khaled, earlier on in the race, Johan there, the 001, you mentioned he had blistering pace, currently sitting there in P4 or P3, excuse me. Loic Marchand in the 33. We'll see what he can do there as well. and then you said it perfectly as well, Khaled. It's one thing to have the track all to yourself. It's quite another to have that fast car right behind you breathing down your neck. And we did see earlier in the race the 032 was able to keep pace with the 68 for a little while there. So very much curious to see what kind of a gap the 68 is going to be able to pull here. Will the 032 be able to stay with them? And that's just in the GTP category. We have a couple of other battles that are going to materialize here, both in LMP2 and GT3. So things are about to get busy. We're gonna be just on the far side of the 2-hour mark. That's absolutely going to play into the aggression factor here of this race as well. As we are now in the Porsche curves, we're going to slow it back down, and we will have a restart here in just a second.
Trap tire classes in the back. Leader, the race is yours.
Race control giving control of the race back to Nicholas Blue in that 68. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on when he takes off. We have Parker White on the bottom of that split screen. He is our LMP2 leader, cradling that wheel like we referenced earlier.
Like a newborn. Yeah.
Like a newborn baby. Either way, it's a gift. Coming out of the Porsche curves, Blue has the race in his hands. There is a designated restart zone here, so these guys trying to warm their tires up until we get into it. I believe they cannot go until the last of the Ford chicanes. So getting ourselves lined up, getting ourselves sorted. If you're Blue here, you just want to focus on getting a good drive out of there. Don't spin the tires. And if you're the 32, you want to be ready to pounce as quickly as possible. Again, best opportunity for an overtake up here at the restart as Blue cuts through, and we are back to racing. Blue with a nice run out of the second of those Ford chicanes there. Already a bit of a gap building. He'll have no pressure going into the Dunlop chicane. So too with Parker White there in the 117. He's going to have a clear hole shot up into the Dunlop chicane as his lead of his class as well. Austin Bernier there back in the 032. He's probably going to take this to the end. So we'll have to see what he can do as we have a crash. Oliver Fernera, basic ollie there. The 420, massive damage both to the front and the rear of that car. He is going to be massively off the pace. He may not even make it back to the pits here. He may just go ahead and tow, which coming to a stop. Yeah, he does. We'll have to get a replay of that here momentarily. In fact, I'm going to have it right now for you. I'm thinking we have a cold tire incident. Just unfortunate. It's just a lazy spin that sent him into the wall. Like you said, he did straddle the curbs. You're gonna get yourself high centered. You can't have steering inputs as there goes the body work there. Super unfortunate for him. They'll get the car repaired, get back out on track, but any chance of a podium out the window, gone in just that one moment here.
So I think
and
the car did not like going off the curb there.
We have a replay here. Yeah, just a little bit. You just saw that one little wiggle, and unfortunately that is all it takes, and not much room there to gather it up, unfortunately. And boy, you just hate to see that one of the bigger names in this race, unfortunately, going to be out of contention.
slowdown, I think, for Marchand here. He served it there. And then we've got a black flag for Aiden Mitchell in the Vesta Sport red car. So there might be something on the protest log that I've missed. So there's a black flag for them, and a black flag for Robert Bodogay in the DWR SimCoach Setups 80 and then P2. So that I don't know if you can perhaps catch to see what happened on the protest log, but it's got to be gutting to see this late into the race.
So the 80 black flag, we did reference that in the safety car. That is going to be for the contact that we saw when they were having their battle with the 8 car. That is the decision that was made by race control. We did say at the time they would take a look at that. It's kind of it's the decision that was made. I'm not sure if I'm sitting in that 80 machine I fully agree with it, but that is the decision that was made, so we'll be looking for him to serve that. Regarding the number 11, we are looking at that's for an incident that happened shortly before this. This is
the incident.
This is the incident here between the 8 and the 80, for which the 80 has since been black flagged. It's like, if you just look at that clear cut, sure, but at the same time, when a guy cuts right into you on a straightaway, you're going to feel some kind of way about that. So that's the decision made by race control. We'll kind of leave it at that. To pay off the number 11 black flag, Khaled, that is for avoidable contact between themselves and the number 18 Absolute Asilith machine. That is going to be a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. This was back. This was back on this. This protest was lodged about a half an hour ago. The protest notes are saying that the car number 11 hit the car in front under braking, so drive-through penalty for them. Yep.
And I'm guessing as well that these guys have now opted to not immediately serve the penalties. iRacing penalties do have 3 laps to serve them afforded to the drivers by the sim, so they might decide maybe just keep it going, and then once you've got a decent gap to the classes behind, take the serve the penalty, and then see whether you can minimize the amount of traffic you have to fight through again later. But gutting to see nonetheless for these guys.
And we are seeing a couple of comments here in the iRacing session itself questioning the timing of that. We want to be very clear here. Race control is not going to issue a penalty until after we go back to green flag racing. You cannot serve a penalty under the safety car. That is a widely recognized rule across the real world motor racing, for sports cars in particular, and that is also applied here in the major series. So just in case there's any ambiguity about that, just because there were a couple comments about it, they are not going to issue a penalty until we are under green flag conditions. That is a majors series rule.
And,
we have...
Yeah. As far as the
I'm sorry, go
racing
ahead.
are concerned, Dominic Pester currently defending pretty nicely against the Mivano car of Loic Marchand. Managed to drop back quite a bit from the top 3, run away, and the defense has effectively almost set up a 2x2 further behind. It seems like they've fallen in line a little bit better. Vesta Sport red on the left side, if I cut it correctly. The Mivano car inside for Indy, as I bring the camera back. Bumper to bumper heading down to Arnage. Aiden in the Vesta car having a little look and considering it, but a very shallow turn to try and send a move in. It's all line astern at the moment, heading towards the Porsche curves.
This was, excuse me, this is that aggression that we were speculating about before we went back to green, where, Khaled, we are inside of 2 hours left of this race. It is go time here at this point. Trevor and Nicholas gave great feedback about kind of what their mindset would be about when it's time to go. And they basically said inside of 2 pit stops. Well, we are at that moment in this race, and you're seeing that play out. The aggression is going to be pretty high from here on in. I can't believe that we're inside of 2 hours left of this thing. It has flown by. as we saw the 11 there go off to the side to serve their penalty. These drivers do have 3 laps to serve it before incurring further penalty. They can also appeal the penalty. That is an option as well. So that might be what's going on here. That is the 11 there serving that drive-through. Unfortunate for them, but they're gonna keep fighting. We're not done yet, so they'll get back on track and kind of go from here. On the top screen, we have Connor Jupp in that 8 car. He was the other side of the 80 drive-through. He was the car involved. As I believe the 80 car has not yet served their penalty.
So it might be
So-
doing the same exact strat that Aiden's just employed. Just go
Exactly.
out as long as he can, and thankfully for Aiden, he's managed to come out ahead of the NP2s.
Exactly. And the reason why you would want to do that is just to allow that little bit of gap to get these cars all spread out to kind of minimize the damage that's being done by the penalties. At this point, it's not a whole lot. And the timing is unfortunate that it was under review during a safety car. But at this point, it kind of is what it is. You do need to serve it within the 3 laps, but you're still trying to think strategically here in terms of when you do serve that penalty without taking a further penalty for ignoring the black flag. So he's going to be in here shortly, would be my guess.
Yeah, and the first thing that comes to mind, I think it was probably the 2023 or was it the 24 Australian Grand Prix, where the race was finishing on the safety car, and then the stewards hit Carlos Sainz with a 10-second penalty. Like as the cars were ready to finish the race on the safety car, so you've got the entire field just stacking up bumper to bumper, trying to get within the 10-second gap. And Sainz was just apoplectic, beside himself, crying to the stewards, saying that you can't just give me that penalty, you have to talk to me before you hit me with something like that. Because obviously 10 seconds at the end of the race on a safety car where the whole field is within 10 seconds is considerably different to, for example, if these guys had a black flag and served their drive-through before the safety car, because that effectively would have made it null and void. So, understand the frustrations. But like you said, you're still racing, so as you've got the penalty, you've still got to think strategically about when to serve it, and see what you can make of your race. If there is another safety car, then as long as you're on the lead lap, you've got a chance.
Absolutely. And speaking of protests, we do have some that are coming through now. Race Control will be taking a look at those, and we will certainly keep you abreast of any developments in those regards in terms of penalties being handed down, as we are once again keeping an eye on the 113 car. These guys have been in the mix ever since we came back on the air, having a great drive. Can't quite make out the name of who's behind the wheel there. Maybe, Gal, you can help me out with
That's
that.
Garrett Barry in the Solpec Precision Racing Mercedes. Currently under the bumper of the Manatee Racing Green Mercedes of Tim Matske. So I'm just going to stay with this fight a little bit, because again, I want to do a similar comparison for when Robert in the LMP2 inevitably serves that penalty, just to see where the GT3 field kind of stacks up.
And Barry's been in that car for a little while now, so I would imagine they're probably going to do a driver swap on their next pit stop. I'm going to anticipate that's probably 20-ish minutes away, give or take.
I don't... second place in GTP as well, I think.
Alrighty, we'll take a look at that on your bottom screen.
Just going to bring up the replay on the smaller one.
Yep, looks like the move. This is coming
What
down.
a
It's
send.
one lap. Oh, and yeah, wow. He just generated the momentum and said, "I'm taking this, and I'm taking it right now." Pretty impressive move there. I believe Townsend Bell would say that is passing with authority. As we see the 80 car serving their penalty here. Long pit lane here when you're trundling down at 60 kilometers an hour while everybody else is speeding by you in excess of 150.
Yep.
Tough penalty to take. We're going to see where he slots out. It doesn't
Well
look
ahead of
as...
the GT3s,
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't look like he has any traffic around him, so he's gonna have clean air. He's gonna have a gap, so we'll see what he can do. We'll have to also check and see where he's at in terms of the overall standings as well. As we look at our second place overall in Johan Ruyer in the 001 machine. And Carol, you called it. You called your shot with this one. You said he was sending off just blisteringly fast laps, and we're seeing it here. A little bit of a gap being built to Bernier in the 32 machine. The 68, not too far away. So now that we have a new player in second place, that is going to change things a little bit. So we want to see if that, if the 001 can run down the 68. But Bernier in the 032 is not letting him get away just yet. So this battle might not be over.
Yeah. And it's such a conundrum, the driver's racing mind, because obviously Augustin might feel aggrieved at how much of a move it was before the Tetra Rouge, perhaps not a traditional overtaking spot. So he's definitely going to want to be on the bumper and wanting to give a just comeuppance, perhaps even do a similar move. But like you mentioned, that 68 in the first place GTP is the prize. That is the overall position that everybody is gunning for. So if Augustin decides, you know what, discretion is the better part of valor, I will just stay behind Johan and try and catch up to the first place as much as possible, then so be it. As we see a little bit of hands shaking in the mini view. The Ford Chicane's a very fearsome opponent for some of these cars. But these top split drivers are top split drivers for a reason. So we'll just keep an eye on this gap a little bit as well.
And I don't hate that strategy either. Like just allow the 001 to just pull you along if you're in Bernier's position. If he's able to run that 68 down, and if he can just pull you along, that brings you into contention for the overall race win. And I don't know about you, but I'm kind of salivating at the thought of having a three-way fight for the lead inside of 2 hours to go of a 24-hour race. That'd be phenomenal if that took place. So don't hate that idea. We see that he was right up on the gearbox of Royer's car, but he's since backed off a little bit. So maybe give it a go. Try to see if he can get back by. Wasn't able to do so. Just follow in line here for a little bit. So again, we're just gonna have to follow through, see how it plays out.
Yep. And I think it's a testament to how much pace this top three has had throughout the entire race that the gap was pretty much there within 20 seconds over hours worth of racing. Really, the only way that the distance of the race has shown itself was the gap behind these guys, and they had like almost a minute on just pure race pace. And now that the safety car has kind of bunched everyone together, all it's really done is just it's wiped out the gap to the GTPs outside of the top three here, but now that gap is expanding again. So it's a testament to their relative pace to the rest of the field and their relative pace within the top three in that they're so close. Though Nicholas in the Logitech Jupiter car is letting it hang a bit, I guess. He's now 2 seconds clear and eking out a tenth or two. Most of this gap probably was from just the overtake that Johan had to commit to on Augustin. So, yeah. Every single tenth is to play for here.
Yeah, and I appreciate you pointing that out as well, because we've been on air for a little over 4 hours, and that was the first safety car. 16 seconds over the course of 4 hours is not just running away with it. Like, that is, to your point, that is a gap that was built over a very long period of time. And when it takes you that long to build a gap like that, it does show the parity, because you're only gaining, you said it yourself, a tenth or two over the course of the lap. That does add up over time, but it does also show just how close these drivers are on time for sure. And I do also agree with you. Most of the gap that we're seeing right now from first to second and third was due to the overtaking action, which is also probably another reason why the 032 is just kind of fallen in line, and see if we can run that 68 car back down and have a three-way fight for the lead here. I would love to see that. Love to see this battle here in the 909. Tom Griggs now at the wheel. This is for P4. Trying to get P3 away from the Impact Support Motorsports team. That is going to be... and we're actually going to have a battle where side by side, Griggs actually makes the move as they head up into Indianapolis on the bottom screen.
Smith trying to copy his teammate as well there. Not quite.
Yeah, a little bit of anything you can do, I can do better, perhaps. So simultaneous overtakes here on the two team cars. Always a fun dissonance there to follow. These guys are coming out of Arnage here. Bit of a train here. Looks like we have 5 cars in shot there, and Smith's getting by one car. He has a couple more positions out there that he could grab, so definitely gonna see if he can make a move there. We're not going to be close enough headed up into the Porsche curves this go around, but maybe try to set something up in the run up to the first of the Ford chicanes if we can get a good run through here, which he is kind of creeping up on that car in front of him.
Exactly.
But not going to be close enough to make a move this time.
And of note, as you can see in the battle box as well, the cars behind Frank Smith here, the WSR Esports and the Automoves Racing Team 117, are blue flagged. So you'd imagine they're not exactly trying to fight Frank here. So maybe leave him to his own devices. Frank probably recognizes that as well. But then again, see if a blue flag car will play ball if you decide to run off the track or make a mistake or spin somewhere. They're not going to wait patiently for you. So
No.
pressure's not on, but it is on. So
and blue flags, drivers not required to give way to lead lap cars here. We're not following the Formula One rules where you have to give up that position. Drivers have every right to maintain where they are, and to your point, they have their own race that they're trying to drive, and they would like to try to get themselves back on that lead lap if at all possible. So to your point, Cal, they're not going to stay there forever. They're at some point, if we don't get a breakup here, they're going to want to try to make a move to help their own race out, as we see Josh Thompson, our GT3 leader, in that 211 Mercedes. He's been holding the lead for a while. He's been in this car for a while as well. So I have a hunch we're going to see a driver change on their next pit stop. Not really getting away from P2. In fact, we see that whole line at the top 6 right there in shot. And this is going to be a fun battle to see developing as well. Just because before the safety car came out, we saw so many of these GT3 machines all battling with each other. And so now that they're all bunched up again, they're going to be kind of tripping all over each other, trying to get those spots here late in the going. As we feed back onto the Mulsanne straight, coming through Tetra Rouge right now, and now we're going to be going on to Mulsanne. These guys are making it look easy, but they have their hands full. They're driving their guts out at this point in the race, so no holding back anymore. We're full song from here on in.
Absolutely, and it's such underrated ability to run full breakneck pace, and then also having to make business decisions pretty much every single complex of, is a move on, should I be doing this? And I guess in some drivers' mind, should I have done this after the complex? So obviously right now, these guys are running such good pace, being able to follow just the leader with an hour 40 to go. Some of these guys might be deciding, you know what? Maybe pit strategy is going to come to mind a bit more here. For others, it might just be a case of P1 is there. Like, that is the ultimate prize. So stay in the pack. Don't be the one that drops out of it, whether by pace or by incident. We can kind of see, like, the train here is of 6 cars. The 7 car is 7 seconds back, right there at the end of shot. So, there's Josh is given the wave around by Roman Pascucci in the SDR sim racing car. So weave side to side. I think that was more of an intimidation thing more than trying to get hair or anything like that. We'll see how,
and then
how patient these guys
sorry.
are. No, I'm just making the point. We'll see how patient these guys are once people start getting griefed by, oh, this guy's backing me up, or oh, this guy's not actually going for a move.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to touch on too. Normally, when we see a line of cars like this, usually whoever's leading that particular line of cars is holding them up a little bit on pace. So Thompson's going to be defending for all that he possibly can here for a couple reasons. One, it's the class lead of the Le Mans 24 hours with less than 2 hours to go. But two, if one car gets through, he could very easily be freight trained and drop all the way back to the back of that pack. So he's definitely going to be trying to hold on for dear life here, fight for everything that he possibly can. But if you're second car in line, you're desperately wanting a way through because you're thinking to yourself, I can pull a gap on these guys if I can just get around them and I can go out and win this race. If you're the third car on back in line, you're just kind of sitting there for a little bit looking for an opportunity, knowing that if you try to make any move, that leader is going to scoot away a little bit, but at the same time, you got your race you're trying to run as well, so sooner or later you're going to be looking to make that move. And then towards the tail end of this queue here, you're just there to pick up any pieces that are left after if and when any kind of contact is made. You're still looking for your own opportunities, obviously, but you're also keeping an eye on that just because if anything happens to these lead cars, you're not going to have any kind of reaction time or nowhere to go anywhere, but you can't drop out of it either, not at this point. So concentration at the maximum, as on the bottom screen here we see Daniel Sommer in the 31 here. This is the battle for P8. We were referencing this battle earlier. More cars nose to tail, just like we're seeing on the top screen. So the racing's been fantastic, Khaled. We've had battles ever since we've come on the air, and it's just been fantastic. I keep waiting to see if it's going to settle down, and it just hasn't. And it was like this in the first 6 hours that we ran. It's been like this since we've come back on air. How do you not love it? It's just been phenomenal. It's been a fantastic race.
Exactly, and it has been a fantastic race. I don't think anybody would put a bet against me on Polymark or something to say that it will probably just like even out and like nothing will happen. Because obviously it's an hour of 40 of the exact same frenetic action that we've had for nearly 24 hours. So definitely want to keep my eyes on things. Try to do it justice in terms of what fights are developing and are happening, and if the fight has happened, then let's try to do justice in the replay. Yeah, Majors 24 is going to Majors 24.
I love it. I couldn't agree with you more. And we do have a change in the lead here in the LMP2 category. The 8 car has gotten by Parker White in that 117 for the lead. Hasn't really gotten away from him. So this could be a scenario too where Parker's just they got to run on Parker and just kind of conceded that spot for now, but still not letting him get away. We are very much at the part of the race where it is all take, no give. The aggression is going to be super high as we do have a replay. This is the pass coming out of the Mulsanne corner. This is headed towards Indianapolis. That really fast right-hander leading into the left-handed banked corner. Getting the job done there. My guess is got just a better drive off of the Mulsanne corner. Drove that all the way down that straightaway there and got the move done, headed into the Indianapolis complex. But as I said, Jupp not really getting away. So we'll keep an eye on that race as well. There's so many different things that we're keeping our eye on as we shift over to Alexander Weitzel in the number 10. His compatriot, Nicholas Gessner, kind enough to join us for a good little while earlier on today. Fantastic interview between him and Trevor. A lot of fun just getting to hear his perspective fresh off the track. currently
fine.
in P9. They've picked up a spot since the restart. As this GT3 battle, we have a pass for the lead. Thompson has gotten passed by the number 50 car, and this is exactly what.
Damage, I think, on the front. Bump is missing. And
Oh, you're
the
right.
GTP leaders are coming through.
You're right, Khaled. He does have damage.
That was the
GT3
Renault
leader
car.
said, "Not here." A bit of a late move if I'm the GTP driver. I'd not appreciate that too much. We talked about if you're the car being passed, you just want to make sure that you were predictable. That was not a predictable move there. So that could have been a massive incident there, because that was our overall second place car who was going through there. So that could have been major race implications there for
Let's
both
see if
classes.
We can do it justice. So I'll probably cue some replays here. Keep an eye on Antal Rafael Sabo because he's the one that's currently missing. No, apologies. Josh Thompson's the one that's missing the bumper. So if we
Josh Thompson on your screen right there.
Oh, this is the wrong replay. So this was right here.
Thompson's going to be leading this group here, coming right at you. It'll be that lead car, that white and red car there.
So I'm going to cut to him here. So something kicked off this frenetic sequence. I'm not sure what it was because at this point they're all just line astern with no real issue. So if I were to just go a little bit more forward, this might be from the preceding lap. Okay, that's a bit too far forward. Let's have a look. So there he goes. Oh, and the thing is that Pascucci just cutting off the front of Josh Thompson. That caused an issue there. And then we have Antal Rafael Sabo just being tracked out a little bit. So very unfortunate there for the move and the defense. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a protest here at some point. See if you can get an alternative camera angle here. This might be again Pascucci on the outside becomes the inside, goes very deep, has to choke up, tracks out wide, and then as he gets the slide on, defends again. And iRacing decides you need to lose a bumper for that. So I'm interested to see what, if anything, Race Control decides on that.
Yeah, it didn't look like any contact actually took place, so that would be some netcode there in that instance. Now, you are allowed to make one move for it to not be considered blocking, but it has to be a proactive move. You cannot react to what a car behind you is doing, and that, at the very least, is this going to give us a really good view here. Yeah, there was... Oh, okay, there we go. The 50 had a bit of a bobble, but that is just the slightest of touches. I'm not sure if he deserved to lose a bumper for that, so that does paint it in a bit of a different light. The bobble there would have been why the 50 car shot over to the right-hand side of the racetrack there. So thanks for finding that for us. Appreciate the replay there. Cal, we have big news out of the GTP category. The 032 is going to receive a stop and hold for 30 seconds for a safety car infringement. Apparently, what Race Control is saying is that the 32 did not maintain safety car pace, which in turn allowed them to be overtaken due to their being stopped on the racetrack, as Bernier is off track here coming in to serve that penalty. So it kind of goes from bad to worse. Now, if you stop on track and any cars overtake you, you are not allowed to gain those positions back unless you receive confirmation from Race Control that you are allowed to do so. He came back, rejoined in second place. Race Control saw it, and that is why he is receiving this penalty, and that is absolutely devastating for that team at this point of the race. Our hope for a three-way battle just kind of went out the window because of that penalty. That's going to drop them well back into the order, and if he's taking service here, he's going to have to come in again. We see the car on jack stands, so
It might
that
be an
is-
iRacing thing of I've seen it. It will still respect the penalty, just slightly longer from what I
Okay.
understand. And my main concern has been on that pit entry. He came in beyond hot. This was so hot that I'm thinking surely he must have gone a slowdown for this, because he managed to get to pit speed. Actually, scratch that. I don't think that was pit speed at all. So if your race is over, I guess it's more than over at this point. So very unfortunate to see. We also have another black flag further down the field. Carlo Mario Barberi. You see the Sopec GTP just exiting the pits behind Austin. I don't know if you've got word on what this black flag is for, because I can see a bunch in the field at the moment.
So the most recent one I'm seeing here is that 032. We did have the number 11. I'm not seeing anything since then. There are currently 3 protests that are under review that have not been actioned yet. I do see the stop and hold for 30 seconds for the number 10 car. Is that
would
yeah,
be the mono competition.
yeah, so I'm not seeing that showing up here in race session. So that penalty has not been applied as of yet, even though they have made their decision. So there is an appeal window here. What will happen is race control will directly message the team to let them know, hey, this is what we have found as this battle's heating up. Just to pay this off real quick, race control will reach out to the team to let them know that the penalty is coming their way, to give them a window during which they can appeal it. Then they will go ahead and apply the penalty. So that's probably where we're at with this one. But let's talk about this on-track battle here. We're looking at Moritz Kong here in the 78. That car has been strong. We've seen them at or near the front for the vast majority of the time that we have been on air with you during the morning hours. This battle definitely heating up. The 3 Mercedes, all nose to tail. That was coming out of the Mulsanne corner, down the back straightaway.
You'd expect teammates to play ball, but it was kind of interesting because I saw in the data that we had like 3 GT3s within less than a tenth. Like, it was insane. So you'd hate to see teammate on teammate crime. So I don't know if the Manatee Racing Discord is going to be a flurry in the voice chats. See how things managed to go.
I think at this point you got to let them race, especially given that, again, we talked about it previously. When the car starts to stack up, usually that lead car is going to be the slower of these cars, as we have 5 cars line astern here. So I would say let them race, or maybe even try to facilitate a pass with the 78 on the 79, see if we can get a gap going, and maybe that 78 car could pull the 79 along and be able to get clear of these guys. That might be something we want to look at as well. I've personally never been a huge fan of team orders in any form of racing. I prefer to just let them duke it out on track, see what happens. Obviously, your teammate, you never want to wreck them. You never want to wreck anybody, especially your teammate. They're still, it's going to be a great battle to watch, as they are pulling actually a little bit of a gap there.
I think that this might be a Manatee Racing fan or team member, as for light in the YouTube chat. We have it very organized and chill. Yeah, I mean, on the up and down cam, we've got the leading Manatee Racing Green entry, driven by Tim Matskett on the GT3 podium. One of the beneficiaries after Joshua Thompson managed to unfortunately get involved in that incident with the SDR sim racing car. So we'll see how things manage to play out, but at the moment you'd imagine Manatee Racing team members, fans are smiling with glee at the moment. You can see the leader is just off in shot, so...
Well, thank you for sharing that, Ask for Light, there in the chat. So thanks for that insight there. So it kind of sounds like it might be a hold station for the moment based off of that comment there. but we're still going to be following up as Parker White back to the lead.
Yeah.
Took it over
Action
from
everywhere.
that 8 car there, yeah. So
Let's have a look at the replay. So I think that's probably the same spot that Connor Yup managed to take the lead earlier. So if these guys are doing some kind of slaloming, let you pass lap after lap, then I suppose in general they would be running away together. But we'll see how it goes on track because the leaders are in the pits.
with
It's the
an
entire
hour
LMP2
and
field.
20, hour and 26 left to go. I don't think they're going to make it on one more stop. I think we're going to have at least, I think we need to have 2 more stops from this LMP2 field.
Yep. So let's have a look. We'll stay with the LMP2 field here. As you can see on the class split, we can see pretty much the entire leading LMP2 field having gone in. I'm expecting the LMP2s further back, so that would be the NGC by margin, the Arada. They're still out on track, quite a ways behind. So we've got Connor Yup leaving first. There he goes.
And we see White in the background just now leaving his pit stall, losing 2 spots there. Really curious if these 2 cars that got out ahead of him, wondering if they had maybe short fueled the car just by a little bit. Again, more strategy. I get the move now from Connor Jupp, give him a little bit of gap to Parker White there in the 117. No driver changes this go around, so we can probably assume these are going to be the finishing drivers. But if you're going to short fill the car, I kind of like the call to do it now. You're going to have to pay it back on the last pit stop when you do a full fuel, but I do kind of like the call to do it now. Get out ahead of these guys if you are in that 8 car. See what you can do with some clean air as we get a good look at our overall race leader, Loic Marchand.
Have I missed an
that
overtake?
that is by virtue of the 68 being in the pits. I did see it flash briefly that he showed him being in the pit exit. So I think we're on a pit stop sequence there, but we'll keep an eye out on that.
So the issue that I have in my mind is that Nicolas Beu was comfortably leading, and effectively Loic Marchand has also pitted on the same lap. So this is a true net position. The only difference that I can see if I bring up the pit lane time, or pit lap time, I guess, either which, a far shorter stop. So I'm assuming they've short filled, took the lead, and are deciding that perhaps relying on some kind of safety car or something to help them gain and keep that track position.
Well, it's interesting for the GTP because we're in a situation where they can take a full stop now and do a splash and dash at the end, or do the splash and dash now
and then
Yeah. Now, I liked the call from the LMP2 side of things. I don't care for this call here. Reason being, you said a second ago, safety car. If these guys, it kind of puts them in a bind. I would rather have a full tank of fuel on board so that I have the option. So that if I can stretch it out, I can always come in once we're in the window. It just gives me a few more options here. So I do think that's kind of what happened here, because to your point, the vastly different pit stops. So as we look at the 001 currently running it in 4th place here, I do think that's kind of where we're at. So again, that strategy, wasn't expecting to see diverging strategies too terribly much here as we get down to the final little bit here. But we're going to be treated to a strategic battle even down to the wire. So we do have 2 legitimate diverging strategies for the race win here. So that's going to be a lot of fun to see how that plays out. Checking with the chat, Eli Donaldson saying, let's go Vermilion Esports cars numbers 12 and 089. Thank you for the shout out there, Eli. Appreciate you tuning in. Cars on track and still running. as we're looking at Wayne Bork here in the 0. Is that a 6-9 or a 5-9? It's my
Wayne
screen's
Bork
a little
in the
pixelated.
089.
089. Okay, so and as we check in with the Vermilion Esports team, that is car number 12. So Eli, there you go. We got your man on screen there for you. Doing a great job, and then the 089. So we got both your guys on there. So again, thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying it. And your guys running well, 6th and 4th respectively. So hanging in there, doing a great job, and trying to hang on for this last hour, 20 minutes.
Oh, and we've had a pass for GTP. Carl Griffiths has managed to pass and drop Johan. So something must have happened, surely. So, possibly a slowdown? Because he's managed to do the pass in plenty of time. Heading down to, I believe this is the Mulsanne hairpin? No, this is the first
Second
chicane.
chicane. First chicane.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So possibly a slowdown, and then he's just dropped him by 2 seconds since then on the same lap. So podium all to play for, the lead all to play for as well. Carl Griffiths are into motorsports. They must be pretty happy seeing their 01 car up in the podium positions.
Checking in with the chat again. Domestic Mango, Sorrento Motorsports. They are currently P9 in the class, currently 1 lap down to the class leader. Just thanks for checking in there, driving the 02 car there. Still in the top 10 though.
Black flag as well. Right behind them.
I'm sorry, Khaled, I kind of spoke over you there for a second. What were you saying about a black flag? My apologies.
So just giving some context on the fight here on the screen. We're shouting obviously the Sorrento Motorsports car in LMP2. The car behind is the DWR SimCoach setups, driven by Robert. We saw them serve the black flag just after the safety car restart, and he's managed to pull up alongside and pass as we were talking about it. So, yeah, back to you.
On the comeback trail there. But yeah, Sorrento currently P9 in class, so Domestic Mango, thanks for chiming in. Ben Faulkner also shouting out the Vermilion teams as well. Appreciate everybody here who's been hanging out with us in the chat. We hope you have enjoyed this race as much as we have enjoyed talking about it. I know that they're saying everything's chill in those Mercedes teams, but I don't know, Cal. This action looks like it's heating up to me a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's one of the things that I'm still trying to get used to, even after 24 hours of running. Just seeing them side by side and trying to actually gauge how far alongside they are on the head-on shot. But yeah, that's the negative delta car driven by Vladislav Shopov, managing to make the move. We've seen them covered by blanket for multiple laps, and this is the first time we've seen it changing in the order. So I don't know what you think about it.
I love it. I think Shopov was content to run there for a little while. As you see him taking another peak, I think maybe these team cars doing a little bit of fuel save, and Shopov has just decided it's time to go and making up 2 spots in this singular lap here. Understanding we're at the time of the race here where the next car is going to be about 7 seconds up the road from him. So if he wants to have any chance of getting on this podium, the time to go is now. So I love the decision. I love the move, and I want to see if he's able to pull ahead as we see the 78 respond almost immediately and get right there on the bumper. But Shopov able to pull a bit of a gap there as they round the corner into Indianapolis. We'll see if he's able to build on that gap a little bit and see if we can maybe get on down the road to maybe pick up 5th place here. So yeah, I love it. if I can make the move, I want to make the move. I'd rather not just be stuck in the queue as we get a look at Matsky. That picture, it cracks me up every time. And at this point, I'm getting sleepy. It's making me yawn a little bit as well, so I'm trying not to stare at it as it pops up on our monitor, but still love the sense of humor. 78 car currently running in P2. He has the 113 breathing down his neck right there as well. This battle just not going away. And these guys are only about a second and a half away from our class leader as well. So as it looks like we have a pit stop coming in to the pits here.
Yeah, the leader.
And so too is yeah, exactly, absolutely. The GT3 leader also coming in.
Let's grab a back camera. Building is lovely, but it's not over here.
It's beautiful architecture, Khaled.
Oh, yeah. To be honest, it is impressive because the back side of that building is actually the entry you take when you go into those grandstands, and it's a fantastic view of the pit lane and all the action. Just as you can kind of see all the action here. Let's have a look.
Just about the entire GT3 class leaders coming in. We got about 9 cars in the pit lane at the moment.
So we'll keep an eye on the Manatee Racing cars, simply because we've been following them for so long, having had the negative Delta car for company for so many laps. So we see what order they actually exit the pits. The negative Delta car just ahead in the white and pink, or purple rather, car came off the jacks, and he's run off. So we'll see how these guys manage to continue on.
And he's going to come out right behind the leader. So we're going to have a battle for the lead in GT3.
Exactly. So let's see, who is the current GT3 leader? That would be the Solpec Precision Racing car, as the cameraman does a lot of work to try and get the tracking shot from halfway across the track.
And that's Garrett Berry right there. He got that lead by virtue of staying out when the rest pitted. So he owes us a pit stop. So we'll see him coming in here for too much longer. We really curious to see what that gap is from the 50 to the 28. Was it the 28 car? That we're getting there.
In terms of the net leader, I'm assuming you're talking
Yes.
about here. So
Yes, the
just
net
for
leader.
context, we've got the Solpec Precision currently leading in shot. Then we've got Leon Augustat in Ride Sim Sport. I don't think we've had the chance to feature them a lot, but they also owe us a pit stop. And then the net lead, Tim Matske, which thankfully we've got some Manatee Racing teammates here to correct us. As for like mentioning that's a shouting Matske, not yawning one.
As a celebration, not that he's angry. They
Okay.
did want to
There
make
you
sure that they
go.
pointed that out as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Asphalite, for sharing that with us.
And of particular emphasis here, Josh Thompson, we saw had a torrid second half of that opening stint, with the damage having tussled with the SDR Sim Racing car earlier. Bumper is back on. I don't know if this was a fast repair. It must have been in my eyes, because currently net P2 in GT3. So amazing work to keep it there, and amazing work to have a fast repair available with just over an hour to go.
Yeah, that is quite the accomplishment right there. Even if you don't make mistakes, you're still dependent on these 53 other cars all around you on this track. So to still have that fast repair available, quite the accomplishment in its own right, for sure.
Just giving some love to the GTPs, especially the kind of halfway up the GTP field as they're making their way through the LMP2s. Balbox in the bottom right. 6th placed LMP2 being passed right now, with the rest of the field just down the road. Mono competition, tssimshop.com car, the number 18, driven by Jack James. Given close chase by Samuel Villa of the Absolute Ace Lift 18 Porsche GTP. And it's an interesting thing in a racer's mind. Obviously, you enter the race to want to win, but 23 hours later, whatever position you get is whatever position you'll be fighting for, and it's whatever position you want to take, really. So we'll see how these guys manage to fight on. Close companionship as well by the Solpac Precision Racing 111 car just behind. An hour and 11 to go.
Hard to believe. Hard to believe that it's this close to the end already. And I am gonna, when we have this many cars this close together, yeah, for me, I am a little torn if I'm in one of these driver's seats here, where it's right there for the taking, just so close that you can feel it right there in front of you. You want to do that, you want to push that little bit extra, but also to your point, Khaled, we've been racing for almost 23 hours at this point, and you just want to bring the car home. If at all possible. You don't want to be the guy that breaks the car this late in the going. So it is a fine line, and it can be tough at times. And at this point too, you're mentally exhausted, you're physically exhausted. Half of these drivers are probably falling asleep in their cockpits, in their rigs at home as they're trying to navigate this. So it's just another one of those juxtapositions, and it's part of why you see so much emotion in the real world event when this race is over. And again, we've talked about how, yes, it's virtual racing, but the competition is real. I would venture to guess there's probably going to be some emotion even among our drivers here in this race as well, just because you can't help but be a little bit emotional, just because you put so much time, so much effort into it. When Trevor was in here, he referenced, having to literally take time off work from your job, from your family. Like this isn't just plug and play. Every single one of these drivers has worked incredibly hard to get to this point, to still be on track, coming to about an hour to go. So just absolutely massive hats off to everybody who's still in here, and it's just they're putting on a great show.
And quote that comes to mind. I don't know exactly who to attribute it to, but I've seen it so often. That the cars aren't real, but the racing is. Ultimately,
Absolutely.
Every single race entered, you might be in a different mindset for the occasion, or the race, or the series, or the league, or whatever it might be on the cars, whether it's a sprint race, whether it's an endurance. Ultimately, that feeling of I'm in the sim rig, I'm giving it my best, and I think it's a sentiment probably shared with a lot of people that have had the privilege of actually racing in an endurance event for 10, 12, 24 hours, that once you're racing in a team, like how much it suddenly means to you. Like, I'm taking care of the car, I want to hand it off to my teammate. And I think to be in a situation where people will be in a team where ultimately, like, that the team members are doing their best, they're giving it their absolute all, that unfortunately some people might have been in a situation where a race didn't quite pan out the way they wanted it to, teammates stacked it or whatever it was, and you don't have any personal feelings against the teammate. You all try your best, you all know how difficult it is, and it's one of the reasons that make us keep coming back to wanting to race these kind of series, and the Majors 24 being an outlet for that, I think is a fantastic occasion.
It's a bonding experience. You go through this thing together, and I'm speaking from personal experience here, right? The first drive I ever did with my team was the Nürburgring 24 hours. I talked about how I wrecked the car very first stint. Every single one of them, without fail, said, hey, don't worry about it. We're good. It's fine. And that was the moment that the bonds that we now have with each other really began. It began in that moment of hardship. And the common thread here is that endurance race. And you feel that kinship with your team, especially because they're the ones that are with you in those wee hours of the morning. And you're always having somebody in the Discord with you, helping you out, getting you through, keeping you awake, quite frankly, at times. and then you have it's almost like a, not to cheapen it too much, but there is kind of a brotherhood there at that point for this shared experience, and you feel that kinship with your fellow competitors, right? Right now, yes, we are racing, we are rivals, we want to beat the living crap out of each other, but as soon as that checker flag falls, I guarantee you in the Majors Discord, we're going to be seeing, hey, great race, hey, was fun racing with you, hey, what an awesome experience. And it is that shared experience that really kind of binds everyone together. We have people from every country of the world, every time zone in the world here in this race, and it's so cool that this wonderful sport is bonding so many people together today, and it's just kind of a really fun thing to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. And one such case here, these guys have been going at it pretty hard, which you kind of expect, as Nicholas Bö managed to enter an exit shot in the lead of the race, just passing the leaders here in GT3. I do believe we've had a pass from the negative delta sim racing, or sim gear rather, GT3. We'll cut to that in a little bit to catch the overtake on a replay. Just want to stay here with the fight as we see Josh Thompson just going in, and I think Tim just employed the parachutes and let Josh go.
Yeah, didn't fight that one too hard. Just kind of slotting in, and I think the strategy here is try to build that gap as best as they can to the cars behind them, and then if Matsky there slotting in behind Thompson, like you just said, don't want to do anything silly. Even now, just 64 minutes to go, you still need to be very judicious with where you make those moves, and still try to protect your car. We've seen it happen so many times. Last lap incidents, like you got to protect it all the way down to the wire. As we see a bit of a traffic jam, all three classes in shot right there. Real quickly, Asphalite says, I wrecked. Can you elaborate on that for us, please, a little bit?
I'm going to assume that was from when we were describing sometimes those moments you have in sim racing events.
Okay.
Incidents and such.
Gotcha.
But I'm all good with getting corrected if that was not the case.
Appreciate the engagement there. Definitely, that's part of the fun too. Is seeing the engagement with those watching, and then having our drivers join us for the interviews and things like that. As much as we love the racing and as fantastic as the racing has been, at some point we do want a bit of a distraction. So thank you for providing that to us. Those of you that have commented and participated here with the chat, we love it. We love to see it. It's been highly entertaining. Checking in with Shopov here.
So
currently running.
This was P6. Just wanted to interject with the replay because we saw him pass the SDR Sim Racing car behind of Marcos Saavedra in the purple-pink McLaren, and I do have the overtake for it. Managed to get the blow from behind the tree line, so it was pretty much a straightforward overtake in between the Mulsanne chicanes. And yeah, so it's kind of interesting because in almost a weird reversal of fortunes, we saw Marcos Saavedra and the SDR Sim Racing guys defending from Josh Thompson in the incident from the earlier replay, and having gone from defending the lead to unfortunately being all the way down in P7 as Josh Thompson managed to regain the lead. So, tale of two sides of the same coin, I'd argue.
Yeah, tale of two stints, as it were.
Yes. We've got a request to see the Sorrento Motorsports 01, driven by Carl Griffiths. Currently about 6 and a bit seconds behind the leader. If I can bring up the time delta to the leader, we can see the gap visualized. So not really escaping whilst neither catching. So about 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds, as we have had someone go off and someone else crash. So who was this? This is Parker White. Oh, wow, okay. The log showed it
That was our-
him off track, but that's a bit more than just off track, isn't it?
That was our one-time leader in the category. What happened here? He's got a meatball, so he's going to have to come in.
So I've got someone else crashing at the same time, so this might have been, yeah. Yeah, that was William Armani in the Tatum Restec car. I should say that correctly. Oof.
And I believe, Khaled, I think he was still in the lead when that incident took place.
So this is William Armani. Wants to go for a move. Not quite pulling alongside. Bit of contact there. And off they went. So let's see if we can grab a possible blimp cam, something from above, so we can try and give it some context. So look for the braking zone. So you see, not quite pulling alongside. Turns in. And then just the rear of that car chops across. Armani loses it as well. And iRacing deciding that he didn't quite hit the rear of the car, despite what I say. So very, very unfortunate there for Parker. So unfortunate to see.
We'll have to keep an eye on if Parker does have that spare car available to him. Otherwise, we're looking at a lengthy repair. So going from top 2 on the podium to going to be deep in the field, unfortunately, at this point in time. So that seemed a little clumsy to me, quite frankly, just because the GTP fully alongside, I feel like both cars probably given themselves another room. Both cars could have given themselves a bit more room there. The other side of it too, though, I'm not sure why the GTP backed out of it. I felt like he should have easily cleared him in the braking zone there. So definitely a curious one for sure.
100%. I mean, I will be the first to admit I've had moments where sometimes I decide against wanting to just fully clear the car, only because me doing that would likely entail having to actually choke up a bit on the apex and then possibly getting run into. But at that point, I'd be in my own head. So very unfortunate to see. We've been following Parker White for so long in the closing 6 hours of the race. As we actually get down to an hour to go, so even more pain for the Autonews racing team.
Yeah. Definitely unfortunate. He was absolutely one of our contenders for the class win here, so you got to feel for him. As you just said it, we are officially in the final hour of this race. 58 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
See if I can make use of my dark theme for once.
Katz Brensader here in the number
Mats.
28 machine.
Brensader, yeah.
Mats, my apologies.
He's managed to do a move for third place, which would have been fourth had Parker not had his own unfortunate incident with the Tatum Restec car. I can bring up the replay so we can actually have a look at how he managed to do this move. But I'll keep Stum on that whilst Andre Rosa goes to move alongside, heading into the first chicane. Strong move.
Nicely done.
So we'll see if Mats decides to bring the action right back. So we've got Rainbow at the moment. Decided to pull up alongside. So I think Tom Katsidonis, the WSR Esports M2, is probably a better view of the front two that we can see here on the top of the shot. Andre Rosa managing to eke out a little bit of a gap. More GTPs alongside as well. think that might be the mono competition GTP just behind Tom here. See him entering the shot on the right. No apologies, it's a bit further down. Let's see if we can grab whoever is just behind. There we go. Wayne Bork here, coming out of the Indian Arnage complex, just behind the Impact Sim Sport car of Mats Brandsetter. We can see the blue flag WSR esports car just in between. So we did mention it earlier that the WSR esports and Ride Sim Sport cars were blue flagged, but at some point they'll just be racing whoever they manage to get in front of them. So the Vermilion esports guys probably would like WSR to move over. WSR probably does not care. So
Yeah, again, blue flags not being enforced here in this race. Looking at the chat, we got Lucas294. Hello, Lucas. Also, Goat Hamlin today. Is that a typo? Are we referencing Denny Hamlin in the NASCAR race, or are you trying to say something different? So,
I mean, Denny Hamlin is the GOAT. I've been
hey,
watching NASCAR in
hey,
99 now,
hey.
so.
I have my relationship with Denny Hamlin's very complicated. So he is one of the best to ever do it, though, no doubt about that. He'll be a first-round Hall of Famer. As much as I have disliked him at times in his careers, I was absolutely gutted for him to not win the championship last year, right here in my hometown of Phoenix. So very gutted for that. I do think he probably takes it this year now that we reverted back to the chase format, and he's doing things at his age just incredible. He's winning more now than he ever has in his career, and it is pretty phenomenal what he's accomplishing. I just have strong feelings about how I feel about him one way or the other, so it's complicated. We'll talk about that offline, but we'll wait and see if Lucas reaches back out to us with an update on that comment just to clarify it for us. But in the meantime, Garrett Barry here, we're continuing to ride with him on the 113 as he continues. That car continues to be a prominent part of this broadcast. They have been so strong ever since we came on air.
Absolutely. Just another shout out for him. We've seen that Tim Matske in the Manatee Racing Green, just about 6 seconds down the road, I think, from the fight here. So we see the Sorrento, no, I believe that's the Vesta GTP coming past.
Now, Khaled, a quick procedural question for you. On the MEC side of things, we do not have safety cars within the last 30 minutes of the race. Is that something that is at play here for Le Mans as well? I don't recall seeing that in the safety car procedure, but I may have just missed it.
I will admit that I do not know.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like in the MEC there was a guarantee of no safety car in like the last 30 minutes, but I do not know if that's the case here for the Major 24. We've got some pitters in GTP. So the other Solpec racing precision racing car, the number 32, coming down to pit lane. You'd assume they should be fine to make it to the end. It would be a shame otherwise. They've been running so well. I believe this was the Solpec entry that had Casey Kerwin do some stints in over the night. Eli Donaldson, hero to my eyes. No safety car after 30 to go. Much appreciated for the clarification. Whilst we
Awesome.
have a look around up and down the field, the slow and unsteady racing entry from Matthijs Boertjes, giving chase to Wayne Bork in the Vermilion Esports NMP2, fighting for the last step on the podium. Though I don't think the last step on the podium is exactly just the ambition here. The leader is just up ahead. NGC by Margam Darada. Hitting right now. And this is one where I'm questioning if... Can these guys go to the end or not? I assumed an LMP2 stint was around 40-something minutes, and we're at 51-something. So we'll see how
Yeah, outside of a safety car, I don't see a scenario where they make it on one more stop, but this was expected. The last time these guys were in was about an hour and a half to go, and that was when we kind of had the debate of, are we, splash and dash now, splash and dash later? That we may see that play out again here as well, because again, I don't see a scenario where these guys can make it from here. I think we're going to have at least one more. We're going to have one more stop for the LMP2 crowd. To your point a minute ago, though, Cal, the GTPs, they should be good to go. We're going to see one more round of stops from the GT3 cars as well. So we're getting down to it.
Yeah, that's great to see. See, technically kind of focused on Mats in the leading LMP2 spot at the moment, not the net lead, as they do owe us a pit stop. I believe that's the negative Delta car just ahead of them, giving chase to the SDR sim racing entry, I believe, in the McLaren. Yes, it is. And yeah, Marcos and Vladislav here, the two GT3s on shot, have been trading positions quite a bit. Just playing ball for now.
They're just having a little bit of fun. A little bit of after you. No, please, after you. I insist. Almost reminiscent of in Indianapolis 500 race where the leaders just trade swapping spots for a good little while. As long as these guys continue to eke out that gap, and right now they don't have anybody within shot of them, they're probably pretty content to just keep playing around like they have been right now. They are going to have to come to the pits one more time, and I would imagine after that last pit stop, playtime's over. It's time to duke it out for this final finishing position. So we're very quickly getting to hammer time, where it is win or go home. The playtime's almost over. We're still having some fun. We're still being courteous, but that is going to be ending here pretty shortly. As we're looking at the 17 car here of Matthias Bertjes, I believe is the pronunciation there.
This is Dutch, so I'm going to try and say it properly. Matthias Bertjes.
There you go.
Yeah.
My-
call him MB, I suppose, if you like, and then he can take up with you if he doesn't like the nickname.
I'm just going to stick with the 17 car, just to keep myself out of trouble.
Yeah. Oh, we've got that's the Tatum Restek car of Garrett Ferrari at the moment. This is William Armani. Oh, we've got the slow and unsteady NFP2 managing to make their way past the Solpec GT3.
And if you are Garrett Berry in that 113, you're a little nervous seeing those cars unstable as they go by you. You just want them to get clear so that you can carry on with your race at this point. Definitely a nervous moment there.
Apologies. There. So that's the Matthias Bertjes in the slow unsteady, and they were making their way past Antal Rafael Sabo, one of the beneficiaries of the GT3 fighting we had earlier, showing his absolute pleasure at being overtaken so aggressively by the LMP2 and GTPs. In third place, ahead of the GT3 of, I believe that was the Solpec entry. We saw James Ibram in the F1 Simulations 908 car managing to dive down to the apex just to get the corner nice and tidy. Probably has to lift off the gas a bit here to time this exit. And there he goes. Effect Simulations now. I believe they had 3 entries at LMP2s, the 908, the 909, and the BRT entry. If we can bring up the other cars for comparison, see how they're managing to get on. Got James Ingram in the top shot. In the first of it was Sasha Keynes. Tom Griggs, just a bit further down the road. I'm assuming this is going to be the Mulsanne hairpin. No, I lied. This is also the first because they're obviously a bit further.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense if the top one was third place and the other effect car was fifth.
Well, we've been under green for a while now. There could be a lapped car situation at play here. Just never want to take it for granted. So always want to confirm it.
Oh, and we've got the Grid and Go car in the pits. So this is a scheduled pit stop. We've got Beep Beep FX in the chat shouting out ODBM. ODBM, the Jupiter car leading ahead of the Grid and Go entry. So we're expecting Nicholas to pit. Nice and wide there. So he's got a clear track ahead of him. No one around. Pit lap currently of a 3:73. So about 12 laps into the stint, so definitely due to pit. You can see on the hypercar standings there. Lead by about a minute ahead of the Dürr Esports and Lugano Cars, Grid and Go, and Sorrento Motorsports, Vestas Green, Solpec, and then A-Smith. So these are all cars in the top 8. Nicholas managing to send in on, I think that's the DWR LMP2. Who has been on the road to recovery after that penalty, the start of the race post safety car, after having been dead last in the field. So good recovery so far. Not the win that they were contending for, but a recovery nonetheless.
Yeah, good recovery drive by those guys there. Starting to see more and more people engaging in the chat here in the final hour. Blake saying, let's go Impact Sim Sports, as we have our overall leaders in the pit lane here.
So this
These
is
are
the
scheduled
LMP2,
stops.
yeah. The LMP2
Er-
Impact Sim Sport entry as well. So great to know. I think there's a driver swap here. That's the slow and unsteady in the bottom left corner. Oh, there
Oh, we
is
did get a
swap.
driver stop.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Did not expect to
assumed
see
they
that in the
would've,
final hour.
I assume they would have queued it up straight away rather than the slight delay that we saw. So I hope that doesn't lose them any time. Off the jacks. The driver swap is exactly 20 seconds.
And these guys are going to be right on the
they've
cusp
lost,
of making it on fuel. With a little bit of save, they might be able to make it here. So
I'm going
the strategy,
to assume... Sorry.
strategy's not done yet.
Sorry to interject. I think they probably lost some time just because that driver swap seemed a bit slow to me.
It did seem a bit slow.
They were dead ahead. They were outright first on that pistol shuffle, so they lost so much time. And where have they come out on track? Impact Sim Sport? Have they shot themselves in the
Just
foot?
now leaving the pits. Yeah, that's a massive time loss. That's a good 10-second gap at least at this point now.
Let's see what the pit lap, not pit lap, apologies, the pit time has. As I slap the cameraman for trying again to get the shot from the other side of the track. 41 seconds compared to the leaders who've been doing 30, 27 seconds. And even for others that have gone for a full pit stop, you can see the pit lane time by the NGC car, 37 seconds. I think if they'll be ruining that pit stop shuffle. But one team that has gained a great advantage is Connor Yup. Delatraz Automotive. The recipient of that incident earlier that we saw the DWR LMP2 get black flag for. Currently leading. I don't think they would have had that on their bingo card after that incident. So great effort from them to manage to take the lead here. Oh, and I was just talking about them. Did Robert get into an incident? He did. Tim, tell me what happened here as we bring up the replay. Time for a bit of ascent. Oh, which GT3 was that? Didn't quite catch it. Was that Knaf Digital or Hardline Racing? I think it might have been Hardline Racing. We've rejoined right in front of the. Believe that was the. What was it? The NGC car. Andre Rosa Rosa. Okay, and I believe Tim has had to check out, so I will continue to take over comms as always. Chris Motorsport making use of the exclamation mark timing. We've got a bunch of links available if you guys want to catch a bit more data and have access to what I have access in terms of pit shuffles, gaps, lap times, and so on. Exclamation mark timing, as well as the pinned message for any other commands that you may find of use. Protests in particular will be of interest as we see Robert with a black flag. Now this came in just now with some very unfortunate timing with the spin. So this might either be the stewards confounding them with a further penalty or a black flag for incident points if that indeed has been enabled for this session. So we'll just stay with them a little bit to see if they decide to serve it right here and now. Had a few passes for position in GT3. There he goes. So this is going to relegate them pretty much to the back of the field, still on the lead lap. So you can see Lucas Kornblum in the impact car. We saw them with the unfortunate pit stop shuffle, making their way past Matthijs Boertjes in the slow and unsteady. I keep saying slow and unsteady. Slow, unsteady LMP2, number 17. So they're continuing on, making their way past the, I believe that's the, not the Vesta car, is it? It might be. Yes, Josh Thompson in the Vesta Sport. I was confused because I was assuming that these guys would have been in the lead, but I do see that they have pitted. So pit lap of 344. Current leader, Tim Matske in the Manatee Racing Green, on listed as lap 344. So it might be that we're due another pit stop shuffle in GT3. Tim will probably pit here. Vermilion Esports GT3 behind Antal Rafael Sabo in Vermilion Esports car. They're also due to pit. And then the Solpec just a little bit behind. I think that might be Tim joining me again.
And then just to pay off what you were talking about a minute ago, Khaled, with the incident count, it is a 100 incident point limit. And then you do have a penalty and then a penalty for every 24 incidents after that. So
Okay.
takes a little while to get there, but once we get there, it piles on pretty quickly afterward.
I could imagine so, yeah. Just going to tap on the Solpec racing car right here. Currently being given chase by the Absolute Acelith car and the Vesta Sport Red. So this is for, I believe, P6. Let's keep an eye out on the track for any other action. I think Heracles at the moment. Bottom of your screen, Jesper Svensson, Heracles Performance Alpha. giving chase to the Knack Digital of Matthias Weiten in the Mercedes. Currently fighting for, I suppose this would be 1 or 2 points in F1. They won't mind that a bit, fight whoever's in front of you on the track.
And interestingly enough, I just got kicked out of the actual iRacing session. It just completely froze up on me, so I'm trying to launch back into that here for the last 36 minutes or so. Quick check of the protest page. There are currently no open protests here. Everything has been looked at and reviewed. We have seen a couple of drive-through penalties that have been assessed, but they have not necessarily come through in session. That may have been what you were speaking about, Khaled, when I was able to rejoin just a minute ago. But currently, nothing under review, nothing upcoming. So right now, it does look as though we are clean in terms of any upcoming penalties for our drivers currently out there on track.
We've got the Solpec Precision Racing team leading GT3. Pretty sure they owe us a pit stop as well. Showing lap 388 for the overall leader. GT3 leader currently on lap 345. So Solpec, expect to see them into the pits. The WSR Esports car just behind of Ross McFarlane. They're also due to pit. Right up on the tyre barrier there.
You can tell he's pushing that car hard, so to your point, due to pit, probably working in lap at this point. Want to get every last little bit that you can get on track before you have to surrender your position and bring it down the pit lane.
And then currently the top 7 are all due to pit. So at the moment, going by the reminder thankfully from Gebet, Manatee should be net lead in GT3. Josh Thompson just behind, out of shot. There we go. Already sandwiched by the, I believe that's the Sorrento Motorsports LMP2 and the... Is that both Sorrento Motorsports in on track together? I think it might be, yeah. Yeah, it is. Sorrento Motorsports GTP, currently in 3rd place. And then the Sorrento Motorsports LMP2 in 9th. Currently, having already sandwiched the GT3 net leader. Just behind in Tim Matsk, who's further being given chase by Vestas Sport as I build up the battle box and try to not go off just pure liveries.
That'll make a nice screenshot for the team Discord there.
Absolutely. So approaching that half-hour mark. So I think it's safe to say we're not really expecting last-second surprise safety cars. So it is good to see cars having mostly kept it clean. We did get some pretty insane highlights in terms of incidents, but in terms of the sheer number of them, in fact, we've not really had that in Top Split. Probably a mix of the lack of rain playing a factor here, as well as the relatively clean running and behavior from a lot of the cars on track. So we do have Solpec in the pits now. Alongside Ross McFarlane, we can see Marcos Saavedra crossing the line now. Here, just passing. There he goes. So he's managed to eke out yet another lap. getting passed by the Vermilion Esports LMP2. Ooh. Almost went into the back of him, but managing to open up the corner quite a bit. Nicholas Bow in the Logitech GTP. Oh, a bit of contact there. Managed to make his way past the Vermilion LMP2. He will not be a fan of that. But people are still alive, which I think is probably a good consolation here.
At this point, that's all you want.
Yes.
If you're still on track at this point, you definitely want to finish this thing out. I can't imagine the heartbreak that you would be experiencing here if you had to retire at this point. Speaking of retirements, it appears we only have 2 retirements in the GTP category, 2 in the LMP2 category, and looks like we have a few more than that. We have several cars. Well, actually, I'll even say maybe about 7 at the absolute max in the GT3 category. So the attrition, honestly, not terrible, especially given where we're at in this stage, this late going.
And what a stage we are at. Tim Latskin managing to gain the position. I thought he managed to lose out in that pissed off shuffle when the Solpec entry exited the pits ahead of them. But warm tyres, I suppose this is about as undercut as an undercut can get. Managing to do some very good laps here. And continuing to keep going. Again, for reference, if you bring up the pit lap, you can see on the, especially the bottom of your screen, we've got the top 3 McLarens, all having pitted 335, 336. Solpec, obviously having pitted just now, listed as lap 346. So everyone behind Tim at the moment has pitted and is going to the end. Top 3 McLarens will likely pit this lap or the one after. So let's go up and down the field. There have been a few cars with not highlighted as much. Connor Yup we have mentioned a few times, but they've been eking away in the lead of this race for the LMP2 field, approaching a 6-second gap on the Effect Simulations 909 car. So really good running from them. On the GTP end of things, we saw Nicholas Bow in the Logitech car passing some of the traffic earlier. But looking up and down the field, Johan Royer in the grid and go has not had the answer for Nicholas in the tail end of the race with half an hour to go, as he makes light work of the Ultimuse Racing Team LMP2. So anybody that takes your fancy at the moment, Tim?
I can't wait to see how the GT3 battle is going to play out. The 3 McLarens, like you said, owe us a pit stop. I agree with Yeber 055. This is going to be a very intense finish in the GT3. I think that the 68 Bo has done a great job just building that gap again. Nothing fancy, nothing flashy, just consistently pulling away by a 10th or 2 each lap, and he's been able to build out this comfortable gap. We have now officially crossed the half-hour remaining threshold, so we can confirm this race will end under the green flag. I'm not sure if I want to count out the 909 there 5 seconds back. We had the LMP2 leader in shot. The second place car was on the same straightaway as they passed the start-finish straight, so that battle might not be over yet either, but for me, it's definitely going to be this GT3 battle once these McLarens give us their final pit stop. This is the battle provisionally that is going to be for the lead, and we may even be able to say that the McLarens themselves may not be out of this too terribly much either, given where they're at in relation to the Man AT Racing 78 car as well. It's a 45-second gap. if they can get in and out, we are just looking kind of at a splash and dash here. They might be able to get out on a relatively even keel, not too far behind. So I do think these diverging strategies coming together, I think it's got it set up for a grandstand finish in the GT3 category.
It also moves up keen on the interview after the wreck. Absolutely. I think if you can get someone in that waiting for interview channel, I think we'll leave the after race interviews for the winners, as we will be running a bit short on time. I'm definitely not angling to try to do NEC in an hour. So if you guys want to hop on and give us some of your brain waves of how the race has gone for you guys. That waiting for interview split 1 channel is waiting for you guys. And I believe that's Jordan McDonald. So we'll cut to ads to try and organize this interview. In the meanwhile, we'll leave you with the lovely ads from Whiplash. So helpful in getting things going here. So let's cut to them and yeah, we'll be right back.
And welcome back to the Majors 24. We are getting down to the wire here. Just 23 minutes left in this race. Apex Lab, you asked for it, you got it. I'm being joined here in the broadcast booth by Jordan McDonald. Jordan, thank you so much for joining us here. A little bit of misfortune there just recently. Sure, it's not under the best of circumstances, but thanks for joining us. Can you just walk us through what happened and what's going on there, how your race has been affected by what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, definitely unfortunate circumstances. We've had a pretty solid race as our first attempt at doing the 24 majors, so we're pretty excited about it, and brought in a guest driver from Williams Esports and Parker White, and To be honest, yeah, we were looking pretty good to be in contention for a win there, and yeah, unfortunately, just the GTP and trying to obviously go through the field, they just kind of half showed the nose, half didn't, and Parker thought they were pulling out, and then they just kind of washed wide into the side of us, and we went over the curb and got spun around and yeah, put into the fence. So luckily we'd had a pretty incident-free race. A few minor things, but we hadn't used our fast repair yet, so luckily we had that in the bag, and we're still looking at a podium here, hopefully. So yeah, unfortunate to kind of be knocked out of a win contention, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
And right on cue, we have your car on screen here on that bottom screen, and coming in for the pit stop, your guys' final of the day, as we're rolling a couple of replays here showing the incident. And yeah, Khaled and myself, we were even commenting at the time, the whole sequence just looked kind of awkward. To me, it looked like the GTP was just going to breeze right by you and we'd be all good, and then everything just kind of got the kerfluffle ensued is how we'll put that there. So we did hate to see that for you, because you guys were definitely in contention. We were watching you. You guys were putting on a great show all throughout. You mentioned this was your first attempt at the Major Series, or at the Majors 24, excuse me. What was it about this race that made you come out and play with us tonight and today?
To be honest, it was actually the guys in my team. I hadn't really, like, I'd heard of it, but I hadn't really obviously done it myself. And obviously Automoves were only just over a year old for an esport team, so kind of just starting to, you know, get our feet wet with different races around the world and IBRA and stuff like that. So a few of the drivers wanted to really have a good crack at it this year, and yeah, I guess everything kind of aligned, and we had I believe it was 6 cars with our academy team as well across the different splits. We got a few in the second split, and then the 2 LMP2s in this top split as well. So yeah, I guess it's obviously 24-hour Le Mans. iRacing doesn't have the rights to it anymore, so it's always a cool event, and obviously with the real one happening as well in the real world, it's yeah, it's always exciting. And kind of the partnership with Parker, me and him had talked about doing a fun race, and just kind of together, and endurance. Obviously him racing for Williams, and us, obviously he's, you know, got his own commitments, but we wanted to kind of team up eventually, and it just the timing of everything kind of worked out that he wasn't competing with Williams here, and we're like, all right, let's do it. And he's obviously in a foreign car, but man's put some laps in because he's absolutely been rapid. So
yeah, definitely has for sure. And you mentioned your cars over in Split 2. Are you running LMP2 across the board, or are you just picking the cars up in all the classes? Like what cars are we running here?
I believe the academy team had a GTP, GT3, and an LMP2 entry. I can't off the top of my head remember which splits the academy GT3. I think the GT3 was in split 4, and the GTP might have been split 3 maybe, but the academy LMP2 was also in split 2 as well. So along with the GT3 from the main team, I guess we call it. But yeah, there's split up as the Automoves racing team, which is more of our like experienced guys with the high I ratings, and then the academy is for the, you know, minimum of 3k I rating up to 6k basically, and that kind of, those guys are in a, like a development kind of thing. So yeah, spread across the board, but in terms of main team, we had a GT3 in split 2 and a 2 LMP2s in split 1.
Oh, very nice. Now you mentioned this is the first Majors 24 that you've run. What other events do you typically do? Do you stick with the endurance stuff, or do you kind of just go across the spectrum, or maybe find a happy medium between the two?
The team itself, like, we're obviously trying to, since we're only a year and a half old, we've been trying to target as many special events as we can. Obviously logistics with availability for all the drivers and stuff can always spice things up, and unfortunately, you know, we've missed a couple this year, but Yeah, endurance racing. We've dabbled in the F4 Esports World Championship, and we've also got a dirt side of the team as well that do the dirt oval, and we've had success in the World of Outlaws Pro Championship as well. So we try to do a bit of everything except for the oval. I don't think anyone kind of in the team has any interest in that yet, but maybe since Parker's been hanging around, he might be able to get some interest into the boys. But yeah, we just as many endurance races as we can, and just keep gaining experience. You know, the guys we're competing against, even today with Delatraz and Effect and DWR and stuff like that. That all these teams have all done these kind of races before and been around quite a while, so they're definitely experienced. And the only way to get better is just keep racing the most experienced drivers you can, and just keep progressing. And eventually we'll. Well, we were hoping today we might have got a win, but yeah, it's not going to happen. So, just keep going, I guess.
Yeah, not the unfortunate incident did kind of drop you out of contention for the win there. Still going to be a pretty good finish here, just in terms of as we're looking at the GT3 battle, those converging strategies. That battle is heating up here as we come to the final 15 minutes here. From the major series perspective compared to the other races you run, is there anything that makes this league stand out in comparison to the officials? Anything that you have enjoyed? I know you're not going to get the result you wanted, but the overall experience, was it good for you?
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously, it's pretty tough for race control and stuff to kind of deal with all the splits they've got. So I applaud them for how many splits and races they are dealing with and the incidences across the board. We competed in the Ivor Endurance Championship for the first time, kind of through the winter, and that was an eye-opener itself. And I think the most enjoyable part about the 24, majors, and then obviously other leagues that do the endurance racing, is just the variety kind of and strategy that you get. With the special events, it's pretty much either a 24-hour sprint or 12-hour, 6-hour, whatever it is. And as soon as you have an issue, whether you get taken out or a driver disconnects or something like that, there's no real way to come back from it. So having the safety cars obviously brings it closer to its real-world counterpart, but also just spices it up, and you never know kind of how the race is going to turn out. I mean, you only have to look at today's race, for example. Before the last safety car, we had a minute 10 second lead over second, and then safety car comes out. It's a bit of a sprint towards the end, and all the cars get bunched up, so you're dealing with kind of almost the start of the race traffic again. And ultimately that's kind of what got us out of contention. Just so many cars all trying to get through at the same time, and it just got awkward. But Delatraz and Effect running first and second, both those cars were they both had their misfortunes this race, and they're on to win and get on the podium, just being able to kind of capitalize on the safety cars at the right time and strategy and stuff like that. So it really does make it a lot more enjoyable, in my opinion, than the special events. But I guess from a team's perspective, the special events themselves just kind of have that novelty and aura about them. When you win a special event, it's a big deal because there's obviously so many teams, and obviously the splits and everything are all done by iRating. But I also like the majors way that they do it is the pre-qualifying system, because ultimately you've got the fastest teams in the top split, and it's not done by iRating, because I think there's a lot of talented drivers out there that don't have the iRating to kind of show for their ability, and you're seeing that today across the board.
Yeah, it is one of the things that, for me, league racing is where it's at. I love to race in the leagues. I love racing with the same people over and over again, because you do get a much better standard of product, in my opinion. Real quick here, before we let you go, looking at this GT3 battle here for the win as we're coming down to about 12 minutes left. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, we're 24 hours, almost full 24 hours into it, and we have a three-way battle for the lead. What are your thoughts on that real quick here, just before I let you go?
Honestly, mate, it just goes to show, the caliber of drivers in the field, and also it goes to show what safety cars and strategy and everything do. And to touch on what you asked before about what I liked about it, that's kind of it. You've got a three-way battle for the lead, and I don't think you'd see that in a special event kind of arena, if you want to call it that. Lost words on that one, but like a special event, you don't see that kind of thing because everyone just spaces out, and then the pace is all kind of the same, and that's just what it is. But with safety cars and stuff like that, it really spices it up, and it's going to be exciting to watch. So I won't hold you guys up too much longer.
I appreciate you joining in here. Real quick before you go, anyone that you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously all the guys at Auto Moves Racing Team, Dylan and Andreas from Auto Moves for everything they do for the team. Apex Lab for supplying the team with wicked setups. If you guys are looking for prototype setups, LMP2 or driver coaching, go hit them up. They're really good. And Sim Magic, Sim Blacks, Pesky Designs, and everyone that supports our team, Majors for putting on the event, and you guys for the broadcast. It's much appreciated, and hopefully we see you guys next year, and maybe we can do a victory lane speech.
Awesome. I'd love to see it, and thanks so much for coming out. Thanks for joining us, giving us a little bit of time here. We're going to go ahead and let you go. We can get to the finish here, but thanks again, Jordan, for joining us, and great job out there today, you and your team.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
That was Jordan McDonald, kind enough to stop by here for a few minutes. We would have loved to have kept a little bit longer, but ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 10 minutes of the race, and we have an absolute battle here in the GT3 field. Those strategies come.
Sorry to cut you off, because we've had some stuff happening during the course of that interview. So we've got to ask these GT3s to keep stum, unless Solpec decides he has to go for something right here. It's not the case. We've had a few incidents, most notably Carl Griffiths, who was on that podium position, was listed as having crashed, so I can't quite tell what it was that had happened to him, but I do have a replay that we can bring up. So where is this? This is the...
That's going to be out of Dunlop Curves, I believe, headed into Tetra Rouge.
He's going to be so happy to actually hit the wall or anything. He's lost a bunch of positions, at least 3 by my count. That's the Door Esports, who's currently listed as being behind Kyle, so I'm assuming Kyle managed to find his way past later. Elsewhere, we've had a few swaps around for position, but most notably, I believe this was the DWR car. Roberts having a torrid end of the race. So currently sandwiched. So I think we caught this earlier. This was the spin. I think this was what gave them the drive-through on incident points as well. So we did actually manage to catch that before the interview. And then scrolling down through the event log, we did manage to keep that GT3 field in shot for quite a bit of the interview. At the moment, we've got a bit of a fight in GTP. So that was over the course of pretty much the last 2 laps. This was the decisive move at the moment. Aiden Mitchell in the Vesta Sport Red. A little tag on the side from the Solpec car, driven by Robin Schwanke, but just managed to hold that stum for now.
Not an easy move to make there out of the Ford chicane either.
Exactly. And then up and down the field, Connor Yup still in LMP2 lead. We've got a bit of a fight for the 5th and 4th spots. So we can see Matthijs Boetjes in the slow unsteady entry, getting passed by Parker White. So much pace at the moment in that car. Again, very unfortunate to hear from Jordan and the team in terms of kind of like the aftermath of that incident, because this car was in with a shout. Actually, not even a shout, more than a shout. They had it. They had it. So
They absolutely had the car to beat there, and he's still in contention here to maybe get 4th place. It's just a little ways up the road here as we have a yellow flag for our 2nd place overall in the
might have been a
001.
slowdown, I think, because I
Yeah.
think slowdowns show as yellows, which is quite off-putting. But then, in essence, the podium spots do seem mostly sorted, except in GT3, the class that gives. There's Garrett Barry. If that's not pushing the Merc ahead along, I have no idea what else it could be, because it's right there. So Mercedes top 3, which is quite contrast to the McLaren top 3 we had earlier before the pit stop shuffle.
And one thing to notice, it's cloudy.
It is very cloudy.
That is that is going to affect the track temperature, bring a little bit of grip back into this track, get some overcast. If we see a couple drops of rain, that could make this thing even more spicy than it's already been. I mean, with this 3-way battle here for the GT3 win, we really can't ask for much more than what we've gotten here in this race, and it looks as though we're going to get a treat all the way down to the wire. Josh Thompson continuing to lead Garrett Barry there, looking for any way around him. We're at a point now where you got to go for the move if it's available here. No more waiting. We had, if it was earlier on in the race, I would think he's just kind of biding his time. But right now, I guarantee you these guys are going all out and doing a fantastic job. It's been clean. It's been exceptionally clean. There hasn't been any contact among these top 2 drivers here. And in 3rd place, the Manatee Racing, the green number 78 car, right there to pick up the pieces should anything happen here to these 2 front runners. Just an absolute titanic clash here to finish off this Majors 24. I don't know what more we could have asked for here, Khaled. Honestly, this thing has just been absolutely fantastic. We're enthralled, and we have less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I feel asking for the whole field to have been fighting for P1 is probably a bit greedy, but I think I'll settle for whoever it is at the moment, because we've had that safety car bunch everyone up. Whoever is here with 5 minutes to go is here on merit. Well, unless they did cause some incidents, but thankfully we've had some stewarding throughout the race. Whoever had to fall behind due to incidents or penalties have all fallen by the wayside at the moment. Vesta Sport, we saw them fight back after a very contentious defense against the SDR car, where they lost their bumper, one fast repair after, and now they're in the lead again. Solpec Precision, we saw usually about 3-4 GT3s in a train at some point around the podium positions. They were always there. Now they are here. So it's about as much as they could have asked for. The Tim Matsky driven Manatee Racing green car, I had them on paper as leading the race when all was said and done. They have fallen back a little bit, but again, here on merit, as you see Garrett Barry right up on the bumper. And I think with 3 minutes to go, if I was ever going to interject with some kind of strategy talk, it would probably be the fact that he knows any move right now has to be a decisive one. You do not want to give Tim the opportunity to get involved in this fight. As we see the GTPs come by, I believe that's Nicholas coming up on the GT3 leaders. So Garrett's, it's kind of in his hands, almost more so than it is Josh. Josh could decide to just defend 24/7. But I think he also knows that he's thinking about the lead, he's thinking about the win in class. He'd rather fight just one car than two. And we're being asked to have a look around the GTP fight. At the moment, Nicholas, the absolute class of the field by definition and by sheer pace, leading by well over 15 seconds. on the rest of the field. The grid and goes, boys and girls back to the factory. Johan Ruyer in the car. No answer for the pace. Produced here by Logitech Jupiter. Further up and down the field, we've got the LMP2 leader, Connor Yup, from Delatras Automotive by PC Design. About 9 seconds clear from the 909 car driven by Tom Griggs. Absolute insane pace. And Parker White having managed to find their way onto the LMP2 podium. So it's all to play for at the moment. In terms of the closest fights on track, we do have James Ibram still trying to get that 5th place from the Impact Sim Sport car. Take your pick, Tim, because we've got a minute to go. And,
Yeah, I was just going to say our leader, when they cross the line next time, are going to be getting the white flag inside the final minute of this 24 hours. I've said it a few times, can't believe it has gone by as fast as he did. There's a good look at Nicholas Bowe there, 68.
Come on, give me that
Barney
white
the
flag.
flag man. Nope,
been.
I guess we're going one more lap. So I guess we're going to go to when the time expires and then one more lap. So that's going to give us 2 more laps here in this race. A little bit of a bonus coverage. Nothing wrong with that. Yep. For that final step on the podium in the GTP battle, actually looking at the gaps right now, that battle is actually going to be a little bit further down the order, so my apologies there. Still great fighting throughout. Still really, really good driving by all of these drivers who are still on track. That GT3 battle does look like it's cooled off ever so slightly. There's a bit of a gap there from Barry to the class leader that wasn't quite there before, as we're looking at Kyle Griffiths there on the top screen there. But it's just, I can't believe this race has gone by as fast as it has, which is kind of a funny thing to say for a 24-hour race, but it's just absolutely flown by, and that is because the show that these drivers are putting on for us, all the way down to now serving the penultimate lap here of this fantastic event. It's been an absolute blast from start to finish to be a part of, and you know, we're not done yet with Garrett Barry here. He's trying to pull that gap back up. That win is just right there, and if you have something where you're going to send it, you got to get that move ready to go here pretty quickly here. James Ibram there in the 908, still stalking P5 there, and again, the battle seemed to have kind of settled down really just in the last minute or so. It's almost as if the drivers have kind of taken a breath and said, okay, this might be where we're finishing. Not necessarily wanting to throw away a good finish after 24 full hours of racing, as the clock now has officially expired. But I don't know, man. If I have a class win right there in front of me, I'd be torn.
Some diabolical send at some point. Like,
yeah,
if you've kept it stumped for 23 hours 59 minutes, surely like you're not gonna let it tick over to 24 without trying something. We've seen Garrett be able to literally grab the badge off the rear bumper from the Vesta sport car. If it's not here, if it's not in Indy, I can't tell what it would be. We've got Nicholas Bowe coming up to the Porsche curves, lapping the LMP2. We've got Garrett Barry going for something. He's gone side by side.
Oh, we're side by side. This is headed into Indianapolis.
Josh.
A little bit of contact.
Right around the outside. Comes inside, comes outside again. Gravel for
a little bit of off track. Heading into Arnage, you got to be real careful here, especially if you're Barry. When you have that little bit of dirt on your tires, don't want to throw it all away there at Arnage.
Back with the lead.
There was our charge. Great job by Thompson to maintain the lead as we're checking again for Nicholas Bowe.
That's it. Race over.
That is the race over.
Won. So this is it for Garrett, if he has anything else left in the tank, which I'm gonna assume is not the case. Nicholas takes the win for Majors 24. Grid and go, guys. Take second place in class.
Well,
Oh, and Garrett's almost lost it there, exiting the Porsche curve. So I think this is it.
Well, Bo has taken off again at a fairly high rate of speed, so we apologize for the confusion here. But coming through the Porsche curves there, that GT3 battle, Garrett gave it a charge, just couldn't quite pull it off,
There he goes.
and that is going to be Josh Thompson winning the GT3 category. We're waiting to see the finish in the LMP2 category. There it is, right on cue, coming up through. I believe we're at Indianapolis here, headed down to Arnage.
Let's see if we can get the flag stand up on the main view. I believe that was the Vesta car coming through.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna
So-
lie to you, Khaled. No flag being waved definitely threw me off there.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what was happening. Normally we do see the flags being waved, but we are showing checkered flag here, as we have one more winner to celebrate crossing the line. Connor Jupp in the number 8 machine coming through the Porsche curves for the final time. The Ford chicanes
I
await.
think that was Manatee Racing Black crossing the line. I think that was one of the other GTPs, probably Jens Brothers Competition crossing the line.
And all Connor has to do now is clear the Ford chicanes, which he
Hotline
does,
Racing.
out onto the front straightaway, and takes the LMP2 victory for Delatrez Automotive, the racing team.
Heracles just crossing the line there as well. It's great to see. Great to see so many justified winners there. The podium flying formation. I am being. I think we're all being spoiled today. I did not see this coming. That's amazing
Great.
work.
Great show of sportsmanship there on the GT3 side of things. That was an absolutely epic battle that those drivers put on for us. Connor Jupp doing some celebratory donuts there, and yeah, I love to see this. And this is just what we were talking about. As soon as this race ends, immediately that camaraderie begins, and you can see that already here. And I guarantee you, those gentlemen coordinated that in the race session, bringing it home.
See the
Khaled,
Vesta
what a race
Sport
we had.
GT3, the GTPs behind as well. Vesta Sport red and green in the back. We've got negative Delta, I think, flashing the lights away. The other Manatee Racing car just exiting shot. I wish I could do everybody on the line justice, but it's just a bit of a bit of carbon fiber being shed at the back there. But mate, I loved it. I loved every single second there at the end. I could only do it justice with 2 PCs trying to get 2 cameras on. Someone get me like a whole data center of PCs to try to do it justice. Nah, mate, these cars gave it their all. The drivers gave it their all. The GT3s in particular. Such close racing at the end of 24 hours. And yeah, I think there will be some teams that will feel like we've given it so much, only to have had an unfortunate incident or some penalties, and to still have so many cars in the window at the end is just amazing to see.
I'm almost wondering if this 211 might be out of fuel or something. We got some shenanigans going on here. Nothing wrong with that, though. A little bit of stress relief after a
mate,
very, very long 24-hour race. We're just having a little bit of fun on our way back.
Absolutely,
to the pits
absolutely.
as you see some teammate on teammate crime there. These are just guys having some fun.
absolutely.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Khaled. Just that was. What more could you ask for in a 24-hour race? We had strategy at play. We had real contenders falling out very late. We had really in 2 of our 3 classes, really anybody could have won it who was on the lead lap. And in the end, we had a absolute thriller in the GT3 category for the finish there. That was absolutely fantastic. I'm with you. I loved every second of that. It was so much fun to watch.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think I definitely want to be the first one to congratulate each and every single driver that not even just finish, just to take part and make this event the spectacle that it ended up being. So I guess I'll let you take it away for the read off at the end.
Yeah, I don't know what I can say that's going to complement what we saw here. Again, just a fantastic effort by everybody involved. Like you said, you said it perfectly with just the gumption and the dedication it takes to jump into one of these machines and hang on for this 24-hour period. We had 4,500 drivers, give or take, taking part in this amazing event. The 18 splits, we were lucky enough to get to be here in the top split calling this race, but there are 18 splits altogether of drivers who were pouring their guts out just like we saw here. So massive thanks to everybody who participated. These drivers exhausted, but man, what a show they put on. We were absolutely treated to a spectacle here in split 1. And we just a big shout out to our fellow broadcasters, everybody down in splits 2, 3, and 4. Mike Taylor, Dakota LaRue, David Forge, Blue Carl, Talon Drake, Austin Erlewine, Mike Willett for putting this series on. Khaled, I'm going to shout you out one more time for all the work you put in on these overlays. They looked absolutely fantastic. Well done to you. So thankful for the work you put in onto this. As we're looking at the 0-2-17 finish by request from the chat, appreciate you throwing that up there real quick for us. We missed this live, but what a battle coming to the wire here.
Again, give me 15 PCs, I'll get you 15 camera feeds next time. So
and you know what, in this race every single one of them is going to provide a fantastic finish, it seemed like. But just to quickly just give my gratitude to the competition committee, Mike Guerin, his whole staff, and then the race control, Chris and his team. Just the job they did. Not an easy job by any means. Not popular decisions were made by any means at times, but together it just turned this into just a fantastic event across the board. And man, I'm torn. I can't decide if I want to do broadcasting next year, if I want to jump in one of these cars and go compete next year.
Just call the race from the sim rig.
Yeah, there we go. I might have to do that. Mike was doing that. He was pulling double duty, so I might have to follow suit there. Just great battles all around and a fantastic race. And yeah, that's all I got, man. I mean, everybody did.
Before we wrap up, sorry to interject, I do want to mention that we do have some interviews lined up. So I will just cut to a very quick Whiplash ad. Again, apologies to cut you off, but we are on a schedule. So we do have
Perfect.
some of the winners coming up. I will sort that out. I will let the ad break run whilst we sort that out.
Awesome. Let's get them in here. Welcome back. We have all three drivers from the Vesta Motorsport are winners in GT3. They were just too excited. They all wanted to join in. And who are we to say no after a show like that? Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Josh, I want to start with you. My goodness, what a show you put on. How did you keep that 113 of Barry at bay for so long? And what were you thinking when he made that charge on the next to last lap going into Indianapolis?
Yeah, it was a bit sketchy, I'll tell you that. The heart rate was up the entire stint. I just happened to try and force some sort of mistake with just raw pace at the start of that whole last sector, like segment of the stint. I just saw like me, Tim, and Barry were just pulling away from everyone. So, but yeah, it came to the final laps. I kind of knew what I had to do for the outside into Indianapolis, hold the lead. With all the marbles on the outside from all the dirt build up, I knew I needed to go on the outside into Indy to have the inside. So I just had to make sure I had that line into the last lap. And lucky enough, it worked and paid out. Just a bit close, but worked out just in the end.
Now, earlier on, I believe, Josh, you were still driving. Earlier on in the race, there was this kind of weird moment where I believe it was the 50 car who had a bit of, excuse me, a bit of a moment coming out of, I believe it was either Arnage or Mulsanne, I can't remember, where they kind of had a wiggle. You had the slightest of contacts and you lost the entire nose. Can you kind of walk us through what was going on there?
Yeah, literally, exactly like I just mentioned before about Indy, going through Indy. He went around the outside. Okay. He went around the outside. I was then stuck. So then he had the inside and I was stuck on the outside. Exactly the same as what I did on the last lap with Garrett. But because all the marbles on the outside, I understeered wide and he also understeered wide and got loose. And as he got loose, I still had momentum off the corner. And just as he's like tried to cover it, my nose is already there. We've hit twice. And yeah, it lost the front bumper, which is kind of unfortunate with how, like, I thought the contact was quite slight for how much damage came from it. Lucky enough, it was like towards the end of the stint. As you saw, I started dropping and dropping back towards the end of that run. It was just so hard to drive. So it was very fortunate. And then the guys here did an absolutely amazing job with the strategy to get us back in the shout for the win.
Yeah, and we even commented when it happened. That seemed like very light contact to occur that much damage. So let me move on, Jacob. Your perspective, would you rather be sitting in the pits watching Josh battle it out at the end, or would you rather be in the car? Which one's less nerve-wracking for you?
100% I would rather sit in the pits than to go through that what Josh had here in the final stint. That was something else.
Well, these endurance races, it is a total team effort. So it does take a village to be able to get this whole organization into victory lane where you guys are sitting right now. So walk me through what it looked like from your perspective during your time inside the car through the overnight hours. Just kind of walk us through what that was like for you.
Yeah, well, to be honest, both Josh and Robbie put in some good stints during the start. So when I took over, the primary thing for me was just to get the car from the pit lane and back into the pit lane so I could drop them off to them again because to be honest, they had quite a bit more pace on me, so it was more to give them some time to relax, get something to eat, and just keep the car in one piece.
Were there any particular moments while you were in the car, Jacob, that kind of gave you the heart and throat? Any kind of dodgy, anything like that?
We had a couple of small moments with some GGPs and LMP2s, but nothing major. To be honest, they have done so good of a job in their opening stints that I was a bit in no man's land for most of my stints, so it's pretty quiet, to be honest.
Awesome. And then last but certainly not least, Roberto, same question, man. How did your race go when you were in the cockpit? First of all, your thoughts on that finish, and then kind of walk us through what your time behind the wheel was like.
I mean, regarding the finish, our job was just to get Josh in front. We knew the pace of Josh was strong enough to hold off Solpec behind. We've already been in this situation 2 weeks ago, so we knew what the car could do, what Josh could do. So we were just behind. We had like 3-4 people just to get the fuel exactly right at the end. and to find a way to get rid of that front damage. Thankfully, we didn't put a single foot wrong in terms of car damage throughout the race, so we could afford to use the fast repair on that one, and that, I think, saved our race in the end. I was confident in Josh's pace, so we were like, okay, we're going to put you in free air, and it's up to you.
Yeah, the fact that you still had that fast repair over 20 hours into the race, that alone kind of attests just to the clean race that all three of you had in your respective turns behind the wheel. Roberto, behind the scenes here, like, do you guys have a lot of people that work on the strategies with you, or is it just the three of you kind of conferring together, or maybe a mix of the two?
I mean, we brought 5 teams, I think, to these majors. We had 2 GTPs in split 1, we had a couple of GTDs down in split 2 and 3. The team is full of smart guys, so whenever you want, you just go down to one of the guys in split 2 and you're like, okay, Marco, we need you for the strategy. So you bring Marco up, you start doing the math, so you can allow the driver to just focus just on driving. He just needs to know, you just need to find the strategy already done with the fuel correctly put in and just put in laps.
Excellent. Well, gentlemen, again, what an amazing show. What an amazing performance. Not just that last lap, but really ever since Khaled and myself came back on the air with 6 hours to go, the GT3 leaders nose to tail the entire time. Enjoy the win. Very well deserved. Big congratulations to all three of you. Before I let you go collectively, is there anybody that you gentlemen would like to shout out before we let you go celebrate?
Who wants to start?
You go for it. I'm just a guest driver for you guys, so you guys do all the plugs.
I mean, there are people that allowed us to have Josh in the team, so I think it's fair to thank guys like Luca Becca, our main sponsor, and Sayo, which is our team principal, and made it possible. Like, the team has been amazing to put this effort together. Like, to put this team together was a full team effort. We had the sponsor, we had the team principal finding the guys, and yeah, Josh didn't tell you that, but he was an amazing mechanic as well with the setup. So I think Josh also deserves a big shout out for this one.
I would agree. That was a fantastic drive to finish it off, but great job by all three of you. Roberto, you said it takes a total team effort, and all three of you certainly exemplified that today. So we're going to go ahead and let you go. Get out of here. Thanks so much for stopping in and saying hi to us. Thanks for an amazing show that you put on today. Big congratulations, and go celebrate and get some rest, and we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jacob Hansen, Roberto, and our winning driver, Josh Thompson, all being kind enough to join us for our GT3 winners. And Cal, it doesn't look like we have anybody else waiting for an interview. So I kind of think that's a wrap at this point, unless you have anything else you're wanting to say, explore, do, anything like that. I don't want to cut you off at all.
I think that is as good as a place as any to call it there. I think if you don't mind, I'll probably just take the chance to wrap things up. It's been an absolute honor and a privilege to call the race here with obviously yourself, Adam, at the start of the race in the opening 6 hours. The fact that we've got so many guys trying to pull things together for the broadcast, the event, stewarding, adminning in general, the Discord, 900,000+ teams, having the honor of actually having a true race week with pre-qualifying, people putting it all together, trying to make top split, second split, safety car split, broadcast split, A split. I think it's as much on majors as it is on every single person that registered and took part and drove a car or did a stint plan or prepped at all. It takes a village, I guess, to have an event like
Absolutely.
this. And yeah, as you can see there, all at Le Mans, all because we love racing. So it would be an honor to have people come back for more majors events. We have Major Series, obviously running the whole year. We've got the Majors Endurance Championship finale coming up next month. On the topic of Majors Endurance specifically, we've got MEC returning for Season 3 towards the latter half of the year. That's all on the website, majorseries.com. We've got the YouTube channel here with all the broadcasters and producers trying to put things together. So if you don't happen to be racing with us in the future, you can always keep tabs on anything that we're doing, both in terms of a broadcast or just in general, anything that you might see around on Discords or whatsoever. And yeah, I can't think of anything else, and I think that's about as good as it's going to get. So
Yep.
I'll take the chance to wrap up the stream. It's been an honor. My name's Attore, aka Khaled Ramadan. If you see me on the server, if you see me elsewhere, feel free to say hi. If you have any feedback for the broadcast, the series, whatsoever, we're very receptive to feedback. So do please let us know what you felt of things, whether you were racing, watching, doing both at the same time somehow, even. And yeah, I think that's it for me, really.
I can't add anything more to that. Just echo what you said. It's been an absolute honor to be a part of this event, and it's been great working with you again. It's been a little while since we got to work together, so so always great working with you, Khaled. Really appreciate all the effort you put in, and I can't add anything more to what's already been said other than thanks one more time to everybody involved here. What an event! What a finish! What effort! Just everything about this thing was fantastic from start to finish. Loved every second of it. So I'm Tim, and until next time, you've been watching the Majors 24 on the Majors YouTube channel. Take care, get some rest, and enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you all